Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! It is time for MetaPlace's comeback, and we're gonna do it with Deathmatch. To start off, here in Age of Mythology Retold, our very first own tournament. Technically, we were part of Wrath of the Gods, right? But it wasn't all us. So, yeah, great to be back here in 2025. My home move is complete, and there's no more excuses. Esports now. Hope everybody is doing great. Let's take a look at the bracket. We are having some technical issues with the website today, so there will be some slower-ish loading times. Apologies for that, but basically it's a £100 prize pool today, but the next tournament will have a $1,000 prize pool. So do look forward to that. We haven't posted it yet, but it will be up by tomorrow. So, that's gonna be, I forget the date because I had to move it around. It's gonna be the 19th of April and the 20th as well, actually. So let's refresh this in the background. Do take a look at that. So yeah, the top 4 will be paid out today, and they're gonna get these, the Derp Hydra medals. Okay, that's a meme in the deathmatch community. You'll know if you know. Anyways, we've got all best of threes today, and we're gonna basically take the format of Wrath of the Gods, where people can do their picks and bans. And the grand finals will be a best of 5, double elimination here. And we've got some rather high-ranked players like Matador, Luki, Western Long, Grass and Groom, Revolt, Murges, Funny Liquid, Dornf, Playa, Svertico, maybe Schwertico? I'm not sure. I think it's with an S, right? I don't speak Czech. Sorry. We got Mayo, Mike, Andy, and Val Hero. Wait, that's not right. The seeding isn't right. Refresh that. Don't play games yet. Oh god. Oh god, it's not seeded correctly on my side. What happened here? Okay, I need to tell the players. Oh, a bit of an emergency. I thought I pressed that button to refresh the seeding. Basically, we had some last-minute signups, right? And everything was extremely hectic. And the refresh seeding didn't go through until just now. So I really hope that everybody caught that in the Discord and nobody started playing, because, yeah. Now we've got the correct matches, and now we'll be picking one for ourselves to watch. So I'm really liking this idea of Murges versus Funny Liquid. I think that could be really fun. We could also be jumping into Revolt versus Dornf. That could be a good match. Okay. I think we should be alright. Yeah, we accidentally had some of the highest ranked players at the very bottom of the bracket. That is not good, guys. we can't do that, so it should be sorted out anyway. By the way, if you want to see the bracket on your own screens, then !bracket. If you rather prefer reading through that. And now I'll just have to wait for their share links. Okay. I want to see Revolt versus Dornf. I want to watch you guys. Telling him now. Make sure to drop link. It was a trap. It's always a trap. By the way, guys, also apologies for another thing today. We're not going to have high production value because our artist is currently on holiday. So all the map intro stuff, anything like that, is coming later in the year. Stop the count, he said. Jesus. Anyways, we will make do with what we have, right? We will make do with what we have. To any of you that are not familiar with Deathmatch, by the way, it's gonna be really interesting. So the game mode starts with high resources. Everything is researched immediately as you age up. The age ups themselves only take 5 seconds. So you make your tempo, you age up, takes 5 seconds, you get all the classical age upgrades, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of aggression. People spam a lot of units, and off they go. Off they go. It's all about building up, making sure that the map is secured, and making sure you don't run out of resources, because you do. Even though it's a high starting amount, you can certainly run out. So that's going to be something to watch out for. Alright, following up, the next match after the first set will be against Luki, whoever wins between Revolt and Dorn. So that's going to be quite interesting. They didn't share their link. I need a link, man. You host the pick and ban. That needs to be Revolt doing it. Then share the link. Because I want to watch that. I want to talk about the god picks. Now in DM, you've got a really interesting situation where pretty much everything is usable. Alright, so we can expect a lot of Greek. Because Greek are a little bit above the rest at the moment, especially Zeus, I think, is the best god at the moment in Deathmatch. It's just, the Medusa are crazy, guys. Like, Supremacy games, standard games, they never get there. But if you can get a high number of them, and you have a ton of defenses, and you've got some meat shield in front of them, you don't get to kill those. It's kind of nuts. You'll see. Okay, I think I've got a link from a man. I've got one too many browsers open as well, so let me get rid of that. Like I said, it's everything's very last minute today. Okay. Screen decluttered. And we're in. Let's see what these guys do about their picks and bans. I'm gonna assume there's gonna be a lot of Zeus bans. And you know what else is really good? Ra. Since you're gonna be spamming in the early game to get the buildings up faster with the Ra Monument empowering and the training speed as well, and then having just a really good core army with a food-based myth unit, the Avenger, shifting sands for mobility on repeat use. Those are really great power spikes. And another thing that's very important is to repeat god powers in Deathmatch. I didn't mention that, but you start with high favor, right? And you got increased favor rates, because Norse would be crazy otherwise, right? So Norse are flat, everyone else gets a favor buff. You're gonna see a lot of flaming weapons repeats. We've already got 4 secured there for Revolt. Dornf is going for the Egyptians with Ra and Isis. Certainly Isis can hold on as well, especially if you can get out, like, let's say, 2 Son of Osiris. Freyr is a great pick as well. Have you guys seen how strong the fully upgraded Berserks are with Vidar? Basically, they'll be dying left and right, of course, which then boosts their damage to ludicrous values. So yeah, Freyr is ludicrous difficulty. And the Gaia pick there at the end for Revolt. most of the gods are out of the way. I'm really curious about the Poseidon and the Hades picks. I mean, Hades, you probably don't want to use that against Ra and Isis. It's just a little bit difficult to deal with, you know, especially with Isis. The inability to use your god powers early on is just a huge blocker. Of course, if you go Hephaestus, you can get plenty wards going, so that's pretty nice, but a lot of Hades' initial power spikes are related to Pestilence with Hades, and then you do it again, and then you do it again. The other guy won't be able to build stuff, man, or train stuff. It's kind of wild, and it's really cheap to recast, especially within the context of DM. Alright, now the next mission is trying to find the lobby. That's gonna be a mission for sure. Game mode, Deathmatch. Hey, this is great. The filtering works in the game. Yes. So now we wait. Of course, the God Picker is going to be another step. So Revolt and Dorn will have to do that as well. Sending a God Picking link. But yeah, the tournament chat is at the moment blowing up. The first map is going to be Megalopolis. I didn't actually talk about that right now. I didn't talk about the maps. We've got a custom selection. We got Alfheim, Blue Lagoon, Elysium, Megalopolis, Mirage, Savannah, and Tundra. You will notice there's no water in there, and that's because deathmatch players typically don't like water that much. This is kind of a historical thing, where in the original game, the sea ships used to be really obnoxious, taking out buildings on the shore, taking out town centers without the ability to easily fight back. Yeah, DM rules on no ships. It's an unwritten rule, they can do it, but it's gonna be... who knows if it's actually good. In Retold, certainly not that egregious. Although, if you're Atlantean and you make Man of War, those are gonna make some war, not love. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, come on boys, pick your gods. Of course, they can only pick from their existing set, which is this. Big, stupid jellyfish. Legends got it. Good point about the other thing as well, Legend. There is no Titan, but there is Wonder. And if a game goes long in Deathmatch, if you've got a good economy, you can make a Wonder. I've had so many games making a Wonder in Deathmatch. Certainly a lot more than I've done in Standard. I think in Standard, I've gotten a Wonder like once in like 200 games. Something like that. Okay, we're gonna start off with Poseidon versus Isis. That's gonna be quite interesting because Isis is going to have difficulties pushing through mass militia as you make a ton of buildings with Poseidon, of course. And you've got some really strong cavalry. Bronze is rather potent as well. But if you can establish yourself your super camels, support them with a little bit of spearmen, and get a ton of mummies out, Poseidon actually struggles clearing the mummies. So that could be rather interesting, but Isis could, you know, just face difficulties with the mid-game and the militia. And if Revolt goes after Hephaestus, that could be a lot of resources now that Plenty Vault has been buffed. It's very easy to get yourself a second Plenty Vault. The third one, definitely not easy. I think that costs like 400. favor already, but yeah, the first one is totally doable. It says that I am legend? No, you are legend. What says that? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Thanks, Fofuxaki, for already taking care of the betting. It's on. You go and bet. Oh, because I was using it to... I was using it to test. Yeah, because we made a variant. That's an Easter egg. Very true, very true. Alright, time to buff the amount of deathmatch games being played by 300%, guys. Get your picks and bans sorted. Post your lobbies, invite your buddies or frenemies, and fight. And remember, this is the warm up. The next tournament is 1,000 pounds sterling in prize pools, so pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. Where is Gordav? He's hiding from Legend, I think. That's true. I'm having trouble finding the lobby. But hopefully it's there somewhere. I mean, supposedly they'd have started, right? There's no lobby, man. Alright, I'll do it differently. I'll not apply any filters, and I'll just sort by game mode. Yeah, that's it. This doesn't help. I'm always so worried with Retold that the lobby isn't gonna be there, but it is there. It actually wasn't hosted for a second. Good to see you, Rich. The deathmatch tournaments you've been asking for are finally here. And the next one is the big one. The next one is 1,000 pounds sterling. So hope you're ready. I just wanted to give the guys one warm-up. And I mean, there's a good amount of people watching already. So I hope you guys are all interested in learning this and maybe participating in the next one. Get some larger player numbers going, because today we had 14 signups. I think this deserves a little more. Any sign of Yoshi Gang and Volt? No, no. I believe Volt is a father now. And then Yoshi is Yoshi. I think his laptop broke and he doesn't care enough to fix it, which is sad. Gang is just busy. No, Retold has not captured everyone, and it's having trouble keeping people too. But hey, if we can help it with a little bit of pushing, tournament-wise, then let's get it done. And also, I want to thank Retrogenesis for subscribing a bunch of minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that because there's so much going on at the start of tournaments. Is this gonna play back or what? Oh wait, I'm on the wrong interface. See if I can get it. Activity feed. How did it work? on, play it. Play it. Well, okay. It doesn't want to play it. Sorry. We'll figure it out for next time, yeah? Yeah, something wrong with the connection there. Anyways, I think the game is ready to watch. I don't know if these guys have spectator delay. Yes, they do. So we've got 1 minute. And yeah, it's gonna be Megalopolis Poseidon versus Isis. I have high hopes for this one. Nobody did any betting for this one, so we will restart the betting process. Make sure to go and bet. Otherwise, nobody wins. We're just 30 seconds out. By the way, Revolt is really known for his late game play. So we might get to see a whole bunch of fortress units here. Those Satyros are really, really strong in Retold. Although if anything can handle it, it's Ballista Towers with Desert Wind Camels. But you get those bad boys onto a trade route and... what trade route? It's gone. That is what we might be getting. Okay, as I said, there's not going to be any map intros today. So we'll just jump right in, okay? Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is the very first deathmatch tournament of Age of Mythology Retold. Let's get it on. In the blue color, we've got Revolt, playing as Poseidon. And his opponent on the other side of the map, playing as the red Isis. This is Dornf. Now, Deathmatch. I have to explain it, I think. Guys, this game mode starts with a ton of resources, as you can tell. And, oh my god, what is going on with the camera? And advancing throughout the ages is pretty much instantaneous. It takes 5 seconds to advance. As you do that, you get your technologies from the given age. So you make the temple and go up to classical, you immediately have all the upgrades from classical. Then you make all these buildings and it's time to start pumping. Now, wait, was that... Yeah, he did go Ares and did a little bit of Cyclops harassment already on those villagers here. Revolt did. And I think he might just get another one. They do have AoE, so if you can find a clump of villagers, it's really good to use the basic attacks. The Nemean Rex is also gonna do that, and we've got a bit of a barracks units flood from our Isis. Wow, my mouse is going crazy. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. I do apologize for the camera issues. Next tournament I'll have a new mouse. Well, these Axemen are gonna keep the hoplites at bay, which are one of the highly efficient units in terms of overall stats. So definitely cannot very easily flood into this. And with 2 Migos already done, I think Dornf has significant amounts of production already. So Revolt will have to build up a little bit more. He's really known for these tower spams, by the way. That is kind of defining Revolt. He's also going for a double fortress off the bat here. That's gonna make sure that he can keep pumping the heroes. Is that an empowered monument? No, it would have been for a moment there. Either way, the God Path is going to be through Osiris. We've got a bunch of elephants up front, which are going to be fantastic for tanking. That does require maybe some Prodromos, to be honest. And very interestingly, Revolt did not actually go for Hephaestus, so there's going to be no Plenty Wall spam from him. But rather, it's going to be all about those Chimera. So far, the kill death is, I think, looking good for Revolt. Like, he's holding the spam at bay, he's destroying the Axemen, especially using the Hypnospis, which have much better stats than them. And he's most certainly won the fight. With the backup of Toxotes with the Venomous trait, they're going to be able to delete all these units. And we've got already a really huge Pestilence here on the middle of the map. Dorf is hardly able to produce, and his front line is slowly but surely evaporating. Population has dropped down from pretty much maxed out to just 120. As much as he is trying to pump, these units are being made very slowly, and Revolt's archer count is growing, so every unit that pops out basically gets sniped by these boys. And all he has right now is the population cap advantage, right? Like, that's partly ISIS, partly the fact that he completed TC already. He's gonna be using, oh, that's completely missing, isn't it? That the Locust, they're not gonna target any of the units here, unfortunately, for Dorn. Yeah, that's very annoying for sure. Polyphemus is out, so he's gonna be acting as a bit of a tank in the middle of all this. But there's no myth units right now to clear, so, you know, limited usefulness, but he's still decent against units, to be fair. There's quite a bunch of catapults here. They're super expensive, guys. 400 resources apiece, 5 population space. So if you get to kill those for little losses, it's totally worth it. Now, this is a situation with Deathmatch that if you have full population or close to it, and you're on top of the other guy's production, how are they gonna really make units and survive? The trick would be to garrison everything into the building, so make sure that the building rallies onto itself so that it has ample time to train the units. But if you pop them out, then the overwhelming army will just destroy you. So definitely a troublesome situation for Dorm to be in. He could be sitting between all of these Migdor strongholds, which were buffed, by the way, as of the latest patch. We're gonna see a use of Eclipse, which is gonna get him a lot of minions, of course, as these mummies now have higher attacks. They're more likely to be able to kill off some of these Greek units and spawn a little army of minions. But if they get picked off themselves, of course, they're gonna be gone. And the poison is certainly helping out these Toxotes with that. We've got a bunch of Petrobolas, and holy crap, that's a wall of fortresses right there. Revolt. Yeah, he likes his buildings, guys. I said that about the towers, but I think in Retold, he's gonna be defined by his fortresses, perhaps. My goodness, this man builds a lot. He's got a pretty decent economy behind this as well, but you look at those resource storages right now, it's not that hot, actually. I almost want to say that Dorf is in a better situation. He's already used Prosperity in this one. He's still got 29 boys on that, and he's certainly got the favor for another Prosperity. Son of Osiris is ready to go, so this game could still swing. As hard as Revolt was winning the fight here, he's now kinda out of resources. So what does he do? This could be a tough one. Skills of Catavlopas are here for a little bit of Myth Unit Pierce Armor if he wants it. We've also got the Blue Crystal Shard for more wood and gold gather rates. And oh my god, this is gonna be grabbed soon, right? No, actually got reset. Sorry, it got reset by some catapults. Decent raid on the gold mine, but Prodromos are not very good raiders. So that's gonna be, it is what it is kind of situations. Earthquake is available to delete some buildings, perhaps a town center, perhaps this production base. But yeah, Revolt has to be careful. He doesn't have food anymore, which means he can't make any villagers, and trying to berry pick is really the worst of all worlds, because, you know, you look at this gather rate, it's 0.8 per second versus the hunters, which is 1 per second. Farmers would be probably even better, and he's also trying to make caravans, which is just not affordable under the current circumstances. There was again some sort of reset here. That town center is just not gonna get made. And Dorf has recovered. Now he's the one with 220 population against 80. Revolt using Curse to try to hold on to dear life. But I think what he has to really do is just hide behind these fortresses and chill. The villagers will get made over time. What are these guys doing? Oh, I think they got bothered by the mummy. No worries. Yeah, this Dwarf guy is pretty good, eh? Of course, Revolt has Earthquake. He can slow everything down. He can sell a little bit of resources if he really wants to. He just did that. Got another usage of Locust Swarm. That's gonna kill quite a bunch of the villagers here. Not bad at all. Wow. Siege Tower just deleting the patrol blast. Not something you would see on the original game, but in Retold, Siege is just so good against other Siege. And also, the villagers have been nerfed against Siege weapons themselves, so Siege Towers are a little bit more viable now. But you're still playing against Poseidon, right? If the fortress was destroyed, it would spawn so many militia. And I think that's what Revolt is banking on right now, that he can just chill, make some archers with his remaining wood bank and gold income, rely on the buildings, get some free militia out. It's gonna be just fine. But with Dorm setting up more and more over time, it's got to be really careful with that. Oh, what is that? Mining camp. Yikes. Really far from the vills, but I mean, it's better to have it than to not have it, right? Why is Dorm so defensive? I think he needs to realize how much of an advantage he has and just push. Like, if all the boys were here, or even if they just stayed here and pushed this area, there is a town center not too far from the front lines. Not too many buildings in the way either. Legend says in the chat that that Heliopolis ruined the siege towers. Yes, that's true. That's true. If you can get them out in numbers, the siege towers don't really have a chance because of their low health. These militia will definitely slow things down. If Revolt can just stack them up and save them for later, that would be huge. Of course, the chariots can't directly fight them unless they're microed. Yeah, there we go. Now he's saving them, see? I think he is. Oh, Chad Polyphemus just dunking on the catapult. Got the Peltas out as well. Excuse me, I'm having a coughing fit in the background. Oh, still not done apparently. Peltas were trading well until they weren't. Really, this mummy is just changing the dynamic here. With all the minions now out, they act as a front line, they force the Peltas to attack them. Then the other rangers will just pick them off. So yeah, slow death for Revolt, it looks like. Can he recover his economy in time? Because, I mean, he's got a similar income compared to Dorf. But Dorf could always use Prosperity on repeat. So there's a lot more potential for his income here. Oh my god, we've got Yoshi in the chat. Some would say he's the GOAT of Deathmatch. Isn't playing today. Missed the first Retold tournament as a result. Big mistake. Fix it. The next one is 1,000 pounds, so I really hope the other DM players will join. Oh, nice. Nice kill on that mummy. I was just saying before that Polyphemus has some troubles getting there. But if there's not enough units, if there's not enough chariots there to snipe him, he's gonna get it done. And that was already a good trade. He was also tanking for so long. This was totally worth it. Alright, the catapults are nearly there to take down this town center. And this is being built and empowered as well. Once Storm reaches the third town center state, once he has a decent trade route going, once he starts pushing with buildings, I'm not sure what Revolt can do really. He still hasn't used Earthquake, saving it for next game, as we like to say. Elephants are a really good idea in this situation, by the way, because of the Tata spam just not really being able to deal with it. Of course, the poison does help, and the poison does stack as well, so they're surprisingly good with Artemis. You can see they're kind of taking on the mummy there. It's kind of nuts. Even the catapult is poisonable, apparently. I do hope they change that. I mean, siege weapon getting poisoned is just silly. We've got the third town center up for our ISIS player, and already at 81 villagers. The maximum is 100, so once that's done, all the food income just goes into the bank, not into the villagers, right? So you can make a lot more food units at that point. And also there's the potential of grabbing this fourth town center in the middle of the map. That's the Megalopolis special. Let's see if this militia can save the situation here, but I'm not sure. There's a Son of Osiris. The pump isn't quite that strong. Might have to use Earthquake on the defensive here. Because it does crush damage, right? That would still destroy these catapults. But now that Dorf is creeping forward with buildings, it's getting ever more scary. Revolt is recovering, however. He does have 43 people on food. That is pretty significant. Meanwhile, the rock just chilling there, not being used for any drops or stuff like that. You could always transport a bunch of camels in here, but I guess you could just run them in. You don't really need a rock for that. Locust Swarm is going to be going through the Toxotes, and Revolt needs to move. Yikes. It's hurting this army quite a bit. It's not going to finish them, but like in conjunction with mummies, it's going to do so much damage. And you can already see all these minions spawning from the Greek army. It's definitely annoying. Really, all that we need to see from Dorf is just having an army here. Committing to a little bit of camels, elephants. He can afford it now that he has 100 villagers. Like I said, all the income is now going towards the food bank. You can really see that going nuts. ISIS also has Flood of the Nile, so even better than normal. Oh, there was no monument. There was no monument, and this earthquake is actually stripping down the towers, doing some decent damage to the town center as well, but obviously won't be able to destroy it. That will require some siege weapons. But hey, now that Revolt has the economy up, he can start building fortresses. He can start spamming siege weapons as well soon. If he only got Harmonious Necklace, man, that would be very helpful as well, because he has 44 people on gold. Another 10%. Gather rate would be like 48. Is Dorf over ecoed? Maybe on wood, yeah. I do think you can spend the food here. But the wood is a bit much. Oh, maybe the person operating the catapult gets poisoned, right? Makes sense. Maybe they should have shown the person operating the catapult in Retold. I don't know. It's not very important anyway. Alright, finally the addition of Chimeras is on the table. Are we gonna see Hippeus or Hetyroi? Tyros. That would be very nice. Okay, here come the mummies and the minions in the trade route. That is a huge issue. Because these donkeys will start turning into minions, and then there's gonna be an army. Oh man. Of course, the militia and the Toxotes together can take these mummies down without any issue. But however, the front There's more fighting there. Where is Son of Osiris, by the way? He's just chilling somewhere? He wasn't killed, right? Can't have missed that. Definitely some drop-offs here to fix. The farming situation is crazy. Does Dorf not know you can just spam click on the TC and it will place them perfectly? I think he's placing them manually there. Don't need to do that anymore. Alright, the South Osiris seems to be gone. What happened? Where is it? I don't know how that died. It seems impossible. But it did. But now Dorf is running low on resources again, despite the insanely high income. Not having secured the middle of the map, not having any buildings here is definitely problematic. And eventually these archers will push through and allow Revolt to take his third town center to get some progress done. A bit too many idols, boys. A little bit too many idols. We gotta fix that. But either way, Revolt is now trying to take this TC in earnest. That is 11 villagers. It's gonna be 12 soon, and they are Aphrodite villagers, right? So they've got this whole divine blood situation, makes them work 20% faster on buildings. Good garrison as well from Revolt. So this Locust Swarm really isn't gonna do much of a muchness. The Archer Ball should be able to protect this, but of course if there's a catapult... Hey, what's in this rock? Elephant? We might see a late game elephant drop, okay. Didn't expect that, but sounds fun. Sounds fun. Really not much going on this front, just one building at a time getting destroyed. Revolt's still pumping units from here, of course, so he's gonna be fine. As long as this CC goes up, it's gonna be once again equal-ish in terms of population. The Greek army is slightly stronger, especially when it's like Heltas versus Slinger fights. TC is now up. It's a little damaged, but that's okay. Definitely would like to see some camels, elephants, that kind of stuff. The Rock did leave with just the 2 elephants. They could be going after the markets, I guess, but here's Polyphemus. It's gonna be a rock bonk, and it's gone. You don't see that every day. Even in DM. That's ridiculous. Okay, well the elephants are not gonna do anything here. Patrol Blast push, very slowly getting things done. And we've got the first Hyros off the game queued up, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are kind of nuts, but we're not going for any of the minor gods that help them. So this is the worst kind of Hyros. When you go for Ares, Aphrodite, and Artemis, you don't get any of the special upgrades that will help them. So, you know, this is what it is. Oh well. Huge force on this side, and you know what, maybe that's not that many buildings. You could technically work through it, but the Prodromos are so terrible against buildings, and Revolt really needed his army here to hold back the Egyptian tide. Now these 3 elephants plus support can take down this TC. TCs are really weak in Retold anyhow. Armies are bigger, TCs are weaker, they go down fast, so you're really gonna be relying on the repair quite a bit. Here comes the cavalry. And you've got some more repair at 500 health. It looks like there will be a hold. But then again, the archers weren't shooting the base for the longest time. It could have been different in my view. But now Revolt's got it once again. He's held on. I'm sure at some point we'll see a push out of this. So long as he can get his rally points to work. I think he's having trouble with his rally points. Sometimes they just don't listen. So he would set a rally point and it wouldn't do what you tell it to. Tyros count is rising. This could be really cool. So if you can get them like onto a clump of villagers like these guys, oh god, here we go. He's finding them. These guys have AoE, right? So they're hitting multiple villagers at a time. You get like 4 or 5 of these boys running around finding villagers, and the villagers will just disappear. Yeah, it works so much better when there's a bunch of them. TC is fully repaired. Plenty of temples in the forward area as well. And if Revolt can move on into a greater food economy, then he could start pumping out a bunch of Chimera, which would be a really good addition to help the front line. So the Camel Riders are not gonna like that very much, I can tell you that. This would force Dorn into a bunch of priests, which are then not that great against the army. Might be worth a consideration. But then you have to obviously pray. It's not great for your pop efficiency, is it? More fortresses, more patrol loss. And we've got the slow push on. Nobody cares about the middle TC. Not even the Twitch chat, which is something to behold. The Twitch chat always tells people what to do. Why not now? You guys are slacking. Work harder. Anyway. Trade route is working hard at least. 57 gold per trip. Not too bad, not too bad. It could be more. Especially if empowered. But hey, ISIS's situation is that your monuments provide healing, right? So maybe building the monuments a little bit more forward to the fight, close to the fight, and making sure that those units are double healed, because the healing does stack from the aura, and also they block the God Power cast. So there's not going to be an earthquake in the middle of the map, that's for sure. And also ISIS's bonus makes it so that empowered monuments gather at double speed, which is why Dorn has quite a bunch of favor, and he could be using it to get to the next Son of Osiris. Like ideally, I think you have a bunch of those. That could do pretty well, but hey, the catapults are getting the work done anyway. The TC is down. Wow. Could this be it? Could this work out? I think Revolt is still really rich, however. Alvadi has just subscribed, so thank you very much for that. Did that play on screen? Or are we having a bug with that today? I think we are having a bug. Either way, appreciate it. Okay, looks like Revolt is retaking it with a large number of villagers now, and in Retold, the scaling of many villagers building something is actually really beneficial. So you end up shooting these TCs right back up if they're destroyed. Just need a large number of villagers, especially these Aphrodite ones. It will be back in no time. Paltas versus Tower, best matchup in the game. Not ideal. This fight is going on actually a really long time between these two. We might be the longest lasting series in this first round. But either way, if we miss some really good matches due to this, I will just look at the replay. Don't worry, we'll cover it. Team is gonna bonk the Migdol Stronghold on the side, supported by some Kaltas again. There's no fortress here, and I'm a little bit sad to not see a single Helipolis today. I really like Helipolis in the Egyptian matchups. I think they do great. Oh god, that's a lot of towers. You can make 30 now in the latest patch, and 15 fortresses, so I don't even think that Revolt is close to the limit, by the way. I really don't think he is. This is also a lot of amygdals. Holy crap. Dwarf is getting a little bit rich again, which is good. We do want a little bit of security in the bank. Try to not take it too far. If you do accidentally take it too far, then you can always make a wonder. Which, well, if you want some cheap Son of Osiris, then that could pay off really nicely. Somewhere, Cyrus got a son. Very nice. Working his way to the next one already. Oh, the catapults are getting shanked. Nice will do the job. Right, is Dorf gonna take this or what? It's right there. Nobody's even looking at it. So our ISIS player could get a huge population lead here. Got a little bit of disturbance here in the trade route, and it might be able to take a handful of donkeys out. But there's also enough archers here to handle it, so maybe not. It's just axemen. They don't do much damage. Oh! That's a nice catch with the Son of Osiris. Why is he leaving? Do it again. A little bit of an elephant pump, but I'm sure the fortress can handle it. Once it is destroyed, there's going to be so many militia. So it shouldn't be an issue at all. Plus, the fortress itself does have the little bonus damage against cavalry. It's actually killing an elephant here. Son of Osiris is healing, not shooting. Shooting now, but it's very exposed here. Dorf needs to garrison, or he'll take a lot of damage. Ooh, that poison is nasty. Single Tyros raiding. Ah, oh, Revolt's gonna eat the locust. Wow. Wow. You really want to step through it, not run from it, because if you run from it in the same direction, it will chase you down. But if you just pass through, it will do a little damage, which is totally fine. And that's right, the chat is pointing out tomorrow we are doing a lightning tournament, so please join that as well. Always great to see people in these alternative game modes. These two goats, they keep confusing me. I always think there's something going on there. But nope, it's just the goats. How do you break through all this? Oh my god. Oh, Revolt has resources now. He's rich. He's doing the thing. Okay. When you creep forward with towers and fortresses, well, you're gonna need help from the gods, that's for sure. One building at a time, Revolt is taking over. Towers have 9 damage per shot, so that's 18 total damage. per second, actually. Yep. How much better are ballista towers? They're 21.3. That's not bad at all. It's like a very high health static archer. Well, these guys don't have that much. 2 archers. Ooh, Sound Osiris showing his powers again. That chain lightning is so nasty. And being divine damage, you really can't do much about it. You can go high health units, I guess. A lot of Locust Swarms being used, but I just wonder if it would be better saving up for Sound of Osiris. Like the last 3 Locusts, okay, I guess the one with the archers that did a lot, fair enough, but wouldn't it be better to just save up for another Sound of Osiris, and having 2 of them theoretically should be better than 1, right? I mean, it is better than 1, but compared to more Locusts. And we've got a random resignation from Dorn. If he has resources, what? I guess he just feels he can't push. And he is getting Vault Petrobolas in his face. So I guess that's problematic as well. But there was really no need to resign this. His composition was just kind of wishy-washy. And he needed a more solid push forward when he had a massive population lead of 220 something versus 80 or whatever that was. All in all, however, it was a very equal game. If we look at all these stats, they didn't outgather each other by too much, except favor. Dorn had a lot of favor, but he mostly spent it on Locust rather than Sound of Osiris, or Prosperity even. So we didn't see mercenaries, we didn't see a big mummy spam or a consolidated push, and Revolt did just a little bit better with all those things. It was a bit of a stalemate. I guess he just didn't want to bother with it anymore. Like, it takes a little bit of practice to sort that out, that's for sure. Chandler, thank you very much for your subscription as well. But for whatever reason, the subscriptions don't play. So that's annoying. This is gonna be a best of 3, by the way. So if Revolt wins another one, he moves on. And I'm getting the next God Picker. They're doing it. And we've got ourselves a Tor versus Ra coming up. So yeah, Revolt will press the Flaming Weapons button. And you guys will see him press the Flaming button after he presses the Flaming Weapon button. And then he will press the Flaming weapon button after he presses the Flaming Weapon button after he presses the Flaming Weapons button. Yes. It will be great. I promise. Soon TM, you guys. Soon TM. But that gives me time while these guys set up to just check out what is going on with these alerts, because they're not going through. Oh. Okay, I think it's fixed. Wait, no. There's multiple to fix. Okay, this should do it. There we go. We fixed it. Now we're replaying all the subs. Haha. Thanks you gamers for the support. Nicely done. And another one. Okay, I fixed them all. Great. So much better. Did Ryuk have to back out? Yeah, he's busy today. Oh, I do hope he makes time for the £1,000 one though. That's a little bit bigger as a tournament, 10 times bigger than today's one. And that's going to be happening on April 19th and 20th. So here we go with all the dates. Got one on the 14th of June, 19th of July, 13th of September, and 29th of November. I've changed the dates today in light of some of the big esports events. But yeah, we still have the same number of events. So hopefully we don't have to cancel any of them because of something huge coming up. But if we have to, then we have to. That's fine. I really tried to spread them out. So hopefully we don't get trampled over. Then we've got the lightning stuff as well coming up. So you can already sign up to the next tournament, which is tomorrow, lightning. It's right there on our homepage. Well, 8 people have signed up already. And also, guys, if you want to support this kind of stuff, you can directly contribute to each individual tournament as well. Yep, tomorrow we're doing lightning. There's already how many signups? 8. Got Playa, Matador, Funny Liquid, Darth Nox, Messiah Master, Neymar, Luki, and Joey Bads. There's gonna be some overlap here between the Deathmatch boys and everyone else. Alright, we are about to join the next game. Nearly there. The map is going to be Elysium for this one. So it's super open, which is actually a big advantage for Norse players. They can just build everywhere, right, with their military. And you don't have to make villagers, so even your town center just makes more builders. Then your barracks really make that go crazy. So yeah, Norse is going to be able to take the map over rather quickly. Cool. Yeah. Hopefully the scoreboard is correct. It is now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 2. We've got Revolt here in the blue color playing as Thor. He's already building a ton of longhouses, which is exactly what you should be doing. Just pump out those berserks because they train the fastest. And then they can build more stuff, which can mean more berserks and more buildings. On the other side, you've got Dornf in the red, playing as Ra. Now, Ra can build very quickly as well. You just make this monument in the middle of your buildings. You empower it with your Pharaoh, which didn't actually happen here. He's empowered the armory. But it actually should have been the Pharaoh on the monument. And it looks like this Valkyrie is gonna get a second villager kill, which is actually hugely slowing down the operations here. Revolt is also looking for a little bit of a side build here on the gold mines. If he can secure as many of the gold mines as possible against Dornf, then Dornf is gonna have trouble actually getting that done. The resource gathering, that is. A lot of throwing X-Men getting queued up actually by Revolt and not Berserks as I had predicted. In terms of myth units though, it's gonna be the Valobor, which means he did pick Bragi. Every time a Berserk dies, he gets 1 favor for it. And they have better stats as well. I do wish he had just spammed a ton of Berserks into this, and sure, they will eventually lose to X-Men, all of them will die. But that's a sacrifice he should be willing to pay, because, well, they will go to Valhalla, is number 1, but number 2, you have so much favor for it, he'll have more builders. You have a faster town center, a faster mythic age. It's definitely worth it. Only game 2, that's right. Yeah, normally DM games are really short, but we managed to catch the one long one. They used to be really long in the old game. Like 20 minutes, 15 minutes on the short end. Now it's more like the quick ones are 10 minutes or less. And 15 is the normal. Has already finished 2 series, oh my god. Also, if you have more Berserks, they can take down these elephants pretty quickly. Finally, we've got the Mythic Age 4 Revolt, and he's starting to make a bunch of Huskar. He did go for tier, so it makes a lot of sense to get those Huskar going, as they'll be getting bonus damage against buildings. I do wonder if he'll get going with Fenris Wolves. But so far I can only see the 1 temple. He does have plenty of great halls. It's a very good idea generally to have a bunch of Goldie, because if you have Goldie, it's just very difficult to reach them, right? Like everyone will focus on the front line. It's not realistic to get slingers out against them, because they just get owned by many units. So in the back there, they can just gather your favor, and then you use flaming weapons. Then you do it again, and you do it again. Really good stuff. Forest fire might actually be good here. Those priests are getting burned. It's usually the priest doing the burning, no? Oh wait, different timeline. There's certainly not enough units here to both fight and build at the same time, but Revolt can do it here. Catapult's gonna stop him, however. Oh god, that's a lot of towers. You don't want to dive into that. And you know, not going Valor does mean that your raiding cavalry are kinda doo-doo, so that's something to watch out for Revolt. He definitely does not want to overmake them, but right now he's got the momentum, he's got the population advantage. This TC somehow went up at 169 health, which is kinda nice. Definitely need to repair that. Okay, he's on it. He's on the job. He's also got a single market trade route going, which is, you know, it's not much, but it's something. Pumping dwarves onto non-gold resources, I think that is a little bit questionable. They gather not that well from there, although Thor does make that a little bit better. I do think it's important here to use the dwarven mine as well, because, well, it's 6,000 gold right where you want it. It saves you an ox cart, and your dwarves will gather faster from it too. So it's kind of a no-brainer to use it as soon as you're mythic. This tower spam is terrifying, and it's all empowered, by the way, with this Monument to Gods, also empowering the other monuments, so favor is getting gathered a little bit faster here. But most importantly, these towers are just going ultra crazy right now with 32.8 DPS, the fortresses with 54. Just need to put a lighthouse in the middle, and then he can see the observable universe. You can create walls with the gold mine. Get out of here. Ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, Shifting Sands is being used, of course. And hopefully we'll see Citadel being used on cooldown, of course. It's not that expensive. So if you can get 3 Citadels for yourself, then great. I think it's gonna be more like 2 Citadels here though, as Retold has his iron grip on his forward town center location. He is running out of wood, however, with minimal gatherers right now. It's not looking too hot there for Retold. If he can solve it, then it's all fine. About to lose some houses, however. It is interesting to not see Horus from our Ra player, by the way. It is going to be an Osiris game. At some point we'll have a Son of Osiris. And nothing's going to happen here anytime soon. There's too many buildings. And they're all empowered. Of course, beating this army is going to be no problem for Retold. Rebuilding the houses should be no problem ditto. As far as relics go, we have Dwarven Calipers for cheaper siege weapons. And there was a relic here that got picked up already though. And we got a quick Fimmelvin to use, but Dwarf is obviously quick getting the garrison done. The Citadel is getting empowered as well, and it's got 84.2 DPS while that's on, so it's gonna absolutely delete these. Takes a little longer here because it's not empowered, of course, but that's fine. Yeah, the wolves are gone, everyone can go back to work. Way before the god power expires. 2 markets are better than 1. Ideally, there's some defenses nearby as well, and buildings. Because you can bet that those Shifting Sands will return. It's just 50 favor, it's rather cheap. Especially with all these empowered monuments. Son of Osiris now putting in the work. But I think it's time for Retold to cast the Flaming Weapons. Let's see it. No, now he doesn't have population. Now he needs to rebuild. It would have been good at the very start of that fight. I would love to see some Jarls here, actually, because while all these buildings will do bonus damage against cavalry, it's the units that can't handle it. There's only one camel here. So Jarls would be fantastic tanks, and during Flaming Weapons they can get a lot done as well. And Retold has 600 favor, man. Like, this is gonna be Flaming Weapons and Fimbulwinter on cooldown. Is he waiting for this to come back? I mean, it is just a little bit over 2 minutes away. Which is fair enough. Alright, you see, guys? 2.31 per second. 1.54 per second. What would you rather gather from? This one. That's why you put it down right away in Mythic. Well, Retold is kind of getting an efficient fight here, but those slingers are definitely able to wipe out the throwing axes if they target. But if the cavalry can distract from all this, then that's kind of beneficial for Retold, of course. He's trying to do some ram attacks. And the best part of having Dorn boxed in like that is that it's not really easy to gather gold. Already the host guards are on the case anyway. These villagers are super exposed and they are going to be going down. So I think a resource starvation is what we're actually looking at here. This back gold mine will expire very quickly. And then in the War of Attrition, we've already seen that Retold generally does better than Dorn, right? Villagers certainly getting thinned out here, but the Axemen will be able to clean up the infantry. That's not an issue at all. There's the flaming weapons though, might change things a little bit. Of course, it doesn't affect the ballista. It does affect these guys. It's gonna be important to move away the Sound of Osiris from this, because you really don't want to mess with the flaming weapons. The cavalry now joining in. And also got the Ram on the case with the Migdor Stronghold. The ballistas have been buffed in the recent patch as well, so they are now actually pretty decent with crush DPS. Still takes long to get the work done, and they do target units, so you have to micro them onto buildings here and there, but hey, good progress is being made for Revolt. I think he's definitely in the lead here. He's got enough favor for the Fimbulwinter again, so he can do it whenever he likes. And then flaming weapons will be back in just 150 seconds. So cooldowns are really quick in the end. You do get to see a lot of god power spam as a result. And Norse in particular gains so many resources all the time as you just fight. Which you need to do, obviously. Holy crap, that's gonna be a lot of buildings. This is gonna be a ballista push. So many slingers! What is going on with that? They're not gonna be able to delete the buildings. I mean, they got some divine damage, but that is way too many slingers. Here comes the ballista push, gamers. We're doing it. It is happening. This absolute tower defense here. Oh my god, all these units are just melting away. And that's just Norse buildings. Dorf is absolutely boxed in. He's on his last gold mine. But the villagers aren't even working there. But yeah, once that's out, I don't know where he goes. There's nothing left. It's gonna be more and more important to have these catapults take down these buildings and actually take a good fight, take this TC, and perhaps try to trade to the front TC, although it's not really better. Yeah. Probably should just empower the market then. But that's a very small trade route. You can't really sustain from that. So now taking out the catapults. Although the catapults could one-shot the ballista, they themselves have now enough crush damage that they can also threaten the catapult back a little bit. If you don't watch, your catapults are gonna disappear. Population-wise, Revolt is sustaining rather well. Just needs a handful of rams down here, really. The walls are almost broken. And then you can go after the houses, reduce the population cap of the other guy. Although right now, Dwarf isn't using his full population cap. The ballista are getting more and more troublesome. And they're certainly chipping away at his army and resources here. Alpha Cyrus now getting targeted. Oh god. It's taking a lot of damage. Hey, forced the Ballista to take some nickel fire. That's definitely not comfortable. As I said earlier, the answer to this is Jarls. They'll be able to tank it. They'll be able to take down the ranged units. But the addition of the ramps is also really nice. Just take down the buildings like that, and then the Ballista can get the units. Dwarf is still rising in population, but for how much longer? This gold mine is about gone. 1,000 left in it. What then? What happens after? What are these farms? What are these farms? He's no space for farming. Oh no. And he's never used rain so far. Granted, Ra is really good at berry picking and hunting, so there's no reason not to use that. I think South Osiris is gonna go down here, guys. Just a little bit too many Goldie. Microwing. But still, there's not enough support. Norse army is just so much larger, and now they're breaking into the main base as well. 3 relics in his Dwarven Horseshoes, STS Par, and Paris Oboe. All of that could be stolen by Revolt if he so chooses, but it's not going to be necessary as Dwarf is going to resign. And we're going to be moving into the next series already with Revolt moving on. Dwarf has another life, of course, in the losers bracket. It's a double elimination tournament. But yeah, off we go to the next one. Well done by Revolt. Alright, gamers, the next matchup will be Revolt versus Luki. So those guys will be setting up momentarily. And I kind of need a short bathroom break. So I'll just leave on their god picking process, which has already it's about to start. You guys watch that. Keep an eye on it. Hit the follow button, as well as subscribe on YouTube. Join our Discord. Sign up to the lightning tournament while I'm gone, yeah? Alright, see you in a sec. Thanks for waiting. All right, there is no match going on. What's up with this? Where's the picking? There's no picking. Huh, interesting. All right, well, you guys can go and sign up to the Lightning tournament, yeah? Have you done it? It's already got 8 players. We can work on this, I think. Let me post it in the link. Post it in the chat. Sign up to the Lightning tournament. Boom. It's tomorrow. Needs a break after this long series, maybe. No, he's reacting. He's reacting. And thanks to everybody sharing the replays as expected. We've got some progress already in the bracket, and maybe we can take a look at some of the other series, depending on how the rest of the tournament goes. But here's our current bracket. And we've got Murgaz no showing, Funny Liquid moving on against Matador, who 2-0s, and he's waiting for his opponent in the winners semifinals. Vestalong defeated Svertico 2-1. Valhero defeats Mike 2-0. Vestalong versus Valhero coming up. We've got Luki versus Revolt, of course. That's what we're watching. Mayo no showed. Andy moves on. Grass and Groove defeats Playa. And Andy as well. Damn. It's quick. Maybe Grass and Groom needed a higher seed, but the good news is that our seeding fixes itself. So as you win these games, you get higher ranks. So you should be fine, Grass and Groom. You've definitely advanced already. Then, of course, Murgaz is the only thing that moved on, and Mayo, because these two didn't show today. Yeah. That's where we're at. And we've got the pick and ban process started. Very good. Very good. So now the bans are going to be Zeus from Luki, obviously. And Revolt bans Loki, obviously, because that's Luki's main. It's going to go for the next best things, as is Revolt. This is funny. These guys are like Greek against Norse. Yes, we get it. Luki did pick both of the gods with flaming weapons, so Revolt doesn't have that now, which is definitely not great. So Hades actually doesn't do that well against this stuff. You would have to be extremely defensive, which Revolt is. But to be repeatedly pummeled with flaming weapons and supporting siege, that is not where Hades wants to be. Let me tell you that. So Hades he would want to reserve for later, in my opinion. Hit the Kronos with it. Kronos really struggles with a massive ass Pestilence, a ton of archers backing it up, Colossus as well as Helipolis just busting your base while the Tuxodis are wrecking you. That is Hades' heaven. Really good situation. But yeah. It's also got Poseidon and Odin and Isis. I really actually like Poseidon against Freyr or Thor. I think that would work out great. But Revolt would have to figure out what map they're coming on. And that's not necessarily trivial. It takes a little bit of guessing there. Alright, so Megalopolis is going to be the first one. I would expect the Norse guys there, because if they can support a fourth town center there with flaming weapons, that's nuts. Like, you don't stop that. But Poseidon can keep that at bay, I think, with Ceasefire cancelling out most of flaming weapons, with a little bit of running away, your militia protecting your buildings in case you do get overwhelmed. Rams are useless against Poseidon. I think that's a really good idea. So let's see if he does that. Let's see if it's something else, but I would definitely pick Poseidon here as Revolt. And Luki, well, this is tough. Like, you're not gonna beat Poseidon with any of this very easily, right? So you have to outplay. So, tough pick for the first one. He needs to just get over that Poseidon is gonna be a tough cookie and try to win the others, which is definitely doable though. Odin is probably the weakest god in DM, so I'm really curious what Revolt has planned there. But I do think he's just the bad Norse at the moment. But that's the case sort of in Standard as well. So I do wonder whether there's going to be some bigger changes to maybe roll him back a little bit, because he just got so many nerfs. And then the meta started shifting away from what it was in the beginning in Standard. So I do wonder now whether there's space for him to be a little bit better. And that would obviously carry over into DM as well. It doesn't necessarily have to revolve around the flaming weapon spam. Frost is still a very potent god power, and you know, if the wolves get a little bit of love, then I could definitely see a playstyle evolving there. Either way, the guys are hosting. This is going to take a moment though. Funny Liquid and Playa are playing. The lobby has disappeared, which usually means that they're getting started. There's hope here. I'm really happy to have 50 plus viewers today. That's great for Deathmatch. If you guys want to get into Deathmatch as well, there's a Deathmatch Discord out there. The Reddit has a link to it. The Age of Mythology Reddit, so it's very easy to find. And obviously you can just join the MetaPlays Discord as well, which has it linked. Legend, are you posting the correct link? Yep, there you go. Okay, the game is now visible and they're starting. Okay. I don't think they have delay. Okay, let's get this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a round 2 series in the first Deathmatch tournament here with MetaPlays. And the first Deathmatch tournament in Retold. In the blue color, we have got Luki playing as not Loki, but Freyr. And on the other side, his opponent, we need to reveal. In the red, this is Revolt playing as Hades. Now, Hades is a momentum god. He's all about an early pestilence, ideally targeting many of your buildings and then overwhelming you with Toxotes, with Hippaspists. And then what does the Norse army really do about that, right? You can't build enough stuff. But if you have buildings in many locations, as Luki is setting up right now, then you might be able to just outspam and outlast. It's the second pestilence that would really be painful though, especially if Revolt manages to reach high population counts. He's already got the Cyclops right on top of these Berserks. He's got his initial heroes here and is flooding the Hippaspists in an overwhelming fashion, so that's gonna be very difficult to hold against. As you guys see, the deathmatch mode starts with a lot of resources, hence all the spamming that's going on, and there's no need to research technologies as that's just automatically happening. Age up within 5 seconds, you get all the upgrades from the age. So many Hippospis, and they're getting kind of stopped by this rock giant, which is very nice because it allows Luki to build up his number of throwing axemen, which is going to be able to counter this. And of course, the Fafnir will be able to roast these guys completely. Revolt is trying to make fortresses. His first one is complete, and his mythic age god is going to be Artemis. So this is definitely a momentum play as predicted. Fafnir is currently getting targeted down, but it's also gotten a little bit of a buff in the latest patch with more health. So they're really tanky now, but they're still going to give you the 300 gold when you defeat them. So it's very hard to get that much value with the Fafnirs. Of course, Hades is really well situated to take care of them, with Perseus being able to petrify these guys. And we've got a massive pestilence here, preventing all unit trading essentially. But these triple Fafnir are kind of holding on to DN life here. And the population count difference isn't that bad. As I said earlier, this extra set of buildings is also very helpful for sure. But another 600 gold has been donated to Revolt. And I think one of the things that you need to do is have your buildings a little bit closer to home, right? So that the fighting is a little bit closer to home. So that the Greek army has to travel a little bit further, and so that you can call in Golem Bursty in order to defend while you are down in population count. But that's no longer the case, even though Pestilence is still running. It is enough production now to keep Luki going for the longest time. And only now does Perseus show up. He is going to petrify one Fafnir, but it doesn't instantly kill it. He does have very powerful melee attacks though, so getting on it, we'll be able to get rid of this thing. You see a bunch of hoplites now up front. Revolt is working on these bases. This one is complete already. This one's in progress. The walling is nice. But yeah, now we're starting to get into Freyr's territory, where you both have a ton of throwing axemen and a little bit of Fafnir front. All your units have 10% more health than other ones would, because of his special technology. And you're gonna be able to spam Tempest as you have a good amount of favor for it. But 200 favor for the recast, that is expensive. You gotta watch out for that a little bit. Vidar does provide you with the Super Berserks though, so they can be another really good frontline. But when you don't go for Bragi, they're a little bit less potent, and they don't give you the favor on death thing either. So that Tempest forced a little bit of a retreat. The throwing axemen are definitely being annoying here for Revolt. I think Revolt will need a handful of cavalry in order to deal with this, because the infantry just runs into them and they get annihilated one by one. The Hippospis never get to connect. But now that the Toxotes are in such high numbers, what throwing axemen are we actually talking about? They're all dead. Ballista spam is getting a little bit out of control too, which is why I'm suggesting cavalry actually, so that you can go after them individually. But yeah, that's a lot of ballista, and they're doing super nicely. We're gonna see town center prevention in the back here. It's gonna cost Luki a little bit of resources, but Revolt doesn't want to fight these buildings with what he's got here. He summoned in some sentinels real quick. But yeah, once again, the ballista are getting on top of buildings, right? They have no problem doing this. They will get rid of the underworld passage. They will get rid of the Toxotes. And with all these projectiles they're firing, there's going to be a ton of misses, but they still hit the other targets nearby. Suddenly, Roll doesn't have a lot of Toxotes. He's struggling with population. He's struggling with the economy. Got a lot of wood gatherers, but he actually needs gold gatherers. He doesn't have food anymore, so he can't make frontline units. And trying to make Prodromos in particular, they're so expensive. And in Retold, they no longer counter ballista, or any other siege weapon, but we've got the nuclear blast coming in as well, taking out a bunch of these buildings. Fenrir himself has been summoned here. Very nice. Well, this TC is never gonna come up, apparently. Oh, another really good part about Freyr is that his siege weapons are gonna be completely insane with his god path that he went for. I really don't like that he went with Draugr, but the siege weapons, like, these ballista are quite a bit better because of 9 waves, which is a what's his? I'm blanking on the god's name suddenly. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Aegir. Yes. Aegir does buff the overall siege performance here. Also affects the rams. And then he also gives these forts a auto gather for food. So every single hill fort and town center is now gathering food. And if you make the village centers, which are naked town centers that don't provide population, they also will give that, and they provide a healing aura. Words are hard. Words are hard, but that's some really strong bonuses altogether. So essentially, you don't need to gather food. You just make all your fortresses, 15 of them. Plus your 3 town centers. It's 18 food per second already. It's like 18 hunters. And then you make these wood units. You don't need food. Luki now is going to be able to go up to 235 population, and this TC is finishing soon enough as well. But if he can put some more units on this job, then great, because it will finish faster. Got another Zom coming in, but I don't think it can hold in any way, shape, or form. All these mass berserks now charging into the fight. As they die, they gain higher attacks as well. Going up to 18 plus there. I don't think remote can hold here, ladies and gentlemen. This town center is getting deleted by the ballista. I'm so sorry about my mouse acting up with the zoom. My mouse wheel is like totally busted. I'll just use arrow keys for this tournament, I think. What are these guys doing? Oh, he's cutting in the pig. That's crazy. What's he gonna do? Destroy a fortress? Jesus Christ, man. That's super unnecessary. Could have just taken this over, or sent it into the Xodis. But I guess the ballista are already doing that job, so might as well just speed things up. Yeah, Freyr is strong. Oink, oink. It still got some decent speed, even though it went into the main base. I mean, this is close. No reason Luki couldn't build up this DC now. I guess we're gonna be moving into the next game. Yeah, there we go. See, I called it. Really good timing on that. It's just resource-wise, Luki did better. He gathered more, and he killed a lot more. 2-to-1 kill death ratio almost. Enough said. This Luki guy is strong. He's probably one of the favorites for today's tournament. The next map is going to be Alfheim. And we've got the draft up already. So remember, these were the picks. So Freyr and Hades are now done. Or rather, like this. And next up, we're gonna have Kronos versus Poseidon. Well, on Alfheim, a defensive Poseidon can do a lot. And you don't have to be like super defensive. You still have your push with... you can do the same thing as what I said about Hades, right? You just don't have Underworld. So you're gonna be relying on Aphrodite to build up quickly. And you just frontally push with Pestilence. You get your... you get your Helipolis, you get your Colossus, and your supporting army. You're still gonna have some rather powerful archers with Ares at least. It's not as good as the Hades ones, but it is what it is. Compositionally, it's gonna be Greek advantaged because, well, Helipolis are just super tough. Colossus are super tough. And the army, the human units are equally good. Kronos just doesn't have a direct match for this. The Fire Siphons are just worse. And so are the Heka Giants compared to the Colossi. So they are easier to kill. As long as you keep your heroes going with Greek, everything should be fine. Good to see Scorpion lost as well. How you doing, buddy? Just waiting for the game to start. It's not yet going. Once they host, we join. See if there's been any other progress. Looks like no, not really. Not really. The guys are now hosting, but it's gonna take a moment until they actually get into the game due to the whole delay we've got going on. When comes the test stream for AoE on PlayStation 5? Well, I don't do AoE 2, so never, but even AOM, I'm not gonna play it on console. It's so much better on PC in every way. I've tried playing with the controller on PC, but nah. There's too much stuff to do in this game. You need a mouse. If you want to play that way, then whatever, you know. There's gonna be people that already have the gear, so they just get the game. That's fine. I just don't think you play like that competitively. It's a little bit too much of a disconnect between the two. Huge advantage for keyboard and mouse. So they have to separate it in the matchmaking, which is already done. And actually, we've already got the game because the guys forgot to put the delay on. These boys, man. Boys will be boys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of this series. In the blue color, we have got Luki playing as Kronos. His opponent on the other side, Retold, playing as Poseidon. Now, Poseidon is kind of bog standard, right? You've seen the Hades game, it's the same thing. But Kronos, he's got this whole manner situation where everything in the aura gets boosted. That's the purple haze you see, and they stack as well. So if you have more manners boosting the building speed, then you get your construction done very quickly, and you can get up to a ton of palaces. And of course, it's very easy to get to a very high favor rate as well with Kronos. You just simply make a ton of oracles. You send them all over the map. Ideally, it would be at least 8 of them. But hey, he's already got a pretty good count with 5. It's not too bad at all. The trouble is, what do you do about early Hypaspis spam as well as Toxotes? The only problem for Revolt is right now he doesn't have a lot of Toxotes training. So he's not got all the buildings active. So the large number of those are going to be a little bit further out. We've got double Guardian of Io also here to tank. So it's not going to be a Helios game as I had predicted, but it's more about these Guardians of Io as well as Implode. Maybe even Implode on repeat, as that is definitely one of the more efficient god powers for favor when it comes to destroying light units and hurting buildings. And you know, the Guardians of Io are not too bad as well. When units are clumped up like this and they get to pull off their acid explosion. Look at that! And he leaves. But so many of the Hypaspis died anyway because of the Parabolista taking care of them. So far so good when it comes to our Kronos player. And he's also building up on town centers. There's manors there to speed it up. There's fortresses or palaces to secure it. Really, all he needs to do is add in a little bit of Destroyer to stoke the Archer fire, and it's all good. Oh! Acid boom, and units are gone. And there's the Destroyers as well, just as I had suggested. Very nice to see that. A large number of satyrs also absolutely pummeling Revolt right now. We haven't seen the early game Pestilence, which is so essential to use in order to get some momentum plays going for the Greeks. And you know, he didn't go for Hephaestus as well, which means no Colossus. This is looking good. Well, we got the Pestilence now, but it's a little too late because this big ball is right on top of Revolt's base. That hurts. That hurts when you're down in population against 186 with just 122. Show for yourself. That's not enough. Luki should easily be able to get to 3 TCs. He's already got the second one. And pushing forward here. Adding a handful of fire siphons, not the worst idea, definitely. But hey, maybe Revolt is recovering a little bit. Oh, but here comes the Chaos, of course. Chimera. Nice addition to the army, of course, but Satyrs have X3 against Myth units, holy crap. So when you have like 5-6 Satyrs, they're gonna delete them with their special attack. That is nuts. Why do they have 3x? Jesus. They're already so good against human units. So I guess you don't even... okay, I think I have been overrating Satyrs in my own games. This is good to notice. Another reason for Colossi, because at least they'll resist all of that at 80% armor. Great raid as well, preventing the gold mining, as this wall has never come up. Of course, easier said than done to get all these walls going, but a Revolt is really struggling here, man. All these villagers are getting wrecked. Sure, they made the fortress in the end, but now he doesn't have a lot of resources left in the bank, whereas Luke is still okay, and he's got Implode coming up, so all these Toxotes are gonna get wrecked. There's no way they can get out of that. They're slow units, and you plop it in the middle, well, they're gonna get sucked up. That's gonna suck for Revolt. Is he gonna do it, though? Oh my god, this Chimera is just getting wrecked. He's gonna do it, right? 120 pop only. He doesn't need it. Oh my god, the Atlantic army is so huge. It's huge. Well, All 5 units get sucked in. And then we got buildings damaged, but like not taken out. That wasn't a very good implode. But I did make sure that Revolt doesn't have a bigger army. So now you just jump on top of it with the Contarius and everything will melt. In theory. Definitely Revolt's on the struggle bus. Doesn't have resources behind this, doesn't have income. Nothing relevant at least. Still working on a third TC, but won't be able to afford the units from that. Wow. With even sense, everyone flying, but ultimately it just acts as a pullback micro for those guys. He gets taken down, focused, never had a chance. I just don't see how Revolt comes back. He's dead. There's no resources here. Oh god, gets hit by another Chaos. His Peltas will take out the other Peltas. He severely weakened them and poisoned them. My goodness. Well, here we go. The Fire Siphons are targeting the town center, which actually weakened this town center because of the implode from earlier. And the Deconstruct on the fortress also hits. And there's no way to stop these 3 Fire Siphons here in the middle of the composition. So I think Revolt is actually toast. The TC does come up in the south, but anytime Luki wants to bother Revolt here, he can do it. He can already just make a tower, that's fine. Doesn't need too much time shifting himself, but if he wanted to, he could just time shift his buildings forward while his villagers continue gathering resources. The archers are high enough in numbers that militia don't really add anything. It does slow him down, but not that much. And Revolt is just down bad, man. He's down to 70 population. Now I think this is gonna be Luki moving on. It's a 2-0 victory. Very nicely done there. GG, well played. Now, that was some solid Kronos. Those... oh my god. 508 kills to 190. Yep. Yep, that will do it. I think these guys are the MVP though, the Satyrs. Those did so much work. They basically never died. Insanely good unit. Would it have been different if Revolt uses the Pestilence earlier? Yes, I think so. That could have been the difference maker. Well, moving on. We're gonna be covering the what's this? That's the winners semi-finals now, with Luki versus Grass and Groom. And then Revolt can play against Vertigo. So good luck there. Who has actually defeated Mike. So we are moving up there. Tournament is progressing. But I do believe we're gonna have a situation with Matador not being available now for the top rounds. He would have liked to wrap things up faster because he has got now an AoE 2 event going on. So Danny, if you could please look into that. He might be able to return later. So if we are bogged down here with the winners semifinals on our end, then it should be no problem, right? We can cover some losers rounds while he plays the AoE 2 event. Thank you. Okay. I believe Luki is the higher seed compared to Grass, so he will be the one hosting this whole process. Hope you guys are having fun. The new tournament S tier 1. What was that about? We are gonna do, I think it's gonna be classed as A tier, like a £1,000 tournament. For Deathmatch, it's coming later in the year, because there's the big esports event from EGC TV, right? So we can't do it at the same time as that. They're occupying every single weekend day for the foreseeable. April 19th and 20th. So we'll announce that in due time, somewhere in March. Make sure that people have time to sign up for that one. This one was a little bit hectic, but no worries. We still got a decent turnout. Still got decent viewership. I'm satisfied. We can pump the numbers up a bit, then great. Ideally, would like to approach 100 viewers for tournaments, but it's our first, it's fine. And it's deathmatch, so expecting a little lower anyway, but I think we can do 100 long term. That's the target anyhow. Right, the pick and ban process has kicked off here. Once again, the Zeus ban. Yeah, guys, Zeus is the best. Like, you just get rid of him here because he's too good in DM. It's. I'm not even sure we'll get to see him today, honestly. That's how good he is. Super, super strong hoplites. Hera's crazy with the Lightning Storm and the Medusa spam, and then you get to heal your Medusa. Most gods just can't kill them, so that is what it is. The Kronos ban is a little bit interesting from Grass. I guess he doesn't want to deal with it when he's Norse, because if you turn all your units into heroes, that can be rather difficult to deal with, for sure. But there's gonna be a lot of flaming weapons in this. Luki going for so much Greek is interesting, but hey, that's the situation here with these picks and bans. Like, you get to pick Freyr here as Luki, and then Grass gets 2 picks, so he just takes the Norses with flaming weapons. This is gonna be a flaming weapons fest for sure. I'm just waiting for the guys now to do the God Picker. And the map is gonna be the Blue Lagoon one. Very standard, box standard. A little bit of defenses here and there, but honestly, it's still wide open. And we've got the God Picker. Let's go. Let's go. Luki has his pick. Grass is doing it. And it's gonna be a Hades versus Loki. Okay. Well, I said my piece about this before, but Hades has the momentum play with Pestilence, and then he kind of starts struggling because of flaming weapons. That's a really tough one actually to deal with. So you're gonna have to build up a lot of fortresses in order to hold on to dear life, but then honestly, throwing Axemen under flaming weapons, they still kind of wreck buildings. So that's a very tough one to deal with for Hades. I do wonder what path Luki is gonna go for, god-wise, minor god-wise, to deal with something like that. It could be the case that we're gonna see a ton of myth units from Grass. Like, Loki can actually afford to repeat flaming weapons as well as fire giants. So because of how strong they are, it's kind of worth it for Loki. For the other gods, you don't make fire giants. They are just pathetic at 600 health, so yeah, that's really not it. But hey, when it comes to Loki or Freyr, they are a lot stronger. definitely much more reliable there. Well, we're still waiting for the lobby. And then I'm assuming there's gonna be delay, so this might take a sec. Okay, we got a spectatable match. And we're off to the races. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We've got a round 3 match. The winner semifinals, actually, is what this is called. In the blue color, we have got Luki. Excuse me, this is Luki playing as Hades. On the other side of the map, in the red, this is Grass playing as Loki. I think you will understand my confusion. The game mode is Deathmatch. This is the very first Deathmatch tournament of Age of Mythology Retold. And Deathmatch is all about building up, spamming a bunch of stuff out, making sure the other guy runs out of resources faster. As you can see, they started at 20k. But yeah. It will be spent, trust me. In this game mode, you advance through the ages within 5 seconds after you build the required buildings, and then you get your technologies for free for the given age. So once you're heroic, you've got all the techs from heroic. It's pretty good stuff. A lot of production will be required, absolutely. And one of Loki's great strengths is that, well, you get flaming weapons, right? And you've advanced Bragi, so these berserks are gonna give favor back whenever they die. They're pretty potent already, plus they get some health buffs. Then you get some throwing action behind them, and they're gonna have increased multipliers against infantry, so pretty good abilities to win fights with. And you keep clicking your flaming weapons every time it's available because you have so much favor. You can advance through hell to the mythic age and get a bunch of fire giants out that will hold against any onslaught from the Greek player. I really like the forward sentinel used to secure this spot and just, you know, get the town center quickly. That could be a really good momentum play. Pestilence is going to be Hades' great strength, of course, getting all these buildings covered. And the Norse not being able to make a lot of units with this few buildings is going to be a problem for Grass, actually. So really looking forward to that. Let's see. There's the fire giants. They're going to definitely help to defend. At 840 health, they're more than capable myth units. But, you know, with pushers getting on top of them, that's going to be a harder one. And we've got a ton of Elder Cyclops in the fight for Luki. They might be able to actually take down the TC. A lot of the human units were sent to deal with Perseus, and so far that's going good. Petrobus are now trying to move up to take down the TC. Cyclops taking out every single unit that pops out for Grass. He's down to 80 population. I think he would need more fire giants, but I'm not sure he can actually afford any because he doesn't have favor anymore. Got lucky enough to spawn one in. He's got one from the temple as quite a bunch from the temple actually. Okay, so he's gonna be fine for now. But the town center is certainly gonna go down. That's an ouchie right there. Petrobus might pay for this with their lives, but that's a sacrifice they're willing to make. Meanwhile, the Tuxolis up here are doing a really good job of taking down all these Norse units, including the Huskarl, which you know, will be suffering the effects of poison. And all these units are also getting healed by the temple, but the temple's healing radius is actually very small, so you would have to walk to it, actually click your units onto it in order to get efficient with that. But yeah, Luki has done a great job of pushing grass away, and there's barely any buildings able to produce stuff, so he's essentially got the situation under control now. He's gonna go up to 3 town centers in no time if he chooses to. Could be moving up these villagers. Like, resource-wise, he's doing great. This didn't cost him too much. Taking down all these fire giants, however, will be difficult. A question in the chat, what patches is being played on? Just a regular patch. Live game. I haven't had time to make a DM patch, and the recent patch just happened anyway, so who knows what we need to change now. It fixed a lot of problems. Flaming Weapons is in, ladies and gentlemen. Grass now on 210 population. Luki has been knocked back down, and he's not training enough stuff. You really need to pre-queue up a lot of things in order to be a little bit more successful with maintaining your army. But now Flaming Weapons is eviscerating him. This is nasty. Even got a Fafnir spawn here, or 2. It's a very lucky Loki player right there. And another fire giant. Oh my god. I'm not sure that Luki can hold on to dear life here at just 80 population space total. He's trying to make 3 heroes at once. It's gonna be a while until they get in. The Berserks are actually so strong in this situation, they can take on the Fortress Fire as well as Hippa's Fist, but only to a limited degree. Either way, this fortress is going to be destroyed now. Yeah, Loki is the one that actively makes Mythians like this. And man, it worked. Grass is going to defeat Luki just like that. Wow. That is nuts. It was a very even game until it really wasn't. I do think if Luki does make more units, he would have been fine, or maybe more buildings, or anything at all really, a wall to run through so that the berserks can chase you easily. Something was needed here, but I think it's fair to say that Hades struggles with flaming weapons anyhow. You don't have ceasefire, you don't have restoration. You know, it's tough. Yeah, this would have been... Guys, I think you have to use Poseidon or Zeus, but Zeus gets banned, of course, so no Zeus there. Well, moving on to the next game, I'm trying to get the information there. Map's gonna be Tundra. Yeah, the guys are really good at moving things along quickly and getting us the information without having to ask. So, shout out to the players, guys. This is great. Why is Zeus banned? Oh, that was a pick and ban phase. So, this is what the players did. It's not me. Zeus is super strong. It's insane strong. And the players can basically choose to ban a god for the other guy as well as themselves. And then they pick what's available. So if we don't have mirror matchups, the game is just more diverse and fun like this, right? You ban the most broken shit and you don't get mirror matchups. So more variety overall. Well, the next match is going to be Freyr versus Isis. So let's see where that takes us. But yeah, this should be pretty fun. Let's see how that goes. This is a very even matchup, I would say. Isis is just able to set up so nicely if you build enough. With Hathor, you got faster build speed on your villagers. You can empower with your pharaohs, of course. So that kind of stacks up a little bit. And then you've got your monuments that are able to heal your units. If you get 2 monuments empowered by going Osiris, you have 2 pharaohs, of course. So you're able to stack up the healing. God powers are not getting cast in your face. It's great. But of course, Freyr, he still has flaming weapons. He still has the now buffed Fenrir Fafnir, sorry, Fafnir. Very strong defensively as well. Unavailable game, what the hell? Come on, guys. No way. What happened? Are they rehosting? I think they didn't do the game mode pick. No worries. Why do we do draft? Well, because it gives players some agency, and the viewers appreciate it when we don't get mirror matchups. Like, when we get mirror matchups, people get bored. And it's pleasant for the players as well to be able to ban something they hate. Otherwise, we would see Zeus every game. Every first game would be Zeus. Mirrors as well. So, I don't think you want that. Alright, guys. We are in. Let's go. Alright, gamers, we are here with game numero 2. In the blue color, we have got Luki playing as Freyr. The other side, we've got Grass playing as Isis in the red color. It's all gonna be about whether Grass can hold on against the rising tide of enemies. Well, I've got a mistake made here in the scoreboard. Let's fix that. There we go. Something very important to know about Egypt in Retold is you're gonna need a lot more production than in the original game. The population cap is just so damn high, and yeah, Norse can be really overwhelming once they build enough stuff as well. For Freyr, this should be a very similar situation to what we've seen from Grass when he played Loki. It's essentially the same thing, except your units are not going to be summoning in any Myth units. You still get your flaming weapon spam going, you still get your mixed composition, and you should be going Hell in my opinion, but hey, if people go Vidar, I totally get it. Like, you get those super strong Berserks, you get the Fafnir, which are essentially going to force out a ton of priests, and you got the big Fenrir Wolf explosion nuke to work with. You're going to have plenty of favor anyway, because you're going to make a ton of Goldie, which, well, it forces out sniper wars between the chariots and them. The chariots are a little bit better at that, of course. And by a little, I mean a lottle. Wait. Did Grass actually just go for ancestors here? Okay. Neftis is really bad in DM, guys. You don't go Neftis. I really think it's terrible. Hathor gives you better build speed, better buildings. Like, that's essential here to get going. And then, you know, the Petsukas are not half bad themselves. The Locust Swarm God power is pretty nice against throwing X-Men and the like. Where is that? Oh, in the back, of course. I mean, the Asgardian Hillfort builds itself, and every age it builds faster. So it's a really good idea in DM to just keep using it without builders, and then you get extra Hillforts. It's really nice. And you're gonna have plenty of favor anyhow. Now, Grass is having to hide behind this Migdol, and I still think he doesn't have enough Migdols. Like, he should be really worried here. Additional ramps will be quite helpful also. First off, to soak up some archer fire on occasion, and then to actually take down the buildings. It is gonna happen. So much work done, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. I do wonder whether we're gonna see a Pharaoh empowering a monument here, because that would heal every single unit in the area for our Isis player, as well as prevent God Power from being used nearby. So it's gonna get a huge radius once you do empower. But all these throwing axemen are dangerous, man. Like, they do have double damage against buildings. They can take down hill forts, or sorry, Mingo strongholds without any issue. But what we're gonna see is Ancestors getting used in the middle of the North range composition. And guess what? It's full of Goldie. Eclipse isn't gonna do a thing. The God Power's already used up. That's it. It's gone. This is why you don't go for this. It's terrible. And the actual upgrades that you get, I mean, you do get a small refund from dying units. So that's gonna keep Grass in the game a little bit longer. But hey, if you had faster building villagers, then they'd be getting onto the resource gathering job faster, and then you use prosperity. Everybody's happy. But now, Luki's time. It's his time. He's coming in with flaming weapons. He's gonna destroy these buildings in no time whatsoever. And the army of Brass is not liking this. He's down to 140 population against Max Luki over here. And the throwing axemen are just not very approachable here at all. They've got crazy range damage from flaming weapons right now at 18.2 attack. And they are still gonna keep that going a little bit. The Goldie can be their tanks, sort of, because nobody deals bonus damage against them. And all of them stay alive. 185 population to 130. Just can't go above it. Luki is owning this. He's taking down one building at a time. And they are not being rebuilt fast enough to survive. All the monuments were made back home. Which is okay when you're like Set or Ra, because then you can just still build around them and it's fine. But for Isis, I really do think you want to cover your army for healing wounds. I don't think Grass can repopulate here, guys. Even with Son of Osiris adding in his lightning attacks, I just don't see how that's going to be enough to hold all of this back. Luki is getting a little bit more aggressive now, I think, with his fortress placements. Where did he put that last one? Oh, right here. Okay, not the best spot. It could have been like, I don't know, here to deny trade. But hey, he has the favor, certainly. Almost 600 favor right now because of all the units he's killed. What gods got banned? It was Zeus and it was Kronos. So Luki did the Zeus ban and Grass did the Kronos ban. Which is understandable because Grass just watched Luki play super good with Kronos. So I understand. But it's not that scary. Oh my god! Here comes the Fenrir nuke and everybody's gonna explode. Whoa. All the chariots are already toast. Grass was in a bad situation before, but now his army is melting away. This is tough stuff. 210 population for our Norse player now that he's on 3 town centers. We're about to be on 3. Oh, wait, this is still not done. But either way, he's overwhelming this. The Son of Osiris could get surrounded here if he's not careful. I'm pretty sure the heroes are shooting at the mummies. They're really low health as well, so we'll be taken down in no time. What do you do, man? The second flaming weapons is nearly ready to go. Like, this is 650 favor. Jesus Christ. Egypt has to be so very defensive against this kind of stuff. You can't fight in the middle of the map as Grass has done. Relying on your monuments, relying on your building spam is key. Son of Osiris is basically on no health. Fortresses are getting wrecked. He runs away at 42 health. I guess he can go and empower something. There's no harm in that. Now we go after the villagers. Grass on just 77 population. Never uses prosperity. He's out of gold, so that's really something he should be considering to use right about now. But I think he's just going to resign because it's just too difficult to hold back the Norse tide. This flaming weapon stuff is really going to dominate this tournament, I think, until somebody is able to use Zeus. So it might be time to actually ban one of these Norse players, or not the players, but the gods. one of them with flaming weapons I think you have to ban, but there's 3 of them. They can all do this thing in a slightly different way, so tough. So, scores now 1-1. We've got ourselves a series. Yeah, cannot ban all of them. Even if we did allow 2 bans, you would be hard pressed. And Zeus is gonna get banned, so you don't have the counter. It's like, okay, what now? You have to do it yourself, I guess. Got the next pick, which is Elysium for the map. Is this the final? No, it's like winners semifinals. Poseidon versus Thor coming up. Should be fun. Now let's update this thing. Luki wins that. He loses that. Grass wins this, loses this. This is what we've got left. But it doesn't matter because it's best of 3. It's not best of 5. Sorry. This is where we are in the winners semifinals. Matador versus Val Hero is coming up. We might cover that later, by the way, if there's a break or something. Just from replays. And the losers rounds are happening as well in the background. Brackets? Just type it. There's a command for that always. Alright, Luki is hosting. We should be getting into this shortly. Always a struggle to find these games. But we're getting there. But Valhira and Matador are playing, so I'm not sure we will catch it. But maybe we will catch the tail end. Let's see. Alright, I think they're fighting now. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, it has all come down to this. We've got our decider match in this best of 3. In the blue color, we have got our Poseidon player, Luki. His opponent on the other side, playing as Thor. This is Grass. And you know what? This is totally doable for Poseidon. So, with Ceasefire, you have a really solid counter to flaming weapons. Grass might actually want to go for Frost instead of flaming weapons. It's gonna be interesting to see what he can do with that. He already figured out that you can make just 15 Berserks from the town center and use the pre-queuing in order to age up quickly, and then everything should be good. Bragi is coming up. Just gonna make a ton of long houses and print Berserks. Okay, that's gonna be the name of the game. Wait, he's making some throwing axemen as well, which do train slower than Berserks, so that's something to keep in mind. Luki is going hyper defensive with his building placements. Not getting out on the map, not taking town center locations at all. Not even creeping towards them. But he's got Aphrodite, so his villagers are fast. They build fast, they move fast. Should be nice. I'm a little bit surprised he cast his lure early on. Rather than waiting for Mythic. He would get some extra chickens. But as long as he attracts the hunt, that's all he cares about, right? Although he would attract quite a bit more food. 4 more chickens is not nothing. Yeah, save it for Mythic, guys. Save it for Mythic. It's not that cheap to recast. Alright, well, Luki has been kicked out of here. Grass has enough of an army to hold on here. Also, interesting to see Artemis getting picked. There's going to be an attempt from Luki to put this away a little bit quicker than might be possible. Let's see how that goes. I like Hephaestus myself here, especially now that Plenty has been buffed. You just keep making Plenty walls in your Poseidon, right? So you just build everywhere, and that's militia generation. 4 centaurs being microed very nicely are generating a lot of value here. And I have no idea why, but Grassengroom is forgetting to go Mythic. He's now clicking in tier, but the damage is already done. His army is getting eviscerated, man. He's done 140 population to 180. And these Hippospis show no sign of stopping whatsoever. The Centaurs are absolutely wiping the army too behind that. And there's all these Tuxodes covers. So I think Luki is just doing a fantastic job here. Very well done, for sure. The back TC should be easy enough to grab, but he's moving forward with additional villagers to make sure that this is secure. Looks like Grass is fighting back a little bit now, adding in raiding cavalry to tank a little bit better, but they're not particularly great at that either. Not against these poison Tuxodes, which are absolutely shredding him right now. Where are the yards? They also... Battle Boars, that's a good addition against these light infantry units. That's a really good idea. We should see more of that, honestly, in the meta, but... Hey, what's really gonna turn this around is flaming weapons, however. If Grass can just build up his numbers to get the flaming weapons in, with some 3-4 Battle Boars, I think that could kick Luki out of here. But then, you know, you just run a little bit for a few seconds, you get chased, they catch up, they do a little bit of damage, then you click ceasefire and flaming weapons is countered, completely countered. And he's had curves as well. Yep. See, if he clicks now, there's only a handful of seconds left of flaming weapons. So you're just losing these 2 units. He's kiting the berserks. He's completely making Grass waste the flaming weapons. This is fantastically done. Oh my god. So good. Love it. Now bear in mind, these defensive buildings do build slower during that. So getting the TCs done is not very trivial. You would need more villagers, I think, on the back settlement in the first place. But it's not like Luki is terribly in a rush to get that done. Bear in mind, there's almost no resource gathering going on, and Grass also has forgotten to plant down the Dwarven Mine. In the Mythic Age, you get 50% more gather rate from that thing compared to normal gold mines, so you definitely want to go for that. As soon as you Mythic, just plop down, gather from that immediately, because it's worth to recast. You have so much favor anyhow, right? So just keep using the favor. That's a lot of towers. It'll be very difficult to fight here for the Norse. Especially with Luki more or less keeping up the unit count. He's really not using much. He's microing the Tuxodes beautifully away from the fight, making sure that they stay alive, and the melee units are the ones actually getting attacked, not them. Plus the towers, of course, absolutely going nuts now that they're buffed. They're actually pretty decent at this, and especially in a mode like Deathmatch where you can afford so many. Well, only problem for Luki is the resources. Like, Grass has been somehow more efficient with gold. A little bit of selling wouldn't be the craziest. Poseidon does get this whole bonus where you get better exchange rates, so very nice. You can become an FX trader. Luke is handling everything really nicely though. Like this fight is going okay. Just needs to be really careful with running out of gold. So the sooner the trade route can start, the sooner the triple printing of villagers can commence, the better. And we're gonna see an earthquake here in the middle of the production base, so that's gonna be a destroyed hill fort. But the Tuxodis are getting overwhelmed. It's time to run. Oh, they're all gonna get killed, man. They're all gonna get killed because Fimbulventor is on, and guess what? That forces you to garrison, look at your base, and suddenly you're not looking at your Tuxodis, and they're getting melted. Yep, that was a really good timing by Grass. He didn't lose anything too important. And, you know, all in all, this has been, yet again, a very necessary move. Pushing our Greek player off of resource gathering for a while, but he's back. He's back. He's working on that settlement now. And he's just happy to sit here, I think. That's a lot of trolls. When you see trolls in such a high number, you know there's a little bit of desperation in play. I see so many Hetairos. Oh my goodness. Let's see if they can find some villagers. Like, finding these 18 dwarves and killing them all would be a devastating blow right now. I think Luke is more interested in fighting directly. He himself doesn't have much in the bag, but I mean, Grass is just straight up broke. That's a different kind of situation. He's hunting a little bit because he won't be able to afford farms soon, right? So you gotta farm. Otherwise, there will be no gathering. Oh, a second curse is not something I expected. 130 recast cost is very high for that. Oh god, the trolls are actually owning the archers because they were damaged. And that's another really good flaming weapons, but there's not that many human units in this. So really, it's not a disaster for Luki, even though he's losing out pretty badly in this fight. He's got all these defensive buildings, right? That will defend him overall. Losing the fortress is a good thing because he gets the militia. Not a bad thing at all if some of these buildings get destroyed. He's still able to pump. Comparing that to the situation of Grass, there's not much in the production queue, as you can see. Just gotta make sure you have the heroes if you're Luki. But I do think the game is stabilizing overall. Like, that's a lot of gatherers on Grass's economy on every front. Luki is just a little bit heavy on gold right now. He doesn't have plenty vaults, remember. His trade route is tiny. He's not been hunting, so... Can he actually hold on here? That's the question. Not gathering wood. Just 53 villagers, but it's 57 for our Norse player, but many of them are dwarves, which work better. Like, this gold mining rate is nothing to scoff at, even if he's not using Dwarven Mine for whatever reason. Sir, you have 185 favor. Okay. Maybe he's saving for the third flaming weapons. You never know. You never know. Chipping away at the towers, of course, will spawn more militia. Helping out Luki once again. He doesn't need that many towers, right? I mean, they're just kind of there. Doesn't protect the town center because there's no town center. Well, here comes a bigger fight. Let's see what those piggies can do. The heroes are not really focusing on them, which is definitely a problem. The Tuxodis are getting rocked around by the trolls. It's definitely painful. Not too many of them have died. It's just damage for them. As long as archers don't die, they keep doing the work. Well, the villagers are getting a little bit blasted by the hill fort. Gotta be careful with that. But it does seem to me that Luki should be able to build that thing now. Scott getting on top of the archers and garrison is forced with that. Now the towers can really show their power. I do think this is a tower defense situation. Like, these Norse units just can't take that much punishment. It's definitely looking painful. Wait, are they actually taking... Oh my god! Why did Loki resign? What? This was totally possible to survive, no? He's resigning. I guess Graz did have 3 TCs behind this. He did have a bigger trade route, but it's not huge. And Luki doesn't know that, so I guess he's like, this guy is 3 TC, I'm 2 TC, I'll never make it. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why you go Hephaestus, because Earthquake, yeah, you might delete the base. Tough stuff, but stack your plenty vaults instead of using double curse, and suddenly you're rich, and you can hold against these kind of onslaughts even for a super long amount of time. Yeah, and he says in the chat now he's not used to Greek, which is understandable. Still, you outkilled Grass significantly. Like, you know, you get a little bit of efficiency behind this resource-wise, and you're golden. Congrats to Grass. He's moving into the winners finals. Chat isn't betting, it's upsetting me. Nobody's betting. Bad, chat, bad. I do hope you guys are signing up at least to tomorrow's Lightning tournament, though. There's only 8 signups. Get it done. There's only gonna be 8 signups. We have to come up with something else, because that's not gonna fly. We're gonna hold the event, but we might change the rest of them if that's it. Maybe we'll make it just a miscellaneous season there instead of Lightning only. Like we could do, I don't know, Nomad or other custom game modes, Tiny. Do something different every time. Either way, what is going on now is Matador versus Val Hero. So let me see if I can spectate that. I do wonder how deep they are into their series. By the way, the tournament I'm referring to tomorrow, it's pinned in the chat. You can just click that and sign up there. Let me copy the link for the YouTube peoples. Really hope to see you guys in it. But yeah, with 8 players, it's just... Nah, that's not it. Alright, I have no idea if this is their second game or what, but we're gonna cast it. This is a bonus. Okay, bonus game time. I have no idea how deep these guys are into their series, but this is also a winners semifinals. In the blue color, we have got Mati. It's Matador. You might know him. Pretty good player. And he's playing as Zeus somehow. It's been allowed. On the other side of the map, we've got Val Hero playing as Set. Now, Zeus is one of the strongest gods in DM. We should be seeing a little bit of Hera play here. But Matador, he's like going for a ton of villagers on the market, which is something you ideally don't want to do. It's very important to split your villagers into different buildings so that they can get the production done faster. Otherwise, they spend so much time walking, and there's efficiency losses as well in here. And yeah, right now we could have 6 buildings pumping units, but instead he has 2. So definitely the early game leaves something to be desired. Same could be said, I guess, of Val Hero. But at least he's got the housing situation sorted out. If he advances through Tots, he could pump elephants, but no, it's not going to be the strat. Lots of cavalry is going to be the choice for Matador. And Hera is already pre-queued. We should see a lot of Medusa. following up from this. But of course, Egyptians with their priests are probably the best equipped to deal with Medusa. So you really gotta be careful with how you position them. You really gotta pull them back to the temples to heal. But there's not gonna be healing temples because we've advanced through Dionysus. So these Hippeus are gonna be one of the core units now. Because of that, and how do you counter it? Well, Seth does have Horus, that's what was picked. When you get those Horus Spearmen out, they absolutely shred. So I think that's the way forward. A bunch of these budgets aren't looking too bad either. Yeah, Matador is starting to have the building amount he needs. We should be shortly seeing a restoration. Medusa getting the second elephant kill already, and the third one together with the hoplites. The Myrmidons will be printed for free, so as you make more fortresses, they get generated for free with the Hera upgrade. And he's making sure to indeed make many and overall secure the map right on top of Val Hero. I don't think Val Hero can defend. You just cast Restoration and destroy the buildings with the hoplites at this point. This is brutal stuff. All the relics are here. Nobody to return to the temple. Arrows with the Alpha would help a lot right now for Val Hero, but I don't think it's gonna be enough either way, as the siege weapons are just tearing down the buildings. And now a ton of hoplites are getting added to the fight. They have bonus against buildings by 50%. So they would be able to tear this down if they chose, but right now they're just fighting the units. And yeah, really, Val Hero is getting absolutely overwhelmed. He's not pumping enough. All these barracks have been idle and they're so far from the fighting anyhow. I'm not really sure what he can do to save himself at this point. This looks like a GG already to me. When you have full population on top of no population and right on top of the production, that's usually game. This TC has been denied, but meanwhile, of course, this has been built up by Matador. You should be able to just carry on with momentum from here. All the villagers have been killed by the Hippeus as well. Fantastic pickups there. And there's no problem staying popped here whatsoever. All that Matador needs to do, I think, to finish this off is pull together his army, pass bronze, fight the army again, get Lightning Storm, like 90 seconds out. Citadel's in. That's gonna help a little bit with pumping out some villagers, I guess, but yeah. Overwhelming numbers, ladies and gentlemen. 69 buff, yikes. Yeah, big mistakes are not allowed in DM, that's for sure. There's the bronze. Hoplites are now basically immortal. Good luck taking them down. The divine damage from the badge is definitely helpful though. Poison does deal divine damage, that does ignore all these armors. Man, I really do wish we had like just stacked units, because the whole screen is full of the production bar. I also love to see buildings getting made, but like you have to stack for that. If 20 buildings make hoplites, you're not gonna see anything. Well, Helipolis are gonna tear down everything. The villagers are now getting caught. Pharaoh's getting picked off, and then there's no more repairing. It's a good tornado to pick off the siege, but the hoplites are still going here. I guess the tornado is getting on its own building right now. Oh, what is going on there? Either way, there's more where that came from, says Matador. He's got Lightning Storm ready. He's got another Restoration ready. And Val Hero is just, yeah, I guess he goes to the corner, makes a little bit of a wall. And waits for Matador to take all the TCs. Maybe Matador is Shelty, you never know. That's how Shelty used to play. Overwhelming force here. Matador just built more stuff, and Val Hero forgot to make stuff in the early games, so punished. I think that would have been a 2-0 then, supposedly. Yep. Yeah, we don't need to cover the first one. Grass and Groom versus Matador is coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. I think they're already setting up. And we're gonna take a look at their draft. Well, it's already underway, so this tournament is moving fast, guys. Zeus and Isis are getting banned, so Grass doesn't want to deal with this nonsense. He gets the Flaming Weapons Gods. So does Matador. So all the Flaming Weapons Gods, you have to have them in your pool, I think, in Deathmatch. We got Ra and Hades for Matador. I would have preferred Poseidon, honestly. Like, Poseidon is just, we have Zeus at home kind of deal. From Temu. Zeus from Temu. The Gaia pick is interesting. I do prefer Kronos here. Even Oranos is better than Gaia in my view. I'm really curious what Matador has planned there. But yeah, what other main gods have been picked? Short of Set. Yeah, I could have seen Set, but it wouldn't be your first pick. Like, this is, I think, a pretty ideal set of bans. Getting rid of Isis, I don't quite understand it, but hey. I would rather get rid of a Norse god, personally. We're gonna start on Savannah. And this is gonna be our god picking draft. Which is just really pick a god. The guys can't do this in the lobby because it already shows their gods, so, you know. You would just pick a counter and endlessly counter pick. That's why we're doing this. But yeah, you gamers, winners finals. We're getting to the big games now. Should be super fun. And we've got our Ra versus Thor for the first one. Now, Ra, I do believe, can deal with this. You'll see. I don't know how good Matador is with Ra. I haven't played against him with that, but in theory, Ra goes for his super infantry, right? And then you get your free citadels as well. While you have empowerment all over, so everything builds quite fast. It's not as good as if you went for Hathor, but hey, you're gonna have 3 citadels with 30 extra population. That counts for something. All your buildings are empowered because of the monuments nearby, and then all that extra firepower should be able to hold on against flaming weapons stuff. Yeah, let's see how that goes. Currently waiting for the lobby to happen. It's gonna take some time to show up if they play by the rules and properly set up the delay. Should be any time now. Yeah, the next tournament is going to be the big one for £1,000 sterling. In dollars, that's like 1,250 depending on the day. And we've got ourselves our game. Yeah, Immortal Pillar should change everything. If those guys are good. We'll have to see how good they make China, but supposedly they'll make them really good at first to see how they work. Alright, 2 minutes, so I'll be right back. Need a bathroom break. Okay, I'm here, and we're almost ready to go. And yes, I did see the wall ring thing. Looks powerful. Looks powerful. I mean, I'm sure they'll come up with a lot of super powerful stuff. All right, we're getting it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the winners finals of the very first deathmatch tournament here in Age of Mythology Retold with MetaPlace. And in general, we've got ourselves our raw player. In the blue, this is Matador. And then on the other side of the map, in the red, this is Grass playing as Tor. Very important to get your monument going so that you can empower that as Ra, and then that will empower everything in return. The Pharaoh, however, isn't being tasked onto it, so a bit of a mistake here by Matador. It's definitely something to practice a little bit, right? For our Norse player, we've got quite a bunch of longhouses up front. I would like to see more of them, because you really do need to spam in this one in order to hold on against the Ra onslaught. But oh no, the priest is empowering the monument. No, that needs to be the Pharaoh, otherwise there's no effect from it. It's just extra favor, right? Wait. No. I'm getting trolled here. The Pharaoh is empowering it, right? Now hopefully it stays on. There we go. Now everything will train faster and be built faster as well, without any further need to micro. So yeah, all these super barracks units should be joining the fight and be quite performant. But Osiris was the Mythic Age god pick, and well, I don't know. I think it would be better to go Horus and just have the super Axemen and Spearmen. But you know, I'm sure Matador can figure it out. As long as you have a bunch of priests, the battle boards are just not going to be a thing. I don't think with 4 you're going to want to go for Fenris Wolves against Ra. In particular, because, well, the priests are just kind of going to wreck them. But maybe you can get some raiding plays done with them. That's always on the table. Grass and Groom still isn't going to use his Dwarven Mine as soon as he's Mythic. You know, as soon as you start making dwarves, you should be going on to the Dwarven Mine, because you gather from it so much faster as you reach the later ages, and you have enough favor anyhow to keep doing that. Already approaching 300 favor here because of all the Berserk classes, each of them resulting in an extra favor getting gained. Now, of course, in Deathmatch you start with high resources, including favor. You don't have to spend any on upgrades because they're free. Man, Matador is doing really nicely with the archers here, and they're so high health as well. They're tearing this army apart, and he's sitting under empowered Migdals, so the firepower support from that is sick. The 4-5 mummies are doing a fantastic job as well, and Eclipse is available should it be needed, which will turn the entire army basically into minions. So it's the second army then. There's 9 at the moment on the field, and that's just right now. If the mummies can tag anything, the chariots just pick them off, and there you go. One more minion. So far, Matador is terribly outkilling Grass. Yeah, Grass will need to stop this and actually start making some hill fort units, because this is not gonna work. Finally, the Huskar are coming, but it might be too late. And he's, oh no, he's using one temple to make Fenris wolves. That is never gonna work. It's taking forever to get those units out. Generally, there's just not enough buildings, and yeah, it's all infantry against chariots. So, kind of getting owned here, man. Grass is getting pushed back into the main base, while Matador is going for free TCs. He has not used his Citadel yet, as I say that he uses it. And the next one should be available very shortly. It's got such a short cooldown at 30 seconds. You can just plop, plop, plop them down in the in particular. And be on your way to free Citadels. It's not that expensive either. Like the second one you can afford, the third one you actually have to focus gathering for. And yeah, I think Grass might be just screwed, ladies and gentlemen. This is brutal. And Matadorski OP. Flaming Weapons is coming in. Hold up, hold up. Is Grass gonna maybe find a way back into this game? I think it might be possible with Flaming Weapons. But of course, there's a second Citadel. And he's retreating very nicely with his chariots. Some of them will die. But there's now also a War Elephant front line. And Flaming Weapons doesn't make the Norse units more survivable, right? So as long as he's got this block off, he should be golden. There's several faster firing Migdor strongholds. Why is my game zooming in all the time? It's annoying. Yeah, lots of firepower here. I think this is a hold. Actually, Son of Osiris is getting added in now. And yeah, Matador did drop in population significantly, but Grass even more so. 140 now. And Son of Osiris is just gonna clean up, isn't he? Yikes, Flaming Weapons is over. So it's once again Matador's time, and we are barely seeing any cavalry out at this point. The raiding cav would be terrible anyhow, so I do think you have to go Baldur in this one actually and get those super raiding cav going. Because this pure berserk play is not working out against the 22 range chariots of Ra, which are trained faster, healthier, and everything. Too much. Thimble Winter is going to be used. It's going to be a little bit of disruption for the resources of Matador. Somehow this base didn't get built. The villagers just went evil. Interesting. But yeah, I think Grass is toast, guys. He's making 10 trolls. That's the desperation play kind of moment. And I just don't see him coming back from this at this point. The walling is fantastic. We got the triple trade route going as well. TC should be finished soon. Grass is finished. That's a 1-0 now in favor of Matador. And really, there's not much to be said. The composition was just better. The micro was better. The amount of production was better. The empowering makes it that even better. And yeah, Grass just didn't have anything to take this down. Well, we're moving into the next God Picker. It's going to be a Tundra match. And our next match is going to be a Norse mirror between Freyr and Loki. So yeah, Flaming Weapon seems to be a really good god power, isn't it? Everybody wants it. But are they actually going to go for it? It could be not a Flaming Weapons game from the Freyr side. Maybe Matador picks up Tempest. Let's see. Oh, lobby's already up. Let's go. Oh wait, 1 minute delay, of course. No worries. Gives you guys time to sign up to tomorrow's Lightning Tournament, eh? Alright guys, just 40 seconds and we're off to the races. Just a few secs, and off we go. Nice. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves our game number 2. Matador here in the blue color playing as Freyr. His opponent on the other side in the red, this is Grass playing as Loki. Similar build orders. Matador once again focusing on the faster advance time, but he would be better served with more longhouses, I would say. Strangely building the houses around the towers as well, like in standard. It takes you more time, so it's better to just spam them down, honestly. Oh, we're not gonna see flaming weapons, but he's going for Aegir. It's gonna be a Tempest kind of situation, but does that actually work against the flaming weapons Loki? Might be really difficult to get that fight done. Although, I mean, Tempest does last a good amount of time. 26 seconds at least, but flaming weapons is a lot longer than that. You'll see a lot of Berserks opening up for Matador. A little bit more heavy on the throwing Axeman here for Grass. But this time he's building a lot more as well, so I do think that's going to be very helpful to Grass going forward. He might get a little bit housed here though, because these Berserks are not split between the houses. I do like the side build. Matador's thinking about similar things. TC is gonna be slow for both players, right? That seems to be a trend. Why Great Hall in the corner? I don't know what that does. Longhouse into Hillfort just makes more sense, really. Well, guess what? These throwing Axemen of our Loki player are just gonna be better in terms of bonus damages, and then we've got the Fire Giant spam coming. 6 of them are queued up right now. So as the human units are dying for Grass, or as he completes the town center, he'll be able to get a lot of work done here. The Iron Harry also boosting a little bit. The Berserks are getting boosted into Oblivion as well with 43 damage per attack there. But yeah, I mean, throwing Axemen still kill them. They don't get health here. TC does complete, and now Fire Giant problem comes up. What do you do as a Norse without access? You certainly cannot make Rock Giants or Fafnirs. In fact, a Summoned Fafnir is coming in to help Grass even more. One of the plays is to just get your goalie going and really rely on that, but it's going to be a slow job. Like I said, the Rock Giants are melting to this. Like, they don't have a lot of crush armor to begin with. It's better when they're taunting, but that's only for a short time anyway. So yeah, Fire Giants are gonna own them, absolutely. This might be already very problematic for Matador, as Flaming Weapons is coming into play shortly, making the regular units even more potent here. Grass could have put a few more units into this onto this settlement job, but yeah, he's denying Matador from doing the same on this side, so as long as it completes, slow is okay. Here comes the Tempest. That should be able to destroy at least a handful of these units, and maybe the Ballista can take a hit or two. But it doesn't look too terrifying right now. The Golem Bursty, of course, is a different kind of situation. That will push this away for sure, And, you know, Tempest is becoming a problem, actually. Some of the units are frozen, many of them are very slow. Flaming Weapons is in, however, and it's not that good right now for Grass. But oh my god! How many is that? What just happened? He got himself 15 Fire Giants. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Yeah, it's funny because the Minor God is hell. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Those champion throwing axemen are getting wrecked. They're taking it like a champ, you could say. I don't think Matador can save this game. This is maybe too far gone. He's definitely dropping in the resource department, but so is Grass. How do you stop? Oh my god. He's getting out the Mountain Giants. This has got to be so intimidating to play against. Even though resource-wise, Matador is still fine. He's now going up against a free town center boy, and he's very soon going to be a one town center boy himself, so there's not going to be any income behind this, whereas Grass can supposedly sustain it for a while. Just certainly not the food. He's used all the food. Eaten everything up. Well, as long as your army beats the other one and destroys the buildings, it doesn't matter how rich you are, right? Easy's down, and here comes the Fenrir. Grass is trying to move out of it. And honestly, it didn't take that much damage on these Fire Giants. They can keep going just fine. We've had the Nidhogg up as well on the defensive. And Grass gonna take game 2 with that one. Very nicely done. That was a lot of freaking Fire Giants, man. Insane stuff. But he also was broke at the end, so maybe if Matador keeps playing, he finds a way, but very doubtful. Very doubtful. My goodness. Well, that just happened. That just happened. Wait, my chat app stopped updating. What's going on? So many tech issues today. Hopefully we can figure it out. I'm getting the next god picker. The map is gonna be Mirage. And we got ourselves a Hades versus Kronos match coming up. Well, Mirage is really defensive, so in theory that should be great for Hades, but Hades is also aggressive at the same time, so he's both defensive and aggressive. He builds defensively, yes, but then he lashes out with an early Pestilence to overwhelm Atlantean players like people. Kronos is gonna be building in a way that it's really concentrated in one spot, right? So that's so susceptible to a good Pestilence. It can totally shut down production. Should be brutal. Now, can we find this lobby? Oh, they're on the way already. Nice. But they did not forget to delay. What is Kronos' hope here, you might be wondering? Well, I would say it's not Implode, right? Because with the powerful Greek army with siege weapons and Colossi, they don't take real damage from Implode, which is the kind of composition you want anyway. And then you support that with your Greek army. Lots of counter units, lots of archers and stuff like that. From there, you really... you have great difficulty taking that on. Like, you can try Fire Siphons and Mecha Giants and having mass heroes and whatnot, but Hades kind of rules in this kind of situation. if you can get some kind of super strong push going with Kronos and be in the middle of Hades's base while you have several bases yourself, so Pestilence doesn't hurt that bad, I guess that could work. And with Deconstruct, you can really catch a bunch of villagers that are trying to build a fortress. If they garrison in it, they're stuck in it, so then you can pick them off. There's a bunch of little things that you can do with Kronos. Time shifting as well early on to deny villagers just going for a TC very easily as well. It's all about the little things. But you have to throw Greek off somehow. If they can just do what they want, you're in for a tough one. I see that the loser bracket is somewhat progressing as well. What's going on there? It's going very slowly. Alright, the game's about to kick off on Mirage. Not a map we see very often, so this should be interesting. Oh, has my microphone been turned the wrong way the whole day? Guys, am I too quiet this whole day? That wouldn't be good. Oh no. Alright, let's get in. Alright, we've got ourselves a game 3 in this best of 3. And Matador in the blue color is going to be playing as Hades. On the other side of Mirage, in the red, we've got ourselves a Grass. Playing as Kronos here. But he's not using the benefit of manners. He's not time shifting them over here. So they're not going to boost up the build speed on these buildings. And we're going to get ourselves a forward base in this location, I suppose, with palaces. But that needs to be boosted with manners. Like, you have to use Kronos' bonus, otherwise it's kind of wasted. At least on the settlements or something. Matador is just gonna be pumping hoplites and Hippeus right into this. It's gonna be questionable if the Cairo Ballista can stop it with Murmillo support. There's really not that much production for our Atlantean player here. A little worried for Grass. And Pestilence is gonna hit super hard. Oh wait, there's no Pestilence! What? Why is Matador going Athena? I just realized. Okay, that is highly unusual to say the least. Well, now he doesn't have any initiative. Granted, the Athena hoplites are really nice, but I mean, so are many other units. Fanatics will beat them once there's enough. Probably one more palaces. And we are going to be seeing Guardian of Io anyway. And Implode later. Which is not going to be terribly performant, honestly. Well, if we're going to be seeing Telepolis in addition to this. Colossi are going to be a huge issue anyhow, but with Telepolis support, with Archer support, what are you going to do? Guardian of Io are not going to solve it. They're just throwing up these little puddles, and it really doesn't do that much to these heavy units. So you're going to need heroes, but then you lose to the Greek army. I think Matador is going to shut down his TC, and then he's going to destroy the palaces, and then he just wins the fights because he has better units. Grass is now trying to pump out a bunch of satyrs, which, yeah, will help. doing some good takedowns on the Colossus, but there's more where that came from. And he's also gonna have quite a bunch of what's it called? The Gesture Petros. Reduction for grass is actually pretty minimal at the moment. So many Toxotes to run into, and he just can't get there. Even if he could, they will shred the Contarius by themselves with a little bit of hoplite support. And Matador is really good at microing this anyhow. So he's pulling back super nicely there. These units are just doing a great job in terms of KD. There's barely any economy to be seen. A little bit messy here, but no worries. I mean, it is DM. Things get messy. You have so many units to produce and to control. Well, Curse is available, so this is a pretty good army to hit with that. Be 3 Colossi in it. A little bit surprised not to see Apollo, but I mean, things are going okay for Matador. I don't understand the Fire Siphon pick here. It's not going to be Vortex, so they're just going to get destroyed by the units. And they still can't destroy the Colossi themselves. It's the heroes doing that. So why the Fire Siphons? You're not in a position to push against buildings as grass here. I guess the Petros are out, so they are very much in a position to push buildings themselves. That was very expensive as a mistake. One thing to remember about Mirage is that you're not going to have a great trade route on this one. From here to here, I guess, is acceptable, but it takes some time to get that going. The Fire Siphons have high pierce, so they try to tank arrows. Well, so do these guys. Just make destroyers. No need to make a 5 population, 500 resource cost unit. Grass is going to be on the struggle bus a little bit there, but he's pushing Matador back for now. Matador doesn't want to expand all his resources, and garrisoning is cancelled by this god power. He's going into the black hole, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes his suck. Oh, these buildings are gonna get wrecked, aren't they? Jesus Christ. Grass is adding in his own to make it last longer. Matador's army is gone. It was all Toxotes. Holy crap. This is why you need Telepolis. Jesus Christ. I mean, by Zeus's beard. Yeah, all these destroyers are now going to own the town center. It's gone. That was very nice, actually. Recognizing this moment of weakness by Grass. By Matador, sorry. Grass did a good job. Ooh. That's what he said. Well, now it's valid to play Fire Siphons. Take down some of these production buildings, see what happens. Like, you get rid of these archery ranges, actually, and you start making a lot of fanatics. I think that's a great idea, but still the Greek army is kind of winning. It's all about whether Grass can take control over this corner, and so far so good. But can he maintain the production as well? It looks really good as well, because he's got 20 plus on gold already. And with Atlanteans, that means a lot. He's also got a bunch of caravans himself. But basically, he's got like almost twice the economy for a Greek player. Good use of the second restoration there. Matador is starting to win this fight. Grass in a little bit of a pickle. He doesn't quite have the food income to keep this pump going. And he's about to get his building sniped here, so the villagers will have to run as well. The infantry is still kind of winning, and the Gastrophiles are just absolutely insane. Gastropheteros, sorry. Looks like they're taking down the palace under construction as well. Yeah, all those villagers are just not doing anything because of this, and they're actually losing grass and resources. Why didn't he retreat into the air? Such a good defensive spot, but instead he lost his entire army. I guess he's getting some work done here in the trade route, but this is going to be relatively easy for Matador to take down as well. He never had too many caravans to begin with. I do think though that going forward, he needs to get his second plenty vault going, because, well, he's broke. It's the one way to come back into this. Okay, very beautiful match so far. This whole series is actually just really action-packed. I love it. The Gastropheteros versus the Destroyer. Well, it's a wet noodle fight right there. Nobody can do damage. Finally, we have Halapulis. That's a game changer. Guardian of Io getting added. Is the Perseus actually targeting the right thing? Yes. Should be nice. Oh, the double acid explosion taking out most of the Greek units there. Only the heroes can take that kind of beating. But anyway, the cleanup party has concluded with this job as well. Now it's all about whether the Greeks can fight this back once more. There's gonna be another implode trying to suck in the Gastropheteros, and yes, the answer is they are going into the void. Oh man, Grass adding in some extra damage, and this is a huge amount of resource damage. Do the flip. How many degrees is that? Oh my god, more degrees. I can't count that high. Jeez. Even his backflips had backflips. Well, Matador just took a lot of resource damage. He can't really afford this in terms of wood to remake those boys. Working his way towards 200 favor. We're nearly there. That second plenty vault, man. That's where this game gets decided. If Matador can get it while he's still in a good spot, there's no stopping him. They're so strong, the plenty vault these days. Wait, it says 444, but isn't it 555 now? No, it is 444. What happened then? Wait, was it free before the patch? I think it was free. Okay, we're all good. I like this elephant hunting in the corner. Very economical. Don't need to make as many farms. Oh, you could fish. That's fine. Why not? Grass is starting to have a really big trade route, so I'm starting to worry about his population efficiency. While gold mines are available, you should be ideally mining gold a little bit more. So, because he's been double producing the caravans, yeah, that's probably a bit too early to do so. He's got also 100 civilian population otherwise. So that's a lot. Suddenly, it seems to me that Matador has just a population advantage overall. He's very, very close to the second plenty vault, which will give even more population to him. Then he can move on to build the town center with some. Save the forest, eat more elephants? What? That's progressive in a different way. Jeez. The animals are right there. The implications. Hey, we got the second plenty vault. Okay. Okay, things are gonna be different around here. You just watch. Suddenly there's 8 resources per second for every resource. It's like having 8 villagers on. This is 1.45, I guess that's a bit more, but for food it's definitely like that. And for gold, 12.23, so yeah, not quite. 8 villagers, but like 7. Once again, more villagers are on favor. It's really just a matter of moments for Matador, sorry, to get the necessary resources to build a TC. And I guess he will do it then. Some units to take down, but hey, he's pushing through on the front, so does it really matter? Once he takes these palaces down, there's no cover, and then his Gastropheteros can just engage in the direct fighting. There's a bunch of Terma here, so the army looks bigger than it really is in terms of practical firepower. The hoplites can take it like a champ anyhow. So much health, so much armor. Enough speed to fight this back. And I think it's time for Matador to target down the TC, really. No need to allow grass to have all this population. The citizen picks are really good too, of course. Wow, that's a lot of damage. The grass is trying to do some of his own damage there. Getting into the trade, that would be nice, but honestly, when you have 2 plenty vaults, I'm not sure you care too much. And this gold mine is about to expire, then Matador can just blow up there. Seems to me that the Gastropheteros numbers have been thinned out, so gotta be a little bit careful with that. The Helipolis is a good idea for sure to clean up in the back. And as the gold mine expires, the TC gets built, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's got the gold bank for it, so just gotta go ahead. Oh, the market got taken down. The marketing department has to go get back to work. Rebuilding. Rebuilding. Well, I don't know what grass does now. Because now our Greek player has full population too. So unless he's got himself another cast of Implode that will absolutely wipe the economy out. He does have the favor almost, so there is that potential. But it's gotta happen soon. The oracles are really nicely spread out, by the way. I gotta commend that. Let's swap to the view of grass and take a look at that. But yeah, it's looking good, guys. Like, there's minimal overlapping here and there, but I think he's done a good job of it. Yeah, this is good. Grass is playing very well for sure. Oh, we've got ourselves our Implode. Will this do enough damage? There is the duel of the fire siphons there. And all the units are getting sucked away, so there's no repairing going on right now. But there are a bunch of villagers left. Can they actually hold this? 200 health. No, I don't think they can. The TC is down. And maybe, just maybe, grass can push here. The Greek player is definitely working towards the third plenty vault. Which would definitely spell the end, however. Like, you get free plenty vaults, you no longer need villagers, basically. Minus the praying villagers. You need the 4th plenty vault then. But maybe you just leave the villagers on and get yourself a wonder. But after that, your villagers build faster anyway, so it's a legitimate consideration to get that building done. I could see it. Not many villagers here for Matador, really. He doesn't have enough income, so he could devote a little bit more. Adding in Colossi now, as well as a ton more Gaster Federals. But they're all from one fortress, so yeah, more fortresses would be needed as well. What are these relics, by the way? Ankofra for a little bit more favor trickle. Now that would be useful. We got the Bow of Artemis for cheaper ranged soldiers. We've got the Black Lotus for faster farming, and in the back we've got Ship of Fingernails for a food trickle. It's not bad. There's a Colossus, but there are already 4 Arcus heroes to meet it. It's still gonna get a lot of damage in all these buildings, and soaking the fire from all of them at the same time is nice. Maybe a Patrol Blast or 2 would be very reasonable for a Greek player to make here. Krass is working his way to the next Implode, of course. Stocking up 100 favor already. He's gonna be running out of gold mines soon. He does have plenty of resources, so he doesn't strictly need them. I guess he does have that one still. And this, okay, he's got plenty. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. He's not running out. He did rely on the trade for such a long time. Just realized we didn't enlarge the map. Sorry, guys. Mobile viewers would have been crying. A lot of buildings for Krass. He basically no longer needs a lot of Arcus at this point, just to make more meta units. Actually, have something to get rid of these Gesture Federals. Like more Cantarius, more Fanatic is, I think, the way to go here after you have a building push like this going. It's very cool. Yeah, Krass is doing a good job on every front, and his Cronus is actually rather solid. But Matador is not going to give this away. He's not looking to play a loser's finals today. He wants to go into the winners. Grand finals, excuse me. Ooh, the TC might actually get cancelled as a lot of extra damage is getting done while it's under construction. So, yeah, Matador does have to restart that one. But, I mean, he did kill several Fire Ciphers for it. It's a good trade. At some point, I'm sure he will make the choice. It will take forever to build up to 400 favor, so I think he's just prioritizing the Colossi for now. Patrol Blast might be the answer to push this back, really. Is he gonna give up or carry on, though? Because this is certainly looking intimidating, but Krass isn't getting a lot done with it. It's really all about those gold mines, but Plenty Vault is doing so much work that not too many donkey caravans are necessary here. And Restoration is going to be countering that cast of Chaos, and Chaos scales more aggressively than Restoration, so you can use it to counter it. It's equal at this point. Oh, the Gastropheteros are starting to work on the citizens there. They're pretty good at doing that. Very high pierce damage, just wipes out the citizens, really. Ooh, another fortress is destroyed. I'm not sure the settlement can come up, really. Oh. This hero is so funny. I love it. Yeah, this is why you want the patrol blocks, because you just deny these buildings with them. Very nicely done by Matador, getting the TC back up. Now he can pump the units out, and he should be okay. It's just a matter of repairing this TC. Certainly got the resources that he needs. And there's going to be Colossi, there's going to be Patrol Bolas, and I would say sufficient Greek units. He's maxed. Grass is maxed. Oh, the tower fire is certainly a problem. You know, maybe a few Peltasts. That would be very interesting. And I keep commenting on the Greek side on purpose, by the way, because they are the better civ at this kind of game. So Kronos is sort of forced into this. If the Greek was doing this here, there's no way you break it. Like, it's just your army is a little bit better than the Atlantean one. You've got especially better myth units in Siege. So you just win the building race. No question about that. Yeah, look at this. Matador is just running away in the resource game because of his better KD. Suddenly he's not so threatened anymore. Grass knows this. He needs to find some kind of other sneaky ways to gain edges because, well, the fortress on the wood line is a really good idea, actually. But there's more wood lines. Like, Matador could be all over these. He doesn't need to be out there in the risky spot just yet. He can come back to that later. Very difficult game for Grass. He's not able to make any progress on any of the fronts. He's having to chop down the trees here already? Seriously? Wait a second. Oh, he's got some in the back. Technically he didn't, but he didn't have to. That's what he's prioritizing because it's riskier anyway. Better do it now than later. I think you'll notice that Grass is not producing a lot of units actually, but he's still dropping in resources significantly. Matador has a huge edge in KD, I'm sure. Building up to that implode, however, can always swing things the other way. Just 60 more favor needed. 50 now. It's going fast, so watch out for that.
Opos.
This is the way to really progress, that you make all these towers to make sure that the patrol blocks are covered and the buildings can't creep closer. You snipe them from range and then you just make new towers and new fortresses and slowly creep forward. Eventually your patrol blocks are just pretty invincible, but there comes the clearing and Matador won't be able to do anything with this. All these units are getting sucked in. And boom. Towers are alive, but super weak. You tap them with the Arcus, they're disappearing. And this is once again an opportunity for Grass to grab all the destroyers, right click this town center. There's not enough repairing here. I guess restoration helps a little bit, but there's still so much anti-building damage, especially with the fire ciphers. Once again, it's gonna go down. And Grass is just very aggressively pushing forward. Now he's getting more mellow instead of whatever he was doing before. I guess it might be more health for Pop than with Fanatics. So maybe that's the big idea here. Oh, can Matador actually rebuild this then, or what's gonna happen? I'm kind of starting to like Grass's situation. His push is insane. Can he actually push? I'm sure he can destroy this TC every now and then with Implode, but what about without Implode? Because it's getting more and more expensive over time, right? Matador is holding on just fine. He gets 2, 3, 4 fortresses here. What do you do? Because that's the thing, he never actually maxed out on them. You can make 15 fortresses and 30 towers. If Matador does that, I don't think you can punch through this. But if he's going light on buildings and Grass just makes every single building possible in Matador's face, then yeah, I think Grass is gonna be fine. He can maybe even win. Tower clearing has begun. You know what? The destroyers really do what it says on the tin, but when they meet Hippospist, well, they get destroyed themselves. Seems to me the Matador has this under control. With Grass dropping into low population marks and running low on gold mines. What happens when he's out? Which is right now. He's out. No more gold. Chaos once again a little bit annoying for Matador, but doesn't carry too much weight. And Grass is not going to be able to sustain his pop, guys. I'm pretty sure about this one. There's no more gold mines, right? This is all food and wood and trade. So he has to make more trade. He knows that. He is also queuing. But what about in the meantime? It takes so long for trade to start kicking in. I think this is Matador's time to try rebuilding the TC actually, because there's not going to be any threat from all this. It's like very problematic for melee units, but you put a bunch of Helipolis on the job with the Gastropheteros and you should be okay. Oh man, the kitchen knives is still so good against siege weapons. This is nuts. Even though they just have 50% bonus damage now. I'm not even sure they need any, to be honest. Like, okay, in standard, I guess, pre-siege could be obnoxious if you don't have it. Fair enough. Don't want the priest to out-heal villagers. Needs some kind of counter. Eventually we will get to another implode, right? One day. He's completely reset himself by greedily using chaos. And I didn't do anything, so now here we are. Minus 120 favor. Alright, this is nearly back. And we got the TC again for Matador. This time there's not going to be an implode for several minutes. Getting himself a network of walls as well. There should be really nothing stopping him from just plopping down more and more buildings, towers, fortresses, you name it. guys. It's certainly not gonna come up. Not with the Gesher Petros taking them down at the same time. Eventually he'll chip away at this. Grass somehow figured out his overall situation. How many caravans is that? Oh my god, is that 5 caravans? Wow. Just 22 for Matador because of Plenty Vault. It's amazing. You really want to be Greek for this kind of situation, that's for sure. Somebody tell Matador that there's more firepower for fortresses. This is 39 DPS right here. And you can make units with it. And it's healthier, so when there's an implode, it's not gonna delete it. Well, now Grass gets a taste of his own medicine. We are in proper late game for reals. My god. Alright, let's zoom out a bit. Eventually the buildings will destroy each other. We might just be here for a few hours. At some point we should be getting to a wonder though. The third Plenty Vault is near the end. But once that happens, I do think wonder is next. Especially once there's no more buildings to make, which is currently what's draining the resources of Matador. He better make a farm transition soon. Like, get a lot of farms while he can, and then selling resources will be a main play. Grass is also getting towards the next implode, but it's still 140 resources favor away. Yikes. Adding in the patrol blast into this will speed things up so much. Doing a great job pulling back the Gesher Petros, of course. Keeping them alive as long as he can is very important. It's time for the third Plenty Vault. Anytime now. I'm just about to afford it. Oh my god, here we go. 12 resources per second for all 3 resources. It's 36. The income is going nuts. He's gonna be rich. Matador's girlfriend coming over and he's like, baby is rich, and Matador is like, we? That is our Matador. Yeah. Good to see you, Iron Maiden. Is he gonna hit the train or the food? Might be the food. It's a good idea. Really not too many defenses here. And Grass is already struggling with the food, so... I mean, he never did go for the fishing ships, which is actually something you really should do with Atlanteans. What is that guy doing? Jeez. Wait, what is this? Oh! Implode! Here comes the suck! Oh god. Oh god. All these units can't even move. Can't help it. If you just cast it right on top of them, Nobody's surviving that. Jeez. Yeah, but Matador's rich. He can pump out some new units. It's fine. Some of his villagers survived, so he can repair. The towers are peppering these destroyers. There's a bunch of hippospists around. It's gonna be okay. Grass is eating the last of the trees up. Oh my god, what happened here? Matador just walked past with a bunch of villagers. He's now building here. There's no way you can stop this with hippospists and hoplites getting printed out of that. What happens now? The TC is down, sure, but I mean, you're not pushing this. Fire siphon would be necessary, and even then, Matador's gonna keep an eye on that. Make sure it comes up. He's killing a lot of citizens right now. He's gotten a dock made, so he can guard this a little bit if he wants to. TC's already third done. And so long as he just has like a single patrol blast or two here between the towers, everything should be fine to push back with. But like I said earlier, if this was more fortresses, they wouldn't be as damaged as these towers are. Right, so a little bit more longevity to that unit, building rather. This is wild. Boats cannot reach the town center, no. But what they can do is destroy these manors. That should be very useful. They have 20 range, right? So they're not ever gonna reach a TC on any map. Alright, Matador's gonna have to fight this a little bit, but no worries. As grass is running out of wood, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. No more wood. Wouldn't. Oh! Big, stupid jellyfish! Yes! Yes! What would I do without that? Nereids! I don't know about that one. See, Matador is adding in the triremes who do have a bonus multiplier against myth units, so eventually they'll take them down. But the Nereids are anti-myth units themselves. So you don't really use them against ships. Not like this. And with the trade going right here, and Matador knowing it thanks to the Pegasus, yeah, the arrow ships can just go after the trade. No problem. The sea ships taking down the docks themselves, of course. It's now just a question of, will Matador pull a lot of villagers to build this TC up or what? I guess he's a little worried about the upcoming implode whenever that happens. Because, well, these towers are so damaged, right? You don't want to risk that too much. But hey, once there's like 8, 9, 10 villagers building a TC, it goes up pretty quick. So, 1 minute is all you need. And with good micro, you should be able to keep the Atlanteans away. Pump some Colossi. There are, after all, 3 Plenty Vaults already, so you're not going to be minding losing a few units here and there to towers. They're already getting taken out pretty good. There's more big stupid jellyfish, yes. I love them. They're not that amazing against ships when they're like solo, but you got a bunch of clump ships? These things are gods. Well, can Grass actually maintain production, guys? Because he's been pushed off farming. It's very problematic. Oh, wait a second. The fortress is taking so much damage from these things because of the divine damage. Oh my god. It will be able to eventually take one of them down, but I think the second Man of War destroys the fortress here. Oh, and the destroyers, for sure. They've got this. But meanwhile, Matador rebuilds the TC and is thinning out the numbers here so quickly. There's Petrobolas left and right. I don't see why he couldn't make another fortress here in the middle. It's really just a matter of selling some food. Is he gonna build up to freaking 4 Plenty Vaults? You're kidding me, man. Yeah, the wood situation is not gonna be a problem at all. We've got plenty here. And there's a little bit of actual wood left, so... you know, the man has been pacing himself, just getting more favor. And if he does run out of wood later, he gets more praying villagers, therefore a fourth plenty vault is on the table. What's probably not on the table is a wonder, though. Like, you would maybe need a fifth plenty vault to even consider. Yeah, many deathmatch games do go to a wonder if it's super late, but not many deathmatch games go late. And there's some that go late that are so tight resource-wise, even with plenty vaults, that you just can't afford them. But when it happens and you make plenty vault number 5, 6, 7, now, well, you better start praying and believing in something. Because there's no stopping that. Hoplites holding the line. The towers are the new archers. Sick. Yeah, Matador is in a fantastic position and actually managed to pick off some oracles here and there. Good job. Good job at that. Also, the men of war are still alive, so they're taking up population. Not that Grass can fill his population, by the way. He's bleeding the buildings, man. He's bleeding the buildings. Wait, the repair rate is insane. But surely Grass can't afford that. I mean, it's draining wood, right? Not just gold. There's no way he can afford repairing that forever. he found some wood somewhere. Wait, how? Where? Grass? Explain yourself. Where is this man chopping the wood? Going into the trade now, are we? It's a bunch of hoplites getting to work. Where is he chopping the wood? Nowhere. I was looking at... I'm getting tired, man. I was looking at the other guy. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Grass is completely starved of wood. He has to buy it in the market. Give me the face palms in the chat, it's deserved. Alright, Matador just needs to build forward and then it's basically game. He's well on the way to the 4th plenty vault. It's not gonna be a problem from here on. And look at him actually stockpiling the wood. Like, this, he's fine. He's actually fine, I think, for a plenty vault into Wonder situation. Or just plenty vault into GG. I'm not sure Grass and Group will want to fight that. All this repairing, unaffordable, man, unaffordable. A good cleanup, by the way, there, but yeah, as you can see, it costs 95 at the moment to exchange. And the forest of towers has disappeared. There's no refunds after you use the product, so deal with it. There's a single destroyer. Maybe we could see some time shifts for like military barracks, but again, the wood cost is very prohibitive. Like, you have to make new buildings then, right? Shifting actual palaces costs wood and gold, so out of the question at the moment. It seems to me that Matador is just making the death push. This is gonna be the end, isn't it? Oh, wait, whoa. We've got the suck. With 2 C's. It's looking like Matador will be suffering a large loss here. Many units are dead, but he's pumping. He's pumping behind this. He's prepaid for the next army already. Sure, some of the towers will suffer, but that's a sacrifice that's perfectly fine. He's traded all the favor for it. Grass desperately trying to make some barracks and then they get destroyed. All the wood gone. He's still somehow managing to max out, but it's like Murmillos. And Murmillos do happen to lose the Hippospis pretty badly, as you all know. The counters to Hippospis can no longer be afforded. What do you do? Cantarius are okay, I guess, but you just add hoplites. Very painful. The next Plenty Vault is so close. Can we close this out with 4 Plenty Vault? I think we will. President ain't giving up. He's like, oh, you're 80s, you're gonna run out of wood as well, right? And then you can make archers. Little does he know there's already 3 Plenty Vaults. I don't think he paid attention. And that's gonna hurt. Did he delete the fishing ships? Yes, because I think he doesn't need them. He has this. That's a good point. Therefore, more army. 126 to 47. Grass knows he's not gonna wait for the next Plenty Vault to happen. He's already dead enough. Matador is gonna be moving into the grand finals. Great game. It's all the Plenty Vaults that you could ever ask for. Or is it? Let's look at that resource discrepancy. How is Grass winning gold? I guess he had more farms. Trade. Yeah, that's got to be it. Oh my god. And Grass is winning units killed, mostly because of Implode, I would say, and the tower forest situation. Wow. Just looking at the timeline again with all resources collected. Actually, yeah, after that late game Plenty Vault spam, it's just been absolutely nuts. Wow. This was the winners finals. Yes, there's a grand finals, which is the same but bigger. As for the rest of the tournament, we're still moving very slowly here in losers rounds. We're only in losers round 3 somehow. What is going on? How is this even possible that we're just here? My goodness. Guys, are there updates? Okay, Revolt will be fighting Andy next. We'll possibly tune into that. Or there's Western Long versus Playa and then Lukey. I think we'll go with that. Yeah, let's see if I can find the lobby. Volt is back? No, Volt is not back. This is Revolt, Jedi. Wait, it's showing him in 2 lobbies, what the hell? Are Fino and Westenlong fighting? What's going on there? I don't see them in a lobby. It's been 1 hour since Fino started talking to Westernlong. What's going on there? Yeah, Volt is a daddy now, so he's kind of busy. Alright, well, this is not moving, so just gotta find out what's happening with Westernlong. I guess they might be in a really long game and taking a break between them. I don't know if it hasn't started. I hope they have, but they haven't posted the match situation, because that's gonna take a long time if they haven't started. Either way, we're gonna take a look at Andy versus Revolt. What? Alright, another bonus game here, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea how deep these guys are in their series, but we've got Andy here in the blue color, playing as Ra, and on the other side in the purple, this is Revolt playing as Tor. Should be a pretty brutal match if Andy doesn't build enough again like last time, and he certainly is not. He's not making houses right now because the villager went to a tree. That is very problematic. Yeah. That is very problematic. I think Revolt might just roll over him. We're trying to make mercenaries, which will technically cross the map. They will get here, but they won't get anything meaningful done, right? Oh no, we're still not making houses. Good lord. Yeah, I think we're gonna switch into the other series. Yeah, that's really bad. Oh my god. That's got to be the nerves, right? We're switching into the other series of Westernlong versus Luki. So that's what we're gonna be looking at instead. Good lord, what was that? Here they go with their picks and bans. Guys, I really need to refill my bottles, so I'll just leave this on for you guys to check out, okay? I'm running out of water. Okay, I have returned. Thanks everyone for the wait. This is pretty good stuff. We've got Zeus and 4 band, nothing surprising there. But that does mean that Loki, Freyr, and Poseidon are going to be up for grabs, as well as Hades. Veselog likes Gaia and Uranus himself. I don't understand the Odin pick, but the rest of everything else here kind of makes sense, I think. Very little Egypt. These guys just aren't usually picking that, so hence the situation. And we've got the God Picker coming up. So, oh god, the white screen. Megalopolis is going to be the map. We're going to have a Loki versus Hades to start things off with. That could be really brutal for Hades. We've seen this a bunch of times now. You just get these overwhelming numbers of fire giants cleaning you up a little bit, and then a big flaming weapons hits, and then it does it again. Yeah, really brutal. Hades has to get a huge advantage early game in order to make that work. There's no spectator delay, so we'll be jumping right in. Best of 3, by the way. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Losers Round 3 or 4. I actually forget which one that is. But either way, in the blue color, we have got Loki playing as himself. He's playing himself as Loki. On the other side, we've got Veselong playing as Hades. This is the very first deathmatch tournament here in Age of Mythology Retold, hosted by us. Meta Place should be cool. And both of these players are quite experienced already. Loki is still a little bit newer to deathmatch, but what he has practiced, he's really good with. So, like, Loki, all the Norses, really. He's picking up Greek now a little bit. Yeah, that's really where he's gonna shine. Veselong is a little bit more versatile. He's an old school player from the early 2000s already. He's an Atlantean specialist, but now we'll be picking up a little bit of Greek here to start the series off. And yeah, Hades is really good at this early game situation where you just flood with Hippaspis, Tuxodes, your Mythians and Heroes, and do a big pestilence on the Norse base. What do you do as the Norse? You have to build 2 bases at the least. And it's very difficult, but if you can afford to send out a Berserk somewhere to make a sneaky base in addition, even better then. Although that's probably better for aggressive purposes. Alright, now getting a handful of hill forts made early on to have some Huskar out on the field. A pretty good idea, but tough because you have to deal with the Hippaspis as well. So what you really need is a ton of throwing X-Men, and the count right now is something I'm not very happy with when it comes to looking at Loki stuff. He needs a lot more. Look at that massive Greek army. Veselong did expect him to be at the 3rd base, but that was not the case, which is why you should always make a Pegasus or 2 early on and make sure you know where they're building. And then you can attack appropriately. Because right now, Loki had the opportunity to build up all this army. 185 population, right? And I keep getting confused by this positioning, so we'll swap them over. Yeah, this is better. Now that there's all these fire giants, it's a very, very different kind of situation. Suddenly, without pestilence, especially, the Hades is going to be struggling to hold on to dear life. You need all 4 heroes out at all times in order to deal with this, which is why Veselong is also making 3 fortresses. That's really good stuff. But yeah, he doesn't have all 4 heroes out yet. Once he does, this is a much easier situation to deal with. So you can very easily see here, Veselong just can't maintain population. He's trying to make hoplites, but terrain is relatively slower, and then the throwing action will shred them up anyhow. So that's a little bit tough. The pestilence is really good though. It hit most of the main production base, and even in the side one, it's clipping a bunch of buildings there. So that's good, but can Westerlong actually pump sufficiently? He's right now not making Toxotes, so that's definitely a huge issue. And he doesn't have any cavalry to get on top of the throwing X-Men with and just tank damage. So, with very minimal heroes, these fire giants are still highly potent. Wow. All the hoplites are gone, ladies and gentlemen. Westerlong is down to 73 population. I just don't know how you stop Luki at this point. He's gonna full up with flaming weapons and delete the buildings. These guys have double damage against buildings, right? The throwing X-Men. And then you give them flaming weapons, they're gonna have like 20-something attack. What do you do? Westerlong had to pull back. He's losing all his fortresses. This is tough. This is really tough. Probably gonna be a kind of go next game situation. As in 1 minute, our Norse player will have 4 town centers with an all maxed out army and 12 fire giants behind it. And flaming weapons is just gonna be absolutely devastating. Oh, don't flaming weapons while you build the TC, sir. That's not so good. Okay, he pulled off most of the boys, but still, they're building here, they're here. You know, it really adds up when your guys are not affected by the God Power. Of course, a ton of buildings will be destroyed in the process here. Westerlong has enough buildings, that's not really the issue. You want to keep flaming weapons for later, where you fight. If we can get all the heroes from Westerlong, if he doesn't get wrecked by Nidhogg here, there's hope. Because resource-wise, he's actually doing quite nicely. Oh god. Wait, that actually wasn't the best of Nidhoggs, and it's kind of getting blasted by the poison. Look at that health going down from all the archer fire. Oh my god, the stacking poison is insane. Right now, Westerlong decided. Oh, he got all the ballista. Holy shit! Holy shit, he got all the ballista with the earthquake. That is a lot of resource damage. Loki doesn't have wood. He barely has gold, but not for long. If Westerlong can figure out how to take out these fire giants. I think this is possible to win now for Westerlong, but he needs to be very careful not to throw his army. Get as much economy as possible. He is on free TCs, that is really nice. So there is hope here, certainly. But if he sits back and lets Loki build up, then it's a different kind of game. After all, there's a triple market pumping. We've got the gatherers on wood as well, in a really high number, by the way. Loki feels he doesn't need dwarves. He's got enough already. Most of the income will be caravans soon. Of course, the healing spring doing its job as well. Wish everybody's full health. Oh god, the fire giants are wrecking the archers. Not to mention the everything else wrecking them. Oh, Westerlong's down to no population at all. Ah, the relic is... Yeah, guys, you can't use the relic as a wall anymore in Retold. That's a good point for Iron Maiden in the chat. And the fortress dies. Longs on 90 population only. And second flaming weapon, obviously. Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah, there's no way to hold it against that anymore. Okay, you need a really good early game with Hades to make this function, otherwise this happens. It was a really admirable attempt though by Westenlong, hitting all those expensive ballista. But he just lost his expensive army himself several times. Ouch. Tomorrow's tomorrow's cocaine day with lightning, that's right. Alright, the next map is Elysium. And we've got ourselves a Freyr versus Oranos match coming up. Soon TM. I swear I've seen the lobby. Where did it go? Maybe they're not started yet. Okay. Then we wait. As far as other results go inside the tournament, we are where? Right, Val Hero had to go, unfortunately, so Andy is now waiting for the winner of this series in the losers semifinals. Then we've got the losers finals and the grand finals still to do. So yeah, long day, guys, long day. Hey, Luki Westenlong is hosting. Let's go. Oh, both of you have hosted. Nice. we gotta have only one person hosting. I forget who needs to host actually. Higher seed, losing seed. I don't know. I think we accidentally didn't specify it. Next time we will. No, we didn't specify it. Poison arrow. Yeah, that's all you need. Well, maybe. No spoilers here. That's funny. That's funny just here. Just give you exactly what you want, but make everything important immune. Joey Bats and Darth Nox are training lightning. That's funny. They're gonna get you guys tomorrow. They're gonna get you good. Don't know what's happening with this one. The guys really need to get in the damn lobby. But I think they have, because I can't see it anymore, so surely they're playing. Yeah, I think they're playing already. That's good. We won't postpone the Company of Heroes tournament. We have a completely full schedule. There's gonna be like 10 different tournaments. Like, let me just bring it up for you while we wait here. So if you missed this, it's kind of like, who cares? Because there's 10 more or 9 more. And they're just single events. Like, each of them is just a single event in the same theme. So, here. You can see there's 10 different events. So, if you miss this month, you join next month. I know it's short notice, but we have to start somewhere. Alright, Lukey's ready to go. And so is Vestenlong. They're loading up. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our game number 2 here on Elysium in the blue color. Playing as Freyr, we have got Lukey. Opponent on the other side of the map in the red, Vestenlong, playing as Oranos. Now, Oranos we haven't seen all day, so I'm really happy to see him in Deathmatch. He's basically like Kronos, but you do it with sky passages instead of time shifts. You will build up slower in the early game, but you do have Oceanus available, so you're really quickly converting villagers into heroes and whatever, which can be quite potent as well. Every little bit counts after all. Vestenlong is going to be building a bunch of extra production buildings, which is, I think, very important. Hopefully he didn't forget his armory. No, he's making the palace already, so we're good. There was a market here. Marketing department always works hard. Fewer buildings for Lukey this time around, and we're gonna have a Hecate pick for Mythic, so expect a good bunch of Lampades in order to safeguard against all the Myth unit shenanigans. Should be interesting. Does Freyr just wreck here? I do think that an all-hero Atlantean army can hold its own. So that should be able to keep the game under control. You can't just spam Berserks into this, because Fnatic Arcus Chiroballista is gonna absolutely wreck them, and you turn some of them into heroes, then the Fafnirs don't work either. So yeah, Norse has to respect this. They have to make a proper composition. But certainly Lukey has gone for the brain that I mash Berserks into your face kind of stuff. And, you know, Vestenlong is doing the right thing not attacking, because if you do this, you get all this opportunity to get your perfect composition, have all your defenses, have a ton of heroes, and then you fight, and then you win. It's crazy good. But the fire ciphers were unnecessary. So there is all these heroes now regenerate, of course. And they even supported by the Caladria, that's funny. But wouldn't have expected the Caladria. Hey, it gives you... Oceanus does give you the superior version of Catapultis. This is the fastest Catapultis you can get at 5.8 speed, so if there is cavalry, they will shred it. What cavalry? It's already gone. And the Murmillo will be doing bleeding damage as well, chipping away at enemies all the time. And then, yeah, there's a whole thing for Feasts of Renown on the north side. All the hill forts are generating one food per second, but we didn't go for Feasts of Renown, right? We went for Bragi. So we got the Super Ulfsarks now with Vidar and Bragi upgrades, and they're gonna be gaining a lot of damage as the nearby buddies die, sometimes going up to even 40 plus damage apiece. 34 on this guy, but they've been shredded. All the buildings, the Arcus, the Pyroballista. And with Feast of Renown not in play, it's difficult to afford all this food waste. So yeah, Vesterlong's doing great. This is exactly what you need to be doing as the Atlantean in this matchup. It's great. It's just the Fire Cyphers. I wish he didn't do that. It's wasted resources for sure. But look at the gold bank difference right now. It's a huge, huge difference. There's going to be flaming weapons available momentarily, which is a huge problem for Vesterlong. And unfortunately, he's making way too many Fire Cyphers. I don't know why he's making them. If he didn't, he would be winning the fights, right? But now the Ballista are starting to get a little bit out of control. Flaming weapons is in, which fortunately for Vesterlong doesn't affect Ballista, so you can actually maybe punish this. All these towers are helping, even Carnivora is helping. He's got Chaos available to turn the army on its head. Some of the Ballista have died already, so this is once again great for Vesterlong, but his population can't last through flaming weapons. It's just too much stuff. This third town center, he really needed that up earlier to make this work. We've got a bunch of idols for Vesterlong. So, you know, the theorem is good, the strategy is good, but the execution needed work. Faster TCs, no idols, and no siphons would be the answer. I do think I like Luki's situation still. He's going into mass Ballista here. And we'll be easily able to pick off the slow reinforcements of our advanced player, no problem. The triple market is already going in the bottom. Don't know how you stop the 14 Ballista at this point. Like you are going to need Cantarians. There's no way around it. They're the only unit that can really do it. I guess if Loki does overextend, it could be problematic. But oh, he's gonna summon in Fenrir. The explosion actually doesn't knock back too many of the units, but I mean, once again, Fire Siphons and Chiral Ballista have died. This is totally fine for Loki. It wasn't the best of cast, but it did its work. Damage is done. And now only Tartarian Gate is available. The Lampates will be dying to the Ballista. You don't need heroes to handle them. This is tough for Vesterlong, man. Look, he's on top of his production. He's now pumping Revenant Draugrs. You know, in high numbers, they're not that bad. Like, they're not great, but they're certainly not that bad. Tartarian Gate right in the middle. Oh my god. I've never seen a Ballista Blackfoot before. That's so... Oh. Well, that didn't last very long. Okay. Vesterlong used to have a god power. And the next one is 350 favor. That is just not... I don't know, this god power is a meme. I think you have to go Vortex and do some real damage. Because... yeah, that's just not it. Well, the Lampates have been taken down. I think, ladies and gentlemen, Vesterlong has been taken down, to be honest. There's no way out of this. Luke is in his face. He's got another flaming weapons. He's got 285 favor behind it. Once he's got the cooldown of Fenrir sorted as well, he would be casting that Inferno. And yeah, Vestenlong with that is out, but good of him to play through everything today. That was fun. And Luki moves on into the next round in the losers bracket. Say he's staying alive. I know Vestenlong really dislikes playing against this kind of stuff, by the way. It frustrates him a lot, the flaming weapons situation. You just get so much power out of it, and then more favor comes of it. Another flaming weapon comes. What do you do? So hard. Is Norse just OP in DM? Well, Zeus is stronger, but Zeus gets banned. And then you have 3 gods with flaming weapons. So, yeah, the others just have to figure it out. Egypt can beat it. Next up, we've got Luki versus Andy coming up. That's the loser semifinals now. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. If you're Poseidon, which doesn't get banned typically, then you can pull out of it. Like that's a very doable situation, I think. Well, we've got our picks and bans now for the next series, and yeah, you see this. I open it, and Luki immediately bans Zeus. So you just don't get to play that god. We've seen 1 Zeus in this entire tournament. It's crazy how strong Zeus is. With Lightning Storm, with Restoration, with the momentum of the Hoplites, with Mass Medusa shutting down all Myth unit play, and also acting as pretty tanky Myth units and archers themselves. Zeus is just crazy. But yeah, we're gonna see the Flaming Weapons gods, of course. A little bit of Ra, maybe. Let's see how that goes. It is smart to get rid of Freyr. I like that. Wait, why are they doing best of 5 picks? It's a best of 3. Yeah, it's a different dynamic between that, so, yeah. I guess they'll just stop here. Or like they click something, but... Yeah, they can stop here, that's good. Okay, they'll stop here. No worries. Odin and Gaia, ignore that, that's not... We can do this. There we go. So those are the gods they're playing. Is Andy the higher seed than Luki? Really? Oh yeah. No. Yeah, Luki has to pick the map, guys. So, because he's the higher seed. And we're gonna be starting with Megalopolis. As far as the god pick goes, we haven't yet seen that. So that's happening now. Anytime. Was the misstep defeated? Question on YouTube. Sorry, I missed the question, but no, he's not playing this. It's a small tournament, right? He doesn't care. Maybe he'll play the big one, but probably not. Because by that time he'll be farming, so yeah. I don't think we'll see the Mista. Yeah, I just got a question on YouTube about it, but yeah. Luki and Andy got Loki versus Ra. Why isn't Magic playing? Because it's a £100 tournament, so I guess not good enough for Magic. Not worth his time. Well, the next one is big, so I do hope to see him there. We don't yet have a lobby. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Loki versus Ra. Like you guys have seen what happens with Freyr. Loki is a similar idea, but you just make a ton of fire giants with hell. And then you try to ruffle stomp through Egypt. But Ra can actually hold his own because you empower a monument and you build everything around that. Everything gets empowered, built fast. You get a triple citadel. And then you have 30 extra population versus the other guy with overwhelming firepower from your buildings as they're all empowered. So that really does add up. And then you get your super infantry with Ptah, Sekhmet, and Horus. So yeah, I'm really seeing the potential in that. But yeah, let's take a look here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the losers semi-finals here in the very first deathmatch tournament for AOM Retold. We've got Andy up top playing as Ra. In the bottom, this is Luki playing as himself. Planting down a ton of longhouses. That's how things should be, and a bunch of great halls as well. A Ra player should really get that monument done so that he can then speedily build all around it, but he's actually prioritizing going to Mythic, which definitely isn't a great build order, but it's something. Additional villagers are coming out because he's not going to spam from barracks. It is actually going to be fast enough to just build the houses like this. Starting off with 3 Migdol strongholds. It's going to be good for a lot of chariots, I guess. Not making a single barracks. So, God path wise, where are we headed here?
Good.
Got the camel riders across the map, so he's got Osiris next. Okay. Didn't mean to zoom in. Dude, how many Migdals are you gonna make? That is really strange. It's all Migdal army. Okay. Well, Berserks and Herdmen are gonna be really good against this. And then you add in a little bit of cavalry to just take care of the chariots, and you should be golden. Interestingly, we're gonna see Tyr and not Hell from our Loki player. This is a little bit wild. Tons of construction is happening up front. The Egyptian army really can't do anything about it. I mean, you've got chariots, right? What are they gonna do? Shoot some fire arrows at this? Yeah, this is all coming up. There's nothing that can be done. As predicted, we're gonna see a ton of Huskarl, Herdman, and a Raining Cav. So that should be taking care of this kind of composition very easily. Not to mention the actual tower fire that's getting added to it. Loki has a lot of production in the back. He's building the settlements at the same time. Yeah, this should be all coming up. Andy is establishing himself as well. I'm really worried for Andy's situation when once flaming weapons hits. Like, this DC just gets shot up in no time whatsoever as well. This DC is done. That DC is about to be done. It'll be like a 240 population flaming weapons, man. Okay, maybe not just yet, but soon. Priests are about to get wrecked over there. Now that the towers are all up, they're helping plenty here. No problem at all. You very easily see who's getting favored here in the population game, military-wise. 211 versus 150. Sure, these Migos are pumping good, but flaming weapons hits, and then everything changes. Oh my god, where's the Egyptian army? All the chariots have disappeared. The Fafnir has eaten them. Jesus. 43 military population. Yeah, Loki can do whatever he wants now. Is Andy just dead now? This is tough. This is not good. I think he's gonna lose every single building he's got. Like, overwhelming forces now are in play. Well, these ballista actually are stuck because of the tower spam. Well, once he gets those working as well, it's gonna go even faster. Don't forget that Fimbulwinter is gonna come soon. No, it's not. Lucas Victory is here. Yeah, you need barracks units, ladies and gentlemen, and you have to hide behind your buildings. And some towers wouldn't hurt. In addition to all these fortresses. Empowerment, of course. Ra's big bonus. Don't forget about that. All those buildings could have done so much more work if empowered. Don't worry, they're on delay. But yeah, ideally don't spoil it, guys, please. Next up, we're gonna go to Savannah. Are we doing more tournament games? Hi, Boyd. Yes. We've got the tail end at the moment. We've got the loser semifinals is this one that we're doing right now. Then we've got the losers finals and the grand finals. Okay, there's our matchup, ladies and gentlemen. There is the matchup. Luki is playing as Poseidon, Andy is playing as Thor. So that's gonna be a repeating theme, I think, in these tournaments, with Zeus just getting constantly banned and the Flaming Weapons boys being around. Poseidon is gonna be the natural counter. This is totally doable. Poseidon just makes a lot of buildings, you get a ton of militia, you ceasefire the Flaming Weapons after running away a little bit to chip away at the active time, and suddenly you're in a pretty good position, actually. And there come the raiders from Boyd. Are you guys the raiding cavalry? I think so. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. We're doing a little bit of deathmatch over here. Showing you guys what this mode is all about in Retold. All the follows coming through as well. Thank you. It's the very first tournament like this for Deathmatch, and the next one is actually going to be a big one. We're doing a small one first, but then the next one is for £1,000 sterling. So do get ready for that. Now let me check what the date for it is, because I can't remember by myself. April 19 and 20. That's when the big tournament is. So everybody do get ready for this. And we're also doing a tournament tomorrow, by the way. Lightning tournament. So all these special modes getting played this year over here at Meta Place. Darth Nox is playing. I've seen you in the lobby with Joey Bads. You're practicing. That's good. Lightning tournament with Zeus. No. No, we're not doing that. Alright, these guys are playing now. Let's fight. Let's fight. Oh yeah, Luki is playing as well. That's right. Well, he's playing here right now, and then he's gonna play tomorrow as well. So that's gonna be great. Okay. Just get this scoreboard sorted, and we're off to the races. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Savannah. This is gonna be our second game in this best of 3. And in the blue color, we've got Andy playing as the 4. Then on the left side, we've got Luki playing as Poseidon here in the red. And I think we got the scores on the wrong side. Let's fix that. There we go. Score is now currently 1-1. And as you can see, the game mode is Deathmatch to everybody that just arrived on the live stream. High resource start, in case you didn't know. 20,000 each resource, except favor, which is just 200. Just. That's a lot, actually. And what does that mean then? Why are they advancing so fast? Well, only takes 5 seconds to advance in this game mode. And then you get all the technologies for free. Which means your focus is building up, making a big-ass military, securing your town centers, and making economy as quickly as you can, because if you just keep spamming, you'll run out of resources within minute number 8. Can't have that, can we now? Does Thor get dwarves when you advance? No, he does not. He does not. Unfortunately, that bonus is just not in effect for Deathmatch, so some bonuses just don't do anything, right? Like when you have cheaper upgrades, then yeah, it doesn't do anything. Either way, Andy has plenty of production, but we don't have to worry about that too much right now because there's no Pestilence. Pestilence would be a really good way to play Deathmatch in general for any Greek player that has access to it, but with the situation around flaming weapons and Norse gathering a lot of favor during fighting, and trust me, there's a lot of fighting here in Deathmatch, you just have to have ceasefire to counter that thing. It's nasty. You really don't want to fight that directly. And, you know, Mythic Age is in, and we're immediately going to be seeing the Dwarven Mines thrown down. And he's going to hugely benefit from that because, well, Dwarven Mine scales with the ages, right? It's more and faster to gather from. So you don't want to gather from a normal gold mine. That's for suckers. You're here to win. So you put that thing down and you gather from it. Man, Luke is doing a really good job here building up. He's gone up through Aphrodite, so his villagers have faster build rate. And they move faster too. He's even got Giga Chad Polyphemus out. And we're just absolutely rocket blasting to the moon. Sending everyone flying in an appropriate fashion as well. Buildings are getting wrecked. A lot of these Norse units are not fighting because of melee pathing. Well, I mean, they're blocking each other's ways. It's more like building positioning problems than pathing. Loki is absolutely owning this game so far. Can he actually keep it up? Because he is expending a lot of resources. Then again, it's not like Andy isn't, right? Like Andy is spending a lot as well. He's losing a lot. These Colossi are coming in. How do you deal with it? Meanwhile, the fortress here should be able to mostly help defend, but once there's a handful of siege weapons, it's a little bit more problematic. However, when it's all throwing axemen, what do? I think you get your Katairos out. So there's plenty of fortresses here already. for Loki, as you can see. Oh my god, he's making more. Yes, that's how you gotta do it. Very nice. So you get a ton of Hetaros out. They have bonus against ranged units like throwing Axemen. They have AoE, which these guys are very clumped, so hit multiple at the same time. I think that's really good stuff. Also, the mass archer is very difficult to deal with. We don't have Artemis, so they're not poisoning everything, but just the numbers, just the stats, just the firepower, it gets enough done. The Colossus is highly resistant here to all these Goldie, of course. So that's another thing in favor of Poseidon. There's no Frost Giants here, because our North player has decided to up the flaming weapons and now he's gonna use it. Colossus gone immediately, absolutely melted. The bonus damage is nuts with the additional base damage, of course, even despite the resistances. But yeah, you run from this, you ceasefire it, you position your army in a nice fashion between your buildings, and you should be Gucci. Gucci gang.
Yo.
No drop-off just yet there. Has been forgotten about, methinks. But with a Norse player not having a third base, and actually our Greek player kind of securing both the third bases, Luki is an absolute bully in this one, and he's got to be feeling it. But Luki is running out of gold. He has overspent on building, so I do think it's overly ambitious against Norse to try to do this. It's ideally, you just secure your own side and you're happy with that. You not overbuild and you know, get your gold going. Because right now, we'll have to rely a little bit on Poseidon's bonus, where it's cheaper to sell resources at the market compared to the other civs. So the premium Forex account. Well, here's another strength of Poseidon though. Even though you spend all these resources, yes, on buildings, it's too much, I know. But then you get militia when your buildings eventually do get destroyed. Then you get Plenty Vault, which has just recently been buffed to 4 resources per second instead of 3. And over time, you gather favor, you get a second Plenty Vault, and then you get a third one. Things add up, guys. The non-Norse civs do gather faster in this game mode. So yeah, Poseidon is a beast. That's exactly right in the chat. Poseidon is nuts. And yeah, we've got a quad pump of caravans. Fimbulwinter, I mean, it did something, but all I hear is very sad puppies whining. So it's like somebody stepped on their tail, honestly. That's Luki. He stepped on their tail with fortresses. That's gotta hurt. Well, nobody's gonna have a third TC, but that's fine for Luki. Can he, however, maintain the resources? This is what I mentioned at the very start, right? You gotta focus on making sure you don't run out of resources, that you get that early economy. And I'm not sure that Luki did a good enough job of that, whereas we are looking at 23 dwarves already on the job, plus caravans. There's plenty of caravans, actually. Favor is plentiful, so you just plop down another dwarven mine, another 6,000 resources right there in the main base. Don't even need an ox cart. I think that's great. So when that's done, when Flaming Weapons is back, you can also just click another Flaming Weapons. I think Luki is in huge trouble. He does not have the favor right now for another ceasefire. As soon as ceasefire goes off cooldown after this initial use, you need to be ready for it, but the cooldown on it is longer than that of Flaming Weapons, so you will be eating a little bit of Flaming Weapons. However, the army situation is looking pretty good for Luki here. It will take some time for Andy to punch through. And as you can see, he's not getting a third TC. His army size will be kind of limited, whereas Loki has a lot left to grow. This is it. Like, there's a big population of civilians behind this, especially with the caravans, but then again, so is there for Loki. What is this? 59 gold per trip, 58. Very similar. Yeah, here's the part where you just run away. Best not mess with that thing. There's not gonna be enough favor. Loki did realize the problem. He put a lot of people on favor. But, hey, in the choke point, I guess he can just hold. Like, flaming weapons doesn't give you better health. The archers are still gonna shred you if they're clumped up like that. Holy crap. Flaming weapons. Get out of here. Think you can build and fight at the same time? Don't think so. Don't think so. Do you have wonders in Deathmatch? Absolutely, if you can get there. It takes a long time to build as usual, right? So, costs a lot of resources too. You see how broke these guys are. Like, they're just smashing their heads into each other. Can you actually afford that later? Absolutely. Is it worth it? Definitely. But can you build it? Can you hold it? If you have a destructive power like, I don't know, Meteor, Inferno, you cast that on the foundation, it's gonna be destroyed. That's good advice, I think, for standard as well. You can absolutely prevent a wonder with your Mythic Age power if it's aggressive like that. There's no way it stays alive. It's very vulnerable during the construction phase. The repeat god powers play a huge role in this. And you can see already 200 favor is clocked up for our Norse player, 130, 40 for the Greek. The objective here for our Greek would be to get the second Plenty Vault. We've had a game earlier with Matador where he got like, he was working on that 4th Plenty Vault. Good luck beating Greek, man, if they get to that point, but they don't always get to that point. That's the whole dynamic there. Can you shut them down? Can you overwhelm them? Cut off their trade? Wall it off? This is some really good setup from Andy, but it's this main fight where he hasn't been doing that great. But Loki is kind of falling apart now. He doesn't have a lot of food, right? Where is he getting his food from? He's not getting food, that's where. The caravans have been stopped, to be fair. But he's now fighting against someone who has 1 more TC, and meanwhile the heroes are generating favor, so yeah, destroying the buildings will be actually really good favor boon. They have one of the highest amount of favor rewards as they get destroyed. You'll see the favor jumping up here momentarily as the towers are getting destroyed. The caravan count is super high for our Norse, so they're not going to be running out of gold anytime soon, even if the mines were gone. But either way, you should be using your Northern Mine. Second Plenty Vault is in, by the way. You see this? Suddenly we have 230 favor because some towers have been destroyed. Oh my god. That is insane. Once the Norse fight, you're gonna notice. Throwing axemen, of course, if they have some front line in front of them. It can be even something like the Godi, which are not terribly good at it, but hey, it's at least not throwing axemen that get bonus damaged by Hippa's Fist. If they can be in the back, then infantry is just not going to close it off. Look how many kills he's getting, oh my goodness. Building up very easily to that 300 favor mark, and then another flame weapons will be coming in. But this time Luki is ready. He does have his ceasefire. He is grabbing that town center. Oh, that's really well done. That's really well done. All these towers damaged but alive. The fortress damaged but alive. It's exactly the place he wants to be in. They're really trying to wall this off, man. These berserks. It's good moves, but will it actually work out? I have my doubts. Catch the villagers, but then there's a bunch of units here to deal with them. TC will go up. There won't be any flaming weapons. I think our Norse player may have started over-ecoing, honestly. The gold is starting to get a little bit out of control here at 70 plus. People gathering. Now that we have Hippeos, they're able to get on top of these. Goldie, no problem. The throwing X-Men still hurt them, of course, but only to a limited degree. What a cluster down here. What a cluster. It's gonna be a slow push kind of situation where Loki just builds 1-2 towers at a time, a fortress every now and then when he can afford it. And you can, meanwhile, while there's no flaming weapons, just work away at that third 20 volt. Is that actually gonna happen though with flaming weapons in play again? I think you just run as much as you can, and you click that ceasefire. Just a handful of seconds off that will be left. I don't think this fortress will complete, but it will be pretty close to it. And this time he's managed to wall off his trade properly. He didn't wall off this, but I'm sure he'll get around to it. You know, once you have a forest of towers here and Petrobolos and siege down this TC, what does Andy do about it? It's very difficult to play against the Greek late game, and he certainly doesn't have much opportunity to make use of tier. He could get in a bunch of Fenris Wolves, perhaps, because there is an opening, and if he just made a handful of temples, go up to, I don't know, 8 Fenris Wolves, then there's some potential with that. But destroying this fortress is just going to spawn more militia. Tough situation to be in, man. You don't want to be the Norse here. Poseidon is getting stronger and stronger as time passes. It's exactly what's happening. The Petrobolos, as it has been foretold, is already working away on this town center. Brutal business. Should be no problem to destroy these hill forts, which are at the moment providing a lot of firepower. All it takes is one Petrobolos to be added, and then the houses are exposed and the trade is exposed. Honestly, Loki should go forward and deal with that, but hey, he's already 2-0. He's going into the losers finals thanks to Andy for playing. But Loki just did a little bit better today. And yeah, we're looking forward, I think, to seeing this kind of matchup next time as well. Very even, actually, in terms of KD. I thought that would be a little bit closer, more Loki favored, but yeah, Eddie did okay. Just let Loki build up a bit too much. We're just getting started, Loki. What are you talking about? Tired. Yep, losers bracket is brutal, man. Like, people sometimes complain that you don't have to eliminate people twice in our double elimination tournaments that we do at MetaPlays, but then they forget the part where the winning side just chills on the side, goes to make dinner, and is back fully recharged, refueled. Meanwhile, the other guy is suffering through the losers bracket, and then, yeah. All right, Grass and Groom is ready to go. He's eager to get a move on. Let's see what happens there. We're gonna have a 1-minute break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity, your chance to join the Lightning tournament tomorrow. So please do so, and stay tuned for the announcement of our big deathmatch tournament, which we're going to talk about more later. But you can join the Lightning tournament for now. It is tomorrow. It's pinned in the chat. Please check it out. We have, at the moment, only 8 signups, so we'd really love to see that. That's tomorrow, so we'll be casting that as well. Rest is not allowed. True. And we've got a little sponsor situation going on. You can see it on the screen over there. That's Monopoly Go. Today's tournament is gonna run late, so I'm not gonna do the sponsor segment for it today, but potentially tomorrow because we are gonna have fewer players. So let's run with that. But yeah, basically you download that on your phone with the QR code over there. You play through a bunch of the boards of Monopoly, and you'll be supporting our project as a result as we get a commission. Very helpful because we're spending a lot of money here in the long run. Like the next deathmatch tournament is £1,000. And obviously we did a big thing for Wrath of the Gods as well, paying for the production costs there. So every little bit counts. It's very helpful. But even if you guys are just watching and following, that's already really good. You know, we get the ad revenue, we get actual viewership, which brings in more people. So very much appreciated, guys. Same with the subscribers who help out directly, both on our website and on Twitch. We've got this whole situation with the website-based subscriptions, which are essentially our own homemade Patreon, cutting out the middleman. And you get a lot of perks for this, supporting our project, of course, very directly with our upkeep, with our video editing, with our custom art creation. We are working on some art plans at the moment for better production quality for Retold, so that's going to be happening soon, and it will be available to all. So we're talking about scoreboards, we're talking about map intros. And, you know, those of you who have been around for the old Age of Mythology, you know, we just make that open source. Alright, the draft is now happening. Let's take a look. Oh, I forgot to pop the links in the chat. I'm just talking about it. There's the links. So yeah, guys, any and all support appreciated. Anyways, we got our draft process kicking off. The guys are deciding on the ban. I predict Zeus. I predict Kronos or Thor or Loki. One of those. Oh, Loki gets rid of Freyr. Maybe he wants to play Zeus himself. Oh my god. We only got 4 left. Is he gonna pick Zeus or Thor? That's hard. Okay, grass? Zeus. Oh my god. I would have picked Poseidon as well, in front of Hades. Like, that's just crazy good. That's really good for grass. Holy crap. Is banning Loki against Luki a meme? No. I think the guys are realizing that flaming weapons is an actual problem in deathmatch balance at the moment. So they'd rather open up the Zeus can of worms. I'm not sure I fully agree with that, but certainly flaming weapons is a problem. It just so powerful, and when you have a full army, it wipes everything. So you need ceasefire, you need a really strong defensive posture at the very least. Anyways, they're done with their picks, leaving very little on the table actually here. What didn't get picked? Oranos? Yep, that makes sense. Although, Oranos and Set, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, Odin is not particularly strong, so I guess, yeah. We're just waiting for the God Picker. Just make sure that we have our score updated over here. I think I didn't do that. Oh wait, it's been already taken care of. Well, thank you very much to Danny then for taking care of that. Yeah, we've got Grass and Green versus Luki. We've got El Matador waiting in the grand finals. So this should be pretty sick. Odin weakest Norse, yes. I'm just not entirely sure about whether he's too weak to use in general. So I just need to see more of it, you know. But among the Norses, oh, definitely you want to pick the others first. But would like something like Oranos be overwhelming to him? I'm not sure. First map is going to be Megalopolis. And here's our god picking process. Let's see set. Nobody's playing set. We've seen a little bit of it, but not proper. Like it was noob set, you know? No proper build, no shifting sands attack, nothing. We'll get there, we'll get there. It's the young early days of Deathmatch, guys. I'm sure some of you will be joining in to the party eventually. Especially the big one. I really hope to see at least 32 signups there. Okay, we've got the Kronos versus Poseidon. That is very tough for Kronos, oh my god. You can certainly make it work, but you have to like starve out the Poseidon player. Difficult to do. Difficult to do because your buildings are so resource efficient. They'll be spawning militia, which in and of itself pays for the building. So it's so difficult to push a Poseidon. Especially now that you can make 15 fortresses and 30 towers. It's like, okay, what does Atlantean do now in the late game? Well, you kind of just give up. You kind of just give up. But if you can win in the early stages of the late game by resource starvation, by controlling the gold mines, by cutting off the trade, that works. And certainly Kronos can do that. You can time shift 3 towers at the same time into the trade. You can add in, of course, your fortresses as well, your palaces. I mean, I think that works pretty nicely. And in the early game, you can keep up with any pestilence rush kind of situation because you build up so fast anyhow. So yeah, I think there is hope. We're getting so much Luki here in this tournament. I watched him in the winners bracket. We're following him in the losers. But you know what? I do think that Set is getting underrated by the players. Like, is he worse than Odin? I don't think so. I think he's better than Odin. We should be seeing some Set, but we don't. It is what it is. Anyways, it's time for gaming. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the losers finals now of the first deathmatch tournament in Age of Mythology Retold here at MetaPlace and in general. In the blue color, we have got Luki playing as Kronos, and on the other side, here on Elysium, this is Grass playing as Poseidon, which should be a rather favored matchup, but we will see how that goes. The town centers are kind of insane. They're out here in Narnia. Oh my god, that's gonna be so difficult to secure. But of course, you can leapfrog as the Atlantean in particular. You just time shift forward your manors. I'm not sure if Luki is aware of that build. I think he is. He's doing it already. So yeah, the manors do have this whole temporal scaffolding bonus, which will create an aura around them that makes everything faster to build. So this is where you plop down your palaces then, and they'll be done in time. before the Greek flood gets completely out of control. At the moment, Grass isn't pumping from every building he's got, so he's definitely gonna be very slow to cut to the chase. And the military academies are training the wrong units as well. You have to make Hippas pissed because, well, there's gonna be Murmillo, there's gonna be Fanatics. You have to have something for that, and it's very easy and quick to make those anyway. But never mind, it looks like it's full Arcus. It is full Arcus, in fact. In preparation of that, we already have 4 Satyrs. We already got even more behind that. Holy crap, there's 6 of them already. What is going on? They're trading so fast. This double temple. That's why. We've also got a double palace in the back. Another one getting built next to the settlement. And then eventually, I guess, you time shift your manage again on top of the settlement to build it as fast as possible. The acid puddles are coming up, and that's gonna delete some of these Greek units as well. Grass just doesn't have enough stuff right now, and it really does show. He's got Artemis. What the hell? Okay, that's not great. That is certainly not good. Earthquake can be decent, but it's very much a timing-based power. If you go Hephaestus, you get yourself 2 or 3 plenty vaults. It's free resources forever, and that's population you don't have to have then in the economy overall. What is that? That is 10 satyrs! Jesus Christ, how do the Greek heroes even get there? They gotta get there now. Polyphemus is still full health. Now is the time. There's 3 heroes on the field. Come on. Let's see it, Grass. Otherwise, you're gonna get owned. He's hitting a fanatic. No. Well, that was underwhelming. We got Theseus on the job as well. Atalanta is coming in. Okay, Luki does have to retreat, but he's doing so very smartly. And honestly, the Satyrs are not struggling here at all. He's picking this Greek army to... he's picking it apart. Tearing it to shreds. Gets bonked a bunch of times, but the Satyr's still going. Polyphemus is... he's very weak in this kind of late game situation where you have all these upgraded archers to support. That is a really good Pestilence though, hitting all these buildings. But they're still very slowly producing units. And there's more where that came from anyhow, with all these extra palaces. It's gonna be a triple market trying to get the trade going. And Loki in the first place had so many units out already that he's basically maxed anyhow. Pestilence isn't doing anything in practice because Grass is losing the fight still. Shafts of Plague is good, I'm being told. That's true. It would help if you actually have archers. But yeah, it is good. I mean, today we've seen a Nidhogg fly over a ball of Toxotes, and it instantly lost half the health to the poison stacking. So yes, it is very good. But you have to win in the early mid game with this, or well, we can already see Grass kind of running out of resources. It's going to be very problematic in the long run. And once he does run out, well, you'll need some help. That's where Plenty Vault comes in. Or would come in. That's a lot of palaces, fortresses though. You know, maybe it's not all bad, but Luke's setup is beautiful. Like, he's playing Kronos so well. I wonder why he's even bothering with Greek when he's so good with Atlanteans. It's interesting to say the least. He could do this with Oranos, right? It's basically the same thing. You just go for Vortex. And then that technically means you have better base killing potential, but yeah, I guess we got implode. And here comes the suck, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the suck. All these units get wrecked, aren't they? Wait, maybe the Kiev gets away. No, they don't. Oh god, the entire army is gonna die. Holy shit. What army? 10,000 degree flip on the Helipolis stick. Well, that's tough for Grass, man. He's gonna earthquake this, but I mean, okay. I guess Luki just falls back to his 100 million other palaces. He's basically maxed out. He's not even broke behind all this building spam. For the record, like, he's pretty epic with this. All the relics, by the way, are on the field. Nobody bothered to pick them up. Quick check if they're good. They're probably not good. Let's be. Oh, Eye of Horus. Okay, I cursed it. That's how we make him good. Bronze is in. Making all these militia. Very metal right now. But can you actually go through the tower defense map? I don't think so. This is like forest escape shenanigans, man. Since we have 30 towers now, Deathmatch has changed forever. Is it for the better? Probably not. Jesus Christ. All the satyrs just wiped out the infantry. Did you see how many died? Or is it towers and them together? Despite bronze, by the way, yeah, you have to make your own tower forest and patrol blast and engage this quite directly like that. You can't just run your units in, they'll disappear. I have to say, Luki is doing a really good job of disappearing Grass's units. Looks like Poseidon needs Cersei. I've been saying this for years. Standard games don't go in this direction. When you make that many towers, you just make a wonder instead, right? But seriously, how do you deal with that many satyrs if they have backup? Like, okay. That's tough life right there. Okay, we got the one fire siphon, but it's not shooting. Why is it? It's too far out, isn't it? Needs an order. Grass is trying to hold on to dear life, but it's so much harder without the help of Plenty Vault. Now you just don't get any of the benefits of Artemis anymore. I guess you could pump like a handful of Chimera, but look at these things. They have 3x against Myth units. They just one-shot them. Oh my god, they're one-shotting the army, actually. Atalanta taking the fire for the boys. So that they don't have to. Oh, she's a Giga Trixie, isn't she? But yeah, guys, you shoot a Chimera with these satyrs, it's gonna disappear. Like, Chimera is not a unit in this matchup. You need Colossi. Oh, Grass and Crew, what are you doing, sir? No. There used to be an army here. No. That's not how this works. Luke is showing the way. Corona's pretty good, eh? Corona's pretty good. 435 to 243 kills. Yep. That's gonna do it. Ay. Yeah, but on a big map, you're gonna have a long game, or you're gonna run out of resources. So you're not gonna timing push this away, honestly. So there's a reason it's meta to go Hephaestus on these maps. Not to mention that Atlanteans are susceptible to Colossi in the first place. So you have Colossi, you have Helipolis together, that is a really optimal way to play. Artemis you go for in other matchups, I think. Maybe on a small map, I could see it. Just using the pressure to plow through Atlanteans. Yeah, I could see that. This map is really big though. Macro up. Alright, we're moving on to Tundra. Luki is up point. Yeah, the macro could have been better on the heroes, absolutely. Is that Yoshi? No. No, Yoshi is dead to us. He no longer likes this game. He said his laptop is broken and he can't be bothered to fix it, so. Hence the breakup. He's not my boyfriend anymore. Anyway, we've got Luki picking Gaia. We've got Grass picking Odin. That's gonna be an interesting situation because Odin certainly can put a fight up against Gaia, right? But we've seen how well Loki plays with Atlanteans. It's really not that different from what he just did here. He will just make fewer myth units supposedly here because of the wide access to Norse heroes, especially the Godi. They gotta take care of all the Gaia myth units. And our lobby's already going. Like, these guys really don't mess around. I love it. We don't have waiting time like in the standard tournaments. This is sick. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for game number 2. I just need to flip that scoreboard because it's on the wrong side, but no worries. It's fixed. And in the blue color, we have got Luki playing as Gaia. Opponent in the red. This is Grass playing as Odin. Well, now this is an odd matchup that I'm really happy to be seeing today. Looking forward to seeing how that will go. I have no idea who wins between these two. And by that I mean both the players and the god matchup. Like, I actually don't know who wins this. Because it's not played. It's always Zeus, it's always Kronos, Ra, a little bit of Isis sprinkled in. But the vast majority actually plays the Flaming Weapon Norse. So whether that's Loki, Thor, or Freyr, those are the spammed gods, right? And all the others are listed are just also really good. I think at the top level, Zeus is the best. But Gaia and Odin you just don't see on matchmaking. It's just not happening in DM. So I'm really curious to see what these guys can come up with. I mean, Odin is kind of like a crappy version of Thor, right? That's kind of what it has come to, because you don't have huge benefits for your hill forts or for your great halls anymore. You do get a little bit of extra favor, but you have very few offensive powers, with Frost kind of being more defensive in nature. And yeah, you can see that Luki is also playing quite defensively himself. He's like not looking to expand too hard. He's getting a little bit of lush spreading going because, well, you do want that. You do want your lush to go from corner to corner in order to speed up your trading. Got a good number of heroes, but you have to remember they don't regenerate here unless they're on rush. So that is something that we need to sort out at some point for Luki. There's a lot of berserks coming in, but there are already some fanatics meeting them, as well as Arcus, but the building was already weak, so they punched through in the end. No problem at all. I'm gonna be curious, is there gonna be more birds, or is there a method of choice here? Is it gonna be just other stuff and saving the favor for implode recasts? Could be any of that. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that these berserks are actually gonna kind of melt here. They do get a little bit stronger as they're weak, as they're getting weak in health, but I mean, they're bleeding, they're gonna die, right? And that's gonna force you into a lot more throwing X-Men, but then you're ending up facing Quintarius, which are super cheap for what they do, and Hyroballista backup, Arcus. But right now, it looks like Luki just doesn't have the population to keep it up. What is going on here? And we've gone for tiers, so these raiding cavalry aren't even that crazy, but they're still punching through. I think this is just macro right now. And we've got a little bit of sneaky hill forts in the bottom as well. They look like they've come up. Whatever's happened up here has been stopped by a single Guardian of Io, which is kind of crazy. We had a throwing Axeman at the moment, reign supreme. I think Luki needs to retreat a little bit. This isn't working. Best not waste all the resources while you still have some, because certainly he's gonna run out at this rate. This is not cool. Grass holding on. With the repair, with the Hillfort firepower, he's pretty decent against cavalry actually, especially since the latest patch increased damage. I think this is okay. Few units against many units. Do you know what happens? A few units die, taking nothing with them, and it snowballs. At the moment, it's looking like Luki has a snowball's chance in hell. This is problematic. He gets frozen, and then the buildings are open to attack. Further snowballing ensues, and then, I don't know. I'm not sure what he should do next, because this is looking already very miserable with the gold. Grass is just brutal here. Absolutely destroying everything in his path. Young man's gone mad. He's furious. Just doing it on 1 TC. Who needs an economy behind this, right? That's the thing, though. Oh, wait. Dude. That forest fire isn't doing any damage, sir. It is active for 20 seconds, to be fair. But yeah, if somehow Luke can recover, what happens then to Grass? Because he's gonna have 0 income. Let's not fool ourselves about that. He's gonna lose this entire army now to implode. Here comes the suck. The population? What population? It's all gone. Holy shit. Okay, Luki, he has been calculated about this, right? Now Grass doesn't have resources. This is a full-on rebound, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 3 town centers coming up for Luki. It's just a matter of moments until he can establish his economy again. He's gathering from Gaia trees, so his income is very nice there. If he had any caravan production, he needs to stop it, because that's just gonna gobble up all his resources. So gotta be really careful as well with the raiding cav getting on top of the Hyroballista. That is some nasty stuff right there. But hey, if the Hyroballista can just shoot at the Berserks and the Quintarius eat up the raiding cav, I think Grass is actually just toast. He doesn't have economy. He has 2 dwarves, that's it. Fiddlewinter is doing a little bit of work, but I mean, that's really not much work. Oh, the puppies are dead. The puppies have been nerfed, so these... here's the thing. When you buff defenses and you nerf spawn god powers at defenses, the defenses are gonna own them. So Fiddlewinter is now actually looking pretty weak in a situation like Deathmatch. Well, now nobody wants to fight, of course. Grass getting the TC, but he won't be able to make the units, so it's all about these Fenris wolves. That's all he can afford. What's he gonna do with it? There's no trade to kill, there's like a handful of units. Minutes peace. Nah, don't need that. Don't need peace. We got 13 dryads, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. What is Grass gonna do about it? There's nothing he can do. Hero Arcus as well. The puppies are gonna try to attack here, but I mean, they're gonna take a beating. All it takes is one fanatic here. That's nuts. .58 civilian population to 17. You'd think Luki would be a little bit more confident, but he can't see what we can see. So let's not be harsh on him. The omniscient spectator, of course, has it easy. Ah, yes, favor, that's right. His great hall units do generate favor faster. He has like 2 of them, so handful rating cap, that's it. I mean, good takedown here, but does it matter? He really can't make use of his own TCs. And now Luki has enough income to pump caravans, which move fast. He does need a little bit of extra lush here, but he did make the eco guild. That's good. That's good. This military barracks is in the way, by the way. Very easy to create little mazes like that in DM. Often accidentally. Arcus heroes are doing a really good job of picking up the Fenrir Wolf Broods, and suddenly they're not very powerful anymore once their numbers are gone. They have a limit of 5 of them for the boost, so if you have 6, they don't get stronger, but I mean, you do need some backup, right? Berserks are winning, just barely. I think Luki can absorb this damage. It's okay. He can exist on 2 TCs here. And just pump some units out. He's right now getting some Guardians of Io, which, you know, if the blob explosion does hit the Berserks, that's very painful for sure. Especially while they're getting blasted by Arcus. Is Grass gonna try to steal this TC? No way, man. No way. 80 civilian pop to just 50. And the dwarves have to move. There's no real safe gold mine anymore. Oh, a village center. I didn't notice that at first. Can't touch this. Looks like this town center will now be destroyed. You don't even need siege here. Just numbers. TC itself is not particularly powerful in Retold anyway. Well, all Loki needs is just win this one last game. And then he's off into the grand finals. Hence the high tension, I guess, in the decision making. Nobody wants to mess it up. Enough favor to cast another Thimble Winter. This is a problematic spawn for sure. That's a lot of wolves spawning together this time. Here on the front TC didn't matter. But the problem is now this is neutral and there are more wolves helping again. So Loki definitely has to run from that. But he's doing a good job of fighting backwards with the Arcus. Taking out Berserks, taking out even Huskar. There are a bunch of melee units, right? I mean, I've seen some Murmillo. But once again, the garrison does the job. Not too many caravans have died, I don't think. So we're all good. Not much favor at the moment here for Luki because he only has 4 oracles. They're a little bit overlapping too, so ideally you'd have more than 4. And ideally they'd be heroes, but easier said than done. Faya does have the whole upgrade that makes a oh, he's making more. Great. Faya has the whole upgrade that makes the heroes even better. Oh, nice kiting once again with the Arcus. We'll need a bunch of fanatics to frontline this, but shouldn't be a problem at all. A few heroes to take out the cross giants, of course. I think Luke is doing a great job, but the recovery is real, man. For Grass, that looked like a very loss-like game, right, earlier. But he's got it under control, more or less. It's just hard to keep up with Luki's bigger macro, bigger economy, more production. Yeah. But the longer it goes, the more power Norse can gain in this situation. Especially with the additional village center helping out a little bit at least. But the trade still hasn't been kicked off. So once the gold mines are gone, once again, that's gonna be a disaster in the making. What do you do? Is this one, yeah? Guess this one will last a little longer. But you do need to trade at this point. There'll be nowhere left to run, and you can't tell me that Grass is gonna sneak this. No way. Yeah, good defensive plays with the infantry pulled, but the hosts are on a high in numbers, so the Archers do have to respect this a little bit. Hence, when they're heading into choke points, the bubble explosion is gonna take out several of these host guard as well. The Archers are in a pretty good position, but they do need to pop into this palace and back out again. And let the 2 palaces do a little bit of the work here. You've also got the Guardian of Io working away at this. A handful of heroes wouldn't hurt too much. I'm pretty sure that's necessary. The double cross giant getting a little bit weaker, and there's another one that's getting pretty weak. And you've got to have like a hero or 2 here for this. Archers are, of course, regenerating on the Lush, which is very nice. The buildings are also regenerating. But it's looking like Groom can now suddenly support the kind of army that he does need. And Luki's micro just has been rather nice when it comes to popping in and out of these palaces. So yeah, really well done, really well done. Getting a bunch of fanatics out, getting a bunch of Catarius out would be great for... Oh my god, there's nowhere left to go. The gold mine's gone. It's just this one left. Oh, the doors are getting picked off. Jeez. It's a good thing that Grass actually has a lot of villagers at this point, but what about gold? He's gold starved. Oh my god. Luki can do whatever he wants to him. The next fight is going to be absolutely devastating. As long as this gold mine doesn't get picked. He could technically sneak it. The Northern DM is kind of wild. Village centers are pretty weak. The Archers themselves could kill it if they wanted to, but I think Luki might be overextending here a little bit. Oh god, all those host guard are on top of the Archers now. That's a yikes. That's a yikes right there. Okay, the dwarves have made it through. What's it gonna take? Oh god. Look at all these units getting planted.
Skopos.
It's gonna make all the units that could ever exist. Oh yikes. Well, the fire siphons will be cleaning up the fortresses. There's no issue with that. Is Luki really gonna allow this gold mining? This is too sneaky, man. No way. No way. Too sneaky, too cheeky. He's allowing it. That's nuts. Well, now grass is trading, so the longer that's allowed, the more stable he gets. Oh, Moscow production is now in the gutter. How many hill forts are there even? Like, one? Jeez, there's two. There's two. That's not good. Say goodbye to Moscow. And maybe say goodbye to grass, man. Like, he's starting to really lose population, and as soon as this gold mine gets harassed, which I cannot believe Luki is letting this happen, but hey, it is happening, I guess. I think Luki's gonna take the third TC. I think he's gonna take it. And then there's a super easy village center to destroy, of course. $55 per trade card. 46 per trade card for grass. That's not very good. 46 is a very low number for trade. Aha, the Dryad is on the job now. Ooh, that's a problem, man. Suddenly no gold income for our Norse player. What can be done here? A little bit of resource selling, I'm sure. Oh, the frost is a good idea. A small chance to clean up some of these buildings, but you actually have to click the buildings and not attack the units, because they're basically immune in this state. This DC will be built, so good on grass there. Wait, this is tree number 4, isn't it? Oh my god, this is tree number 4. Build limit. What's the build limit? 20. Imagine just 20 dryads showing up in the trade route. Jesus Christ. I don't think that's where they're headed, but it's still 20 dryads and don't talk population. Oh wow. 330 health here in Mythic. Yeah, that's gonna make a difference. Yeah, the Dryad count scales with trees, and the trees can regenerate myth units. So, if it's on Lush, then the myth units will be regenerating at a crazy rate. And I'm pretty sure they stack with the healing as well. So if they were all here on the Lush, and there was Lush everywhere, then I think the Dryads might just be immortal. Minus against the heroes. A lot of dryads, man. That's a lot of dryads. This is just half. It is not even his full power. Yeah, I don't think Luki can build a settlement just yet. Definitely close to being able to. The village center has been destroyed, so no farming here either now. Granted, that's not very key to farm here. There's plenty going on. And winter harvest farms, of course. They're being gathered from really quickly at 1 per second. That's like, it's almost hunting rate. towers are helping out as well. In 25 seconds, this is gonna be up. So much bleeding getting delivered to these units. The towers are just blasting everything. It's really all about, can these ramps get the connection that they want? It looks like, yes, this is a reset. Very nicely done by Grass. But he is paying dearly for this. In terms of resources, he's gonna be in trouble soon, because don't forget, our Atlantean player does not get with Starve. Gaia is the only god in the game that cannot run out of resources if a trade route is intact. Because you just farm, you get your 3 summons, and you're happy with that. Odin will run out of wood one day, and then you have to rely on market trading. Very inefficient way of getting the wood. How many do we have now? It's still just 4, right? He never casted another one. It's 375 favor now, so yeah, you probably don't want it. So many towers. I don't think Grass can pull it together anymore, guys. This is looking very, very bad right now. He's on just 2 hill forts still. Never got anything else done. Despite having that 3rd town center, he just doesn't have the army together, right? Like, he still keeps getting overwhelmed. He doesn't use the garrisons within the buildings. And now, Luke is just going to build this with full villagers, making extra palaces as well. So this is now an absolute maze of tower defense gaming. Won't be able to strike out anytime soon. The Terrors are on top of the Frost Giants, including heroes now. And looks like they are getting the job done. Ballista tried something there, but I mean, it's just one Ballista. It does so much bonus damage against unfinished buildings, so it is a really good way to try to deny town centers, but yeah, like I said, it's just 2 hill forts. You really don't have enough here compared to what Luki is doing. 17 seconds and it's all done. Last chance with that Ballista. It's coming out soon, but it's going to be surrounded by Contarius, so how do you do this? Too late. Too late. And Luki is repairing it, and Lush is regenerating the building. I think Luki can leave it be. Just lure these units in. Let the towers do some help. Rebuild. And get back in there after. Once he's equal population to Grass. Grass is now... That's a pretty decent army that he's got there. Pretty sure that these buildings can take the Ballista hits for a while. Oh, there's a longhouse here. Look, he just walled them in. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, what's the tree situation? We really gotta take a look at that. They are still pretty decent. We got the Kopash of Horus here for some more hero versus myth units damage. We got the nose of the Sphinx for better buildings. Come on, guys, you gotta pick that up. We got the Girdle of Hippolyta for stronger range soldier hit points. Come on, guys. Mr. Throwing Axeman. That would be very useful here. Oh well. Luki did go a little bit too far forward, but I mean, his towers are absolutely dumping on the Throwing Axeman, so... It's okay to trade armies in this situation. He's got palaces everywhere. He can just get his economy in order. Grow it a little bit. I go back to 100 villagers here, and I think land team can push. Because you really just put the fire siphon here. What are you gonna do about it? You only have Ballista. And not in a high number. Yeah, exactly like this. And now all these towers and the palaces are shooting. It's gonna be a really difficult time. Really difficult time for grass. Especially if these Containers end up finding some villagers to kill. But it looks like the main army itself is getting overwhelmed. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that Luki might have just done it with this push. There will be no hill fort left since this one. I guess there's another in the back. Okay. Okay, I guess there is frost. Yeah. Well, these heroes are generating a lot of favor after all. It's faster with Odin. But in the meantime, the destroyers are going to town. This town center isn't liking it very much at all. What is this? 3 destroyers destroying a TC? Yep, seems legit. In the name! They do what it says on the tin! Actually nuts. Well guys, the Katarians are now collapsing on the remainder of the army. There's fanatics on top of them, there's dryads on top of them. The fire siphon is cleaning up the tower. PC's gone. I'm sure this is gonna get cleaned up, but I mean, Luki can send more stuff, right? He's still basically maxed out. Still a little bit of wood here, so the situation isn't bad for grass in terms of that. If it's gonna come down to 3 counts, then we're here for another half hour. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case though, because so much momentum is being gained by Luki here. I mean, look at his printer, its queue is full. Trade is very exposed. That's a great point. You take a bunch of these Contarius. You think the Goldie are gonna go and chase him? Nope. You go run into this. Start picking off the ox. You're gonna have a great time doing it. But yeah, looks like Grass can rebuild a naked TC somehow. And it's gonna be a bit of a difficult push for our Atlantean player. I heard the big suck. I don't know if that will destroy anything here. Probably very much not. Even the units didn't die. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, why didn't he do it here? Oh no. That was a very bad implode. Oh no. Even doing it here with all the resources. Oh, okay. With all the caravans and the villagers around. Doing it here would have been so smart, I think. You would have to know about it. Like, I'm not sure he realizes how big that trade is. Either way, Kantari is here now to attack the TC. They're not the best at the job, but they have high enough damage to get it done. Not too many units here to defend either, so should be okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. They can just push here against the units that they are, and Fire Siphons can clean up over time. But yeah, honestly, Luki does need more buildings. It's not been building for a good 10 minutes. And it's very hard in Age of Mythology to just win attrition wars without building front. Typically, you always have to back it up with something. If it's a one-front situation like this, if both players can make units, which at this level, absolutely they can, you either raid somewhere or you push through buildings and units together. I guess this counts as a raid. But Grass is right now not using the population limit, so it won't immediately change the situation. However, if Luki cleans up, if he claims this place with his own buildings, that's a very different story. I'm almost thinking that Luki is rich enough to just delete these frozen units and get new ones. He's basically there. It's a super late game counter against repeat frosts. But I guess his new units just kill everything here and then he builds anyway and frost is wasted, so, you know, not bad. We've got Carnivore. Oh my god, we got Carnivore. It's abuse. That is so funny. Okay. Well, the Fanatics are absolutely shredding the front line now. Grass doesn't have production nearby, so they have to walk a long time to get here, and whatever unit does pop out, Fanatics also wreck again. And now that Luke is finally building this TC, in 30 seconds this will be done. This army is not cutting through. Grass is down to 140 population. He can't keep flooding into this. It does not work. I think finally Luki has figured out the situation and found the weakness, and he's punching through. This is more than ample defense. I just don't see how you can lose from here. I'm not sure Grass has anything left in the tank after all this. He certainly can't remake all the units. That would be too expensive. The TC's done. And all that Luki needs to do now with this extra population he's got is send a bunch of Quintarius here, control that zone, and the game's over. Think he's gonna do it? I think he might. Either way, Grass is getting completely overwhelmed. 260 population to 150. At this point, the outcome, the new army is getting wrecked so fast that none of the units of Luki are dying anymore. Basically none of them. Oh, he's just attacking the TC directly. Holy crap. Well, he would need some kind of destroyers with this or something. But I don't think it's gonna be necessary. Grass does recognize that it's over, and he is gonna give up. We are moving into the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, where Matador is waiting for Luki. 1,500 units killed versus just under 1,200. So yeah, Luki showing Gaia power here with 20 Dryads at a time. That was sick. Was a bit of a drag, but it was sick. How did you recover from this, Luki? Well, Grass was in a worse position than you. Can you imagine that? He had 2 dwarves, and you just pulled the brakes on your own army. If you just go with your own army, he dies. He had nothing. So yeah, you win the next fight. You win the next fight after that situation, and the game's over immediately. No worries at all. All right, Matador's already hosting the next thing. We're off to the next thing, gamers. At some point. This is going to be a best of 5 now in the finals. The grand finals. So congrats to Luki on his 2-0 here against Grass and Groom. And thanks to Grass and Groom for playing. Hope to see him in the next tournament, which is bigger. £1,000, that one. And here comes the grand finals between Matador and Luki now. Let's go. The pick and bans are now up, Luki. Just letting you know. I bet Luki is pretty happy about this making it to the finals, but I guess he needs a break. Guys, I'm gonna go have a bathroom break myself. And I'll put up the God draft in the meantime. See if it progresses. If not, then no worries. We'll talk about it in a moment. Oh, looks like I made it mostly in time. Thanks everybody for waiting. Okay, we've got the Zeus band, we've got the Loki band, so completely expected stuff. They're splitting the flaming weapons gods in the middle. We've got Poseidon, we've got Ra and Kronos. Hades, Gaia. Okay. This is good stuff. See, if it's gonna be Freyr versus Thor, that's a completely equal matchup, right? But then Ra versus Poseidon, I think Ra might actually be advantaged there because of the chariots. It's so difficult to deal with them. But at the same time, Poseidon might be able to overwhelm Ra with just a very powerful bronze attack or something like that. And then going into the late game, obviously, with plenty vaults. It's pretty brutal as well. But Matador always has been very comfortable with Egypt. And he's going to be picking a little bit of Set into this one. So yeah, let's see how that goes. Maybe we'll even get there. The Odin pick, I'm not so confident about. I think that should have been Oranos. He just doesn't seem strong to me, honestly. Like, Gaia is better, so... Oranos is actually better than Gaia. So that's something to keep in mind. In my opinion. You just got so much more potential with Vortex. Here we go with the God picking for the first round. Gaia is greater than Oranos. I mean... I can show you sometime, but... The idea is that you just Vortex around. And you can retreat into your sky passages and whatnot. It's really, really potent. It depends on the matchup too, but yeah. Just do the Kronos thing, but with Oranos. Alright, this first map is going to be, by the way, Savannah. I don't know if I said that. And we've got our Ra versus Poseidon, which I was talking about anyway. So it's going to be really cool to find out what happens here. I think if Ra plays highly cost efficiently, like just hiding the chariots behind buildings and having mass empowered buildings with tons of fortresses firing faster and towers as well in the middle of that, then there's not much that Poseidon's cavalry can do about that. So I think that's like a really good way to play against this, and especially if you get Horus. What do you do about the infantry in front while there's mass chariot behind? It's a very difficult situation. Whole DOD clan is here. Sick. Thanks for all the follows popping in as well, by the way, guys. Appreciate it. Just waiting for the lobby to be created. I think they're probably playing already, but we're like... we're up behind by 3 minutes, right? Because of the whole delay situation. It makes the game fair. Either way, a little bit of winnings are coming up. So first place will be getting 40 pounds. 30 for the second place. And Grass and Groom was third place, right? So he's getting 20. And Tanner for the fourth place, which was Andy. How many entrants? Today there were 14. Hopefully we'll get more for the big tournament. By the way, tomorrow we're doing Lightning. I really hope you guys can join that. There's a pinned message in the chat where you can join the Lightning tournament. So, another odd game mode tomorrow. Also a 100-pound prize pool for that. There's currently 8 signups still. Nobody signed up. Yeah. I don't think people do anything when I ask them, so I give up. If you join, you join. If not, then whatever. We have 4 people tomorrow. Half of them no showing, of course. Oh, match is on. Let's go. No, it's not. No. Therefore, you should join the Lightning tournament. Hey, how about you go betting then? No, you can't resist. Can't resist that. do it, Twitch chatters. Man, YouTube chat is so quiet too. What's going on? We had 2 messages on YouTube. People just watching on their TVs, I guess. Love writing, but ain't good. No worries. Well, tune in tomorrow. That's perfectly valid. He cast 15 lightning storms. Is favor coming in that quickly? Oh my god. That's insane. How do you even survive that? Like, the gold mines are gonna be gone. You don't have a big caravan limit allowance, so you know what happens then. That's nuts. Plenty Vault has got to be a really good god power there. Yep. Just make 8 Plenty Vaults, that's it. Then you go Wonder. Nah, you can't. You can't go Wonder, surely. I guess it would build fast, so maybe you could. Alright. Anyways, gamers, let's do this. Let's do the thing. Welcome to Savannah, and this is the grand finals now of our Age of Mythology Deathmatch tournament. The first one in Retold, actually. And in the blue color, playing as Ra, we've got Matador. In the red, his opponent, working his way through the loser's bracket painstakingly. This is Luki, playing as Poseidon. Now, Deathmatch. Some of you will have not seen it, especially later on YouTube. Some of you will have never seen Deathmatch. And what it is you start with 20 grand of each resource, 200 favor, and you advance through the ages within 5 seconds, okay? So you build your temple as normal. 5 seconds, you are in classical. And then you get all your upgrades immediately for classical, right? And then you move on to the next age. Heroic, mythic, you get all the upgrades, but you have to make enough buildings in the meantime to not just die to the other guy, right? You spam a lot of buildings, you spam a lot of units, intelligently, of course. You have to counter each other and whatnot, and somehow secure yourself your town centers, because 20,000 sounds like a lot. Well, it's not. It runs out within like 7 to 9 minutes, depending on how intense you are with fighting. So there's a lot of action to be had, a lot of buildings to be made, a lot of units to be trained, a lot of micromanagement, a lot of multitasking. Poseidon is actually really well positioned here in the early game to start winning the fights, especially against an Osiris opponent. The barracks units are going to be kind of flimsy. It's really about the chariots that can turn the tide against infantry and archers. So once we start seeing that, Luki's army will definitely feel a little bit weaker as the chariot numbers grow. So he'll have to compensate for that with a bunch of peltas or cavalry. We're just not seeing any of that right now, but because he's advanced through Aphrodite, he's building super fast with these villagers. He's already on the job with the town centers, and there's a Migdol building attempt here as well. He's facing 5 mummies right now, and there's like no hero targeting, nothing significant anyway. Very important, I think, to have multiple fortresses training units so that you can clear the Mythians out quickly. And suddenly Matador is really starting to get ahead. I don't have any clue what happened to Luki, but he's not been training enough units, and it's definitely showing you have to pre-queue at least a handful of units and make sure you stay on top of that, because right now all his army got turned into minions as the mummies have killed them. This is an Ancestor's God power right there under Eclipse. You get it from just making mummies, and then of course you retreat the mummies, and Polyphemus gets sniped by the mass chariots. What can you do? You need all 4 heroes, that's what, and you need some some cav for the chariots, you need some peltas for the chariots, you need some hoplites for the front line. Some Hippospist as well to deal with the axeman. A little bit of everything, really. And a good pestilence in the very early game. Imagine this getting pestilence, then suddenly Egypt can't make all this blob, and you're safe. That would be the idea, but can you always execute it? No, not necessarily. Now, a lot of trouble here for Luki. He's very tired after playing all day in the loser's bracket. Super long games, back to back to back to back. Very minimal breaks. And here comes Matador, well rested for hours. He's probably gone and had dinner. He's been chilling. He's at full power, man. He's at full freaking power. Okay, that was a really good slam on the mummies, but there's still 5 of them. And meanwhile, the catapults are taking down the fortresses. Meanwhile, the chariots can focus down the heroes. So as long as Matador micros the mummies back, he should be golden. We have a curse coming in, and actually, you know what? The mummies have been cleared finally, so that's good. That's really good for our Poseidon player. We might be looking at a slightly longer game. The chariots have to respect this and pull back at least a little bit. That's a really good use of the catapults over there, by the way, but I'm pretty sure it's easy work for the Hippeus. Now we've got a bunch of Petrobolas, of course. Those are also getting to work. I'm a little bit sad to not see a single Helipolis. Like, Helipolis in the middle of this army would force constant micro on the chariots, right? If the chariots shoot Helipolis, nothing happens. It tickles. So you definitely want a handful of those in there. If they end up fighting catapults, then still great, because, well, the Helipolis have a ton of damage output, right? The catapults have more, so you gotta be really careful with that, but it works, it works. Right now, however, resource-wise, our boy Luki is running out. There's no more gold in the bank, just a handful more. He certainly can't afford to print. He's got a triple market production up and running, but he's gathering wood as opposed to gold. It should have been gold this whole time. You kind of have to go double gold, I'm afraid, when you play cavalry. And I just think he didn't know this. Or he's making too many buildings. That could be well, both things. Oh, the Son of Osiris is on top of the Petrobolas. They're gonna get melted. They're gone. That's it. Doing very little damage in retaliation. That is a huge resource efficiency thing right there that he just did. He's even picking off some villagers. That's crazy. He's going in even deeper. The Son of Osiris will be raiding the villagers and the TCs now. In combination with mummies, it's even better, because they'll be summoning a bunch of minions. Then, as a result, the chariots are just kiting back and forth as the infantry tries to get on top of them. Well, they're gonna be dead on top of them, so that doesn't hurt very much. Just bleeding all over their expensive clothes. Yikes. Yeah, I think, guys, Andy? This is Matador. I think Matador has got this. GG. Called it. Called it. That was a really rough start for Loki, right? Didn't get to use any aspects of Ares. The Cyclops didn't do anything. They didn't catch villagers. If you have 2 or 3 Cyclops catching villagers early, they can kill the entire set of starting villagers, right? Is Deathmatch usually this long? Like 7 minutes? I did tell you guys, 7 minutes you can run out of resources depending on what happens, right? So, whoever voted for Matador right now is gonna get a huge reward. Those Matador voters, man. 94 extra turns. Yeah, the game before was very long. I mean, Deathmatch, it can be all over the place, right? Depends how it goes. Anything can happen. Alright, you gamers, you bet on game 2 now. Got our next pick. And the map is gonna be Alfheim. Yeah, Matador's Rise is scary. I wouldn't want to play against that. We've got ourselves a Freyr versus Hades coming up. and this is on Alfheim, so I kind of like Matador's pick of Freyr here, especially against Hades. It's such a good synergy with both the map, building hill forts everywhere, and just having a very powerful flaming weapons push, which Hades really has difficulty defending against, even if you make a ton of defenses. You just don't have ceasefire, right, for direct counter. Unlike the other Greeks, it's such an important thing to take into account here. But I think they're already fighting, guys. I think they're already... No, 1 minute. 1 minute countdown. So what can Hades really do about all that? Because, you know, that flaming weapons is not just gonna threaten to end the game right away. It's gonna be followed up by an Inferno. And then, after that, you still are gonna have enough favor for another flaming weapons. It's insane. So what can Hades do? Hades has to just go in head first, pestilence, and overrun. That's the hope. If you can't do that, I don't think it's a comfortable matchup at all. Of course, you can get out your Peltas and hope that you can pick off every ranged unit, but if you can take it into a very late game, then you're fine. But you're gonna be dealing with flaming weapons left and right. It's so expensive. Anyways, guys, it's a best of 5. Here we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game number 2 here on Alfheim, and in the blue color, this is Matador playing as Freyr. His opponent on the other side playing as Hades. That's Loki. Gonna be going with Athena here. Very interesting. I don't really know why. Because a frontal push with Pestilence would be just devastating in and of itself. When the map spawn is this good, right? You build forward, he builds forward, you clash in the middle, you Pestilence, you win the fight. So immediately you've got an overwhelming advantage. You're on top of their production with overwhelming force. It should work, but it might not work. Loki isn't building enough. Greek need double this building amount, and then they can outflood Norse. The problem is, Norse gets an ever-increasing number of builders as you train units from your buildings that you made. So it really is an exponential growth right there. For Greek, it's not. It's all about how many villagers you've assigned to the job. And this is not enough. This is certainly not enough. Even with the split, it's going to be a little bit on the low end. There's no cavalry in the mix for our Greek player either, which is also a little bit problematic. You need something for the throwing axeman eventually. Hill fort will be healing up the boys and gathering some food at the same time, because we've gone actually not for flaming weapons but for Tempest. Very interesting. That's unconventional, just like the Athena thing. So I guess we'll just see who prevails here. Oh, Golem Burst. Excuse me? The Golem Burst just teleported. You got cast here, it's popped up here. What the hell? How? It doesn't have that range. What is going on? Yeah, definitely a good idea to ignore this and just not fight. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh god. Don't fight it. You don't have to fight. It's killing everything. Ooh. It may, when the Golem Bursty dies, it sounds like I got an email in Outlook. That's a Microsoft thing, right? That's why they did it. Makes sense. Anyways, I really like the Mia Lion here, getting the huge stun off. Unfortunately, there's only the one. Luki didn't make anymore. We got a restoration in the middle as well to keep the army fighting. Did you know what's funny? Matador isn't making any Fafnirs. In this matchup, I myself would put down a second or third temple even and pump him. In addition to exactly the same kind of army he makes. It's just such a good addition to get on top of the Toxotes. What are they gonna do about it? I mean, they really can't kill that 1500 health monster. You need your Perseus out. All 4 heroes always constantly training. But I think the truth is that Matador is giving Luki bigger problems than Fafnir. This is fundamental. This is macro, ladies and gentlemen. He's out macroing him. There's just so much more production coming in, and even though the town centers are done, Luki can't make use of his population, man, because Matador is just a Giga Chad, and he ruffle stomps the entire army, and then he goes again. Like, nice population space you have there. It would be a shame if you could use it. He himself is finishing up his town centers now, so won't be taking too much longer, but this one really does need some help. 100 seconds is just too long to spend on a TC. Either way, Luki somehow managed to... Oh. That's his army right now. The 34 Shades of Luki. They should make a movie about this. Chicks will dig it. Anyway, I really like the addition as well of the rock giants. It will just completely distract the units while the throwing axemen are evaporating the infantry. And here come the Peltas, as predicted, guys. The Peltas, they're the ones that will counter the throwing axes, we believe, right? They're kind of doing a good job. I mean, the micro is really spot on, but the overkill is as well. Peltas are just savage when it comes to destroying throwing axes. However, is that actually cost efficient? Because after they're done, they themselves will be destroyed by anything. Perseus is out. And honestly, Loki has established himself super nicely. He's got his triple market up. He's pumping his villagers. It's good stuff. 47 villagers out already. But you look at that resource bank, it's not hot, right? It's absolutely not hot because, well, what are you gonna do? Matador has twice the bank as you do. Army size is 0. That's a very unnecessary Inferno right now. It's gonna get some houses, which is annoying for a Greek player, but is it really a problem? He couldn't use the population space anyway. I think a bigger problem is that he doesn't have food. It's not about the Inferno there. What do you do in these kind of situations? I think you just wait longer. You don't have to use the Inferno, right? Just keep it for later when there's a better opportunity, a bigger army to destroy. Use it then. But it's not going to be necessary. This game has been decided by the KD itself. You don't need very special tactics. You don't need very special god power usage. When you just outpump the other guy this hard, it will do the job. I did mention at the very beginning, right, that you need more buildings. Matador showed him why. It's already 2-0. One more and Matador just wins the entire tournament. Which is brutal. Next map is Megalopolis. I'm getting the God Picker for you guys, 1 sec. Okay, we've got an Isis versus Thor to potentially finish this off with. Could be the end, could be not. Certainly, Lucas' tour has the potential to get some things done. Matador with Isis, though, I mean, you've seen how well he plays when it comes to Egypt. He's done it with Ra. Why couldn't he do it with Isis? It's really not that different. You just get 2 frontal monuments. You still play the same god path, but instead of Sekhmet, you go for Hathor, or sorry, not Hathor. It's called Sobek now. You go for Sobek. You get your buildings built faster, as if they were empowered by a monument. Yes, and they're cheaper. They're tankier. It's pretty good stuff. But then you empower your double monuments. You get insane amounts of favor. You keep repeating your cast of Eclipse. And then, behold, as is such Eclipse forever. This is a remake of AOM. Oh boy. You're late to the party, aren't you? Good lord. Yes, check Steam. Check Xbox. Check PlayStation. It's on PlayStation soon. It's frequently on discount as well, so. But it's not expensive to start with. 35 is it $40 or I think for me it's like £30. The final game is now in session. Expected to delay will be 1.5 minutes. Thank you everyone for the mass follows that we've had today. Really appreciate it. That's one of the best days in terms of follows that we've had with Metaplays for maybe a year. Thumbs up. If you guys can check out our YouTube as well, we'll post all the VODs there later. Much appreciated if you do. And tomorrow we're doing a lightning tournament, so we're keeping things fresh this year, that's for sure. There's so many big standard mode tournaments. We just wanted to provide something slightly different. And I really hope you guys are enjoying it. 40% sale today. There you go. We did betting for this, right? Oh, no. Game 2, it already went to Matador, so yeah. You guys can bet on game 3. Go for it. We'll be betting as it goes, but it's fine. They ended the discount. That's unfortunate timing. Oh well. Potentially last game. Maybe not. Maybe Lukey gets it together. With 4, he certainly can do it. Let's see. Okay, everything's in order. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be the last one. Matador here in the blue color playing as Isis. He just needs one more win. He's got the tournament in the back. On the other side, Lukey, he needs a reverse sweep. It's a tall order. Hope you guys can cheer him on. He's playing as 4. Here come the longhouses. Plenty of barracks as well for Matador. We're building forward, trying to secure this front TC. I'm not sure that works, but hey, if he can overwhelm, this could work out rather well. He has enough villagers on houses that he can just absolutely spam from these barracks. And having more barracks than the Norse is, that's pretty bad news for the Norse, let me tell you. I do think Loki has a situation where he's not building enough barracks type buildings, right? Like he's really rushed into the fortress to get a fast mythic, but that's an Egypt thing. You don't really try to do that as Norse because you just get overwhelmed. Another reason why you want to go for the close by TCs with Norse and not try to build into Egypt's face, because, well, they'll be overwhelming you. And that's exactly what we're seeing. I think Matador has a fantastic lead in the early game positioning, and he's already adding in siege works. The half-war thing is working out beautifully. Sorry, no, half-war, it's called Sobek. It's called Sobek now. And we've got so many buildings coming up so quickly because of this. It's absolutely fantastic. Oh no! Oh no, that's so sad. Oh no. I was just gonna say Matador could have added even the monument situation to this. He's already had everything it needed, but yeah, for poor Loki, I think he just had too many games in a row, and he's been fighting all day here. Matador just super well rested, delivered a fantastic performance. What a strong player he is. Thanks to Loki to playing, and congratulations to Matador for taking today's tournament in a sweep. I don't think he lost a single game. Beautifully done. All right. GG's, guys. GG's. I think we're gonna end the submissions and actually just not punish the people that did vote. It's only like 2 people, so I'll return your points, okay? But yeah, that's gonna be the tournament then. I really hope you guys had some good fun. Make sure to sign up tomorrow for the Lightning tournament, please, as we really need players for that one. Even if you feel that it might be too hard, it's definitely worth trying. It's gonna be fun. It's different. Go play something different for once. But yeah, let's give these guys the medals, yeah? Let's give these guys the medals on the website. Yep, 3-0, finish. And there we go. They now have this Dragon Hydra thing with the derpy face. So congrats to Matador, Loki, Grass and Groom, and Andy. Very well done today. Super fun to watch, guys. Thank you very much. Hope everybody can hit the follow, sign up to the Lightning tournament tomorrow, which still has only 8 players signed up, I think. If you want to support us, you can check out our subscriptions on our website. I'll link that in the description. And if you want to contribute to tournaments directly, you can do so with the donations page. Yeah, that's gonna be that. Next Deathmatch tournament will be a £1,000 tournament, so do prepare for that. There will be that coming later in the year. I think it's in, was it April or May? I forgot again. Unbelievable. It's in April 19 and 20. That's when it's gonna happen. Yeah, guys, Deathmatch, you can play it in ranked. There's a Deathmatch Discord that you can join even. So take a look at all that. I will put all the links in the chat momentarily. Just let me find the links. Here's the links to support MetaPlace and the Deathmatch Discord, where you can play Deathmatch with others in the community, is the second link. Alright, I'll paste all that in the YouTube chat as well. And with that, I will bid you guys farewell for today. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you had fun. Take care and bye-bye. I'll go and raid someone.